Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 251, Chapter 202, Casting. Casting director Don Phillips was a handsome, long-haired man with an artistic air. At the request of Julia Taylor of the New York casting studio, he promised to favor Ronald during the casting process. The two met privately at a coffee shop. I know you spent some time at Julia's casting studio, it's a really nice place. Is that white cat still there? I always petted her when I worked there, Don Phillips said, catching up with Ronald. They chatted for a while. She's still there, just older now. She doesn't like to move around much and prefers to lie there sunbathing. Ronald knew that while Don Phillips still retained some traces of New York casting methods, placing more emphasis on the actor's temperament and suitability for the role compared to his Hollywood counterparts, his overall casting approach had moved away from the New York style and was closer to the Hollywood method. First, consider connections, then appearance, finally, the director's preferences, and if there's still room for selection, then consider the actor's inner qualities. I want to see more about how well the actor's temperament matches the core of the character, which is why I asked the original author, Cameron Crowe, to participate in the casting. Are you serious? This is just a teen comedy, not The Godfather. The Godfather was also made as a gangster exploitation film back then, but it was the perfect casting that made it a classic, not the other way around. Ronald laughed. Seeing the somewhat surprised Don Phillips, Ronald knew he was afraid that his extreme pickiness would torment the casting director and everyone involved in the casting process. Of course I won't be unrestrainedly picky, but I need to do my best within my capabilities. I'm not Coppola, and there's an assistant producer here with her own ideas. Don Phillips originally thought he was just there to collect a salary, and when he heard Julia Taylor's request, he assumed the director was someone in the industry or a rich kid dabbling in it. He had originally planned to use his professional skills to help, but after hearing Ronald's explanation, he was still somewhat skeptical. I suggest we hold a first round of casting without assigning roles, so we can see multiple possibilities at once. Don't waste too much energy on the first round. Many producers, company executives, and connections will save those for the second round. I understand, we'll do it your way. Don Phillips breathed a sigh of relief, at least he wasn't a complete novice. On the morning of the first round of casting, Ronald, Hecklin, and casting director Don Phillips appeared together in Universal's casting office. Behind them were movie cameras. All the auditionees had to introduce themselves in front of the camera to see how they would look in the viewfinder. Shall we begin? Hecklin suggested. Wait a minute, we have a companion. Ronald raised his hand to stop his assistant from going out to call someone. Who is it? I don't know him, Hecklin asked. It's Mr. Cameron Crowe, the author of the novel Fast Pace. I asked him to come and provide some input on the character's personality traits. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Ronald saw it was Cameron Crowe and quickly introduced them. Crowe pulled up a chair and sat down in a corner. Hecklin knew that Crowe didn't have the power to vote, so in the crucial second and third rounds of interviews, he would only be someone providing input. Therefore, she didn't object. Ronald knew that power was earned, and if Crowe could provide some meaningful input, he wouldn't be ignored. Let's begin, Ronald gestured to his assistant. Today, the male roles were being auditioned first. The first few auditions weren't very satisfactory. There were already few teenage actors, and this audition was just a trial run. They hoped to find some actors struggling at the bottom of society. Next, a tall male actor walked in. Good morning, my name is Eric Stoltz. Hello, Eric, please introduce yourself to the camera. Hecklin gestured for him to introduce himself to the camera for their records. My name is Eric Stoltz, and I'm from California. How was your high school life? Ronald asked. I was a theater enthusiast in high school, participated in the school's comedy club, and after graduating, I joined a performing arts company and performed in plays in Edinburgh, Scotland for a year. Ronald and Hecklin asked a few more questions, exchanging glances. It seemed they both approved of his looks and experience. Okay, We'll let you know if we have any further news, casting director Don Phillips told him. I think he's suitable for the role of the older brother, Brad. Cameron Crowe admires the actor's charisma. We can take another look. He's the first suitable candidate, Ronald replied. What's his film and television resume like? He appeared in a TV movie. The grass on the septic tank is always greener, the casting director replied. What the heck? Next, please. A dozen or so actors passed by before finally a candidate everyone immediately felt was suitable entered. The actor was slightly mature looking, with a high forehead, exuding the composure of a mature man, yet retaining a hint of teenage mischief. Please introduce yourself to the camera. My name is Tom Hanks. I'm 25 years old. From, what do you think about high school students working part-time at convenience stores turned tuition for college? Ronald asked. I think it's a very responsible act. I also come from an ordinary family, and I understand that people who can work part-time to earn college tuition have patience, determination, and the ability to handle details. Did you have a crush in high school? Hecklin asked. Of course, I had my high school sweetheart, the actor named Hanks replied. Who could ignore such a handsome guy? Have you ever had a crush on anyone? Hecklin continued. Ronald was somewhat satisfied with this actor, handsome yet categorized as an ordinary person. He had a sense of humor and could portray responsibility. He was perfect for the role of the older brother, Brad. At 25, though older than a high school student, his youthful appearance makes him more relatable to audiences, who can accept a slightly mature older brother. I saw your role in the TV series Close Partner, and have you renewed for the next season? Casting director Don Phillips began. Yes, I have. Will you give up filming Close Partner for this project? I think I can manage both. Okay, we'll let you know when we have more information. After Tom Hanks left, Cameron Crowe was the first to speak. This one is even better than the previous one, a perfect fit for the role of Brad. His temperament matches. He seems like the responsible type, but not overtly intelligent, which perfectly captures Brad's tendency to learn everything from books. Yes, Cameron, I think so too, but, Ronald smiled wryly. Cameron Crowe still didn't quite understand film production, so he gestured for casting director Don Phillips to explain. Hanks is currently filming the ABC comedy series Close Partners, which had good ratings last year and was renewed for a new season this October. That means he'll be filming the show while we're filming, which will impact our production schedule, especially since Brad is a lead actor with a significant role. Furthermore, the new policies implemented since the president took office have caused a severe economic downturn, with everything becoming expensive. Our original budget isn't enough, and if we can't get additional funding, we'll have to reduce filming to 7 weeks, Ronald announced. It was unexpected that the actor-president, while a good speaker, had policies that resulted in even worse inflation and unemployment than his predecessor. He called it growing pains and said the economy would improve in the second half of the year. It seems politicians always shirk responsibility. Oh, that's a pity, Cameron Crowe muttered. Let's add him to the list first and see if there are any suitable candidates later, Ronald consulted Hecklin. I think it's a good fit. Okay, let's call the next one. After interviewing several candidates, none of them really stood out. Next one. It was almost the end of the workday in the afternoon. Ronald took a sip of his red tea and called out again. Seeing no one come in, he asked, anyone else? Good afternoon, my name is Forrest Whitaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to audition. A tall black man squeezed in from behind the door. Ronald noticed that one of his eyes was slightly crooked. Ronald took the file and saw that this was a newcomer, not a union member. He was a little taller than Ronald and had a very burly build. He had an intimidating presence, like a bodyguard for a mob boss. Have you ever played football? Ronald asked. High school, I played linebacker. I got into California State Polytechnic on a football scholarship, but I retired due to a back injury during a game. Have you ever acted? Hecklin was also very interested in him. This guy had excellent physical attributes, perfect for playing the role of a football star in a play, and he was also a hard-working person who got a football scholarship. I was in the church choir when I was little, and after my injury I joined the choir and also acted in the drama club, Whitaker answered politely. Very good, Ronald and the other three whispered among themselves. This was a supporting role, not many scenes, and many shots were just him playing football. Moreover, it was hard to find a football player with the right looks. This big guy had the looks, the bully vibe, and some acting experience. They probably couldn't find a better candidate. How about him? I don't think you can find anyone more suitable, Don Phillips suggested. Do you have an agent? Ronald asked. No, you mean? Whitaker couldn't believe it. Yes, you've been chosen. If you have an agent, have him come to the production team to sign a contract. If not, take my business card to the CAA or WMA and find a temporary agent to sign you. Congratulations, Mr. Whitaker. Ronald stood up and shook hands with him. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Whitaker was very happy and shook hands with everyone present. Then he politely said goodbye and left the room. However, through the room's window, they all saw Whitaker skip and hop towards his car as soon as he left the office, a very amusingly large guy. That's about enough, shall we stop here for now? Ronald asked his fellow auditionees. Okay, Hecklin glanced at her watch, we'll continue tomorrow and look at the actresses. Chapter 252 Request. Ronald's phone started ringing off the hook again, from his office, his rented apartment, and calls relayed through his agent. Earlier, the calls were mainly from people who knew his agent, they were the most well-informed. Now, it was agents he didn't know, past collaborators, celebrity parents, and some eager actresses calling directly. Kelly Preston, whom Ronald had auditioned for other projects, had her agent contact Nisida to explore the possibility of a solo audition, hoping to secure a committed role. The photographer who had taken her to auditions had been fired, replaced by a more aggressive agent. Ronald remembered his mistake during the filming of Fame. Angelia Taylor's advice: don't get entangled with actresses vying for the lead role when you don't have complete control of the production. This led Nisida to reject the agent's good intentions and directly send him to the first round of auditions. Elizabeth Shue, who had filmed Ronald's chewing gum commercial, also managed to get his number to inquire about the situation. Sue's birthday is in October, meaning she would be 18 by the time filming begins, which wouldn't be a problem for her. However, her parents, upon learning this, both called Ronald, demanding he not let her audition. This was because Elizabeth Shue had been accepted to Wellesley College, and filming would take place in the second month of the semester. Taking a break from school to act during her freshman year was indeed inappropriate unless she intended to be a full-time actress. It would have been better if she took time off during the summer break, or during her junior or senior year. PBS Vice President Gerald Slater directly called Nisida at CAA. After a brief inquiry, he decided to let his daughter Helen give up the opportunity. Helen's birthday is in December, which would have created many work schedule restrictions for her in a small-budget production. However, Ronald privately believed that the real reason Gerald refused might be that both actresses had scenes featuring full frontal nudity. That evening, Ronald typed on his Cornell computer at home, using a nuclear explosion as a time machine to travel back in time is a grand concept, but very difficult to realize on screen. I suggest using a more readily available machine powered by electricity, which would significantly reduce the filming budget. Ronald auditioned during the day and reviewed the script with Spielberg at night. The Cornell computer was quite good. Many kids bought these machines under the guise of computers to use as game consoles. There was a slot on the right side of the keyboard for various game cartridges and gamepads. This way, he wouldn't be disapproved of by his parents like he would with an Atari game console, and he could even learn to use a computer, using basic programming as an excuse. However, Ronald's computer didn't have any games installed. Instead, it had a CP/M operating system card and WordStar software installed on a floppy drive for writing. WordStar was more convenient than the Wang Laboratories word processing computer in the Universal office. It had two advantages. First, it was WYSIWYG, meaning what you saw on the screen was exactly what the printer would print out. Secondly, he had various keyboard shortcuts. He could define a block of text, select it, copy it, or move it elsewhere, which was very convenient. Just Ctrl+C. Wait, that shortcut doesn't work. Copy a Ctrl+K+C, Ctrl+K+V. Ronald took out a manual and checked it again. Wait, what's the shortcut for moving? Ronald simply took out a categorized card and copied down all the commonly used shortcuts. Saving as Ctrl+K+S. Ronald finished copying the card and taped it next to the monitor with transparent tape. Ring 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 ring. Hello, this is Ronald. Ronnie, this is Demi. I heard you're now the director of a new Universal film, huh? Demi, I'm casting right now. Does your husband approve of you acting in the movie? Ronald heard what sounded like another man talking on the other end of the line. Demi, who are you talking to? Freddie's voice came from the other end of the line. It's Ronald. The one who took my audition photos, now he's a film director. Ronald, this is Freddie. Demi wants to act in a movie, right? Are there any nude scenes? What are you doing, Freddie? Give me the receiver, you guys discuss it first. There is frontal nudity in this scene. Click, the phone was hung up. Ronald was startled by the sound, his hand accidentally pressing the delete key, deleting a large block of text he had just selected. Ctrl+Z, Ctrl+Z, why isn't it working? Ah. Ronald is going crazy. He opens the manual. Why isn't there a shortcut for canceling an operation? Using a nuclear explosion as a time machine to travel back in time, Ronald, on the verge of tears, has no choice but to retype. Ctrl+K+S to save the file. The next day, Ronald came to the audition again. Heckling must have received a lot of calls asking for favors too, but she's a woman. The real connections are probably still to come. Today's actresses were unremarkable, many were pretty and photogenic, but lacked basic acting skills and expressive abilities. The acting industry is inherently unfair to women. Cary Grant and Roger Moore, even in their 60s, can still portray romantic relationships with younger women on screen. But it's rare for actresses over 30 to act in love scenes with younger men. Jane Fonda, too, is often relegated to playing romantic leads between middle-aged men. The large number of young, beautiful women competing for the limited number of roles results in a high number of low-caliber actresses auditioning. Fortunately, fast-paced has a high demand for female extras. Many scenes require girls to act as background figures. Ronald sent out notices to many actresses who appeared on screen, inviting them to participate as extras if they wished. Several days passed, and finally, more talented actors participated in the second round of auditions. Sean Penn, a relative of Ronald's, also auditioned. This round involved more than just self-introductions. Actors had to read excerpts from the script to help the director and producers make a better selection. Just 6 more months of installments, and this beautiful blue 4-door limousine will be mine. Sean Penn held a page and read Brad Hamilton's lines. Ronald frowned slightly. Sean Penn's reading of the lines sounded a bit stiff. Brad was a hard-working, disciplined 12th grader whose eyes only lit up when talking about his car. Sean Penn's reading emphasized its smugness, but it was a bit arrogant. It made him seem like someone who was flamboyant in general, which didn't quite fit Brad's character. Could you tone down that smugness a little and do it again, Sean? Ronald asked. Sure. Sean Penn adjusted his posture and did it again. Ronald frowned again, then quickly relaxed. As a director, it was best not to show his emotions. He looked at Heckling, wanting to hear her opinion. Heckling placed her hand flat under the table and shook it twice, indicating that it wasn't quite right. Ronald was at a loss. These audition videos had to be reviewed by 2 producers at Universal, and his performance was unlikely to convince them. However, Sean Penn's performance did resemble another character, the somewhat clueless Italian-American student Spicoli. Ronald, Cameron Crowe, who had been relatively quiet due to his lack of experience, spoke up. I think he's more like Spicoli. I think so too, Heckling added. If he wore a wig, he'd look even more like a skateboarder. Could he read Spicoli's lines? Ronald relayed the 3 men's thoughts to Sean Penn, hoping he would try a different role. Sean Penn took Spicoli's lines, pondered for a moment, and then began to read. Sorry I'm late, I've got this new timetable all mixed up. So, Mr. Spicoli, casting director Don acted as his counterpart. Hey, buddy. What's wrong with you? Why did you tear up my student's ID card? You're late, you dick, Sean Penn yelled in a very aggressive tone. Okay, that's enough for now. Ronald stopped the audition. We'll contact your agent if there's any further news. Sean Penn walked out of the room. Heckling said, this guy is perfect for Spicoli. If Brad played B, he'd get an A+ for Spicoli. Ronald looked at Cameron Crowe. This guy really resembles the real Spicoli from my book. I can't see any acting. If he hadn't just read Brad's lines, I would have thought he was like that in real life. We'll keep both of his auditions and decide in a meeting with the producers later. Ronald set the tone. Next, Cameron Crowe didn't understand what he meant, or rather, he understood, but he was reluctant to give up on Sean Penn for Spicoli. Such a realistic role would add a lot to the film. But that would mean Ronald would have one less card to play, and one less Ronald's man among those vying for the role of Brad. They met with several more male actors, the next contender being Judge Reinhold. Hello, Judge, Heckling said. Good morning, was this Judge one of Heckling's men? Please read this line to the camera, Ronald said. 6 more months of installments, and this beautiful blue 4-door limousine will be mine. Whether it was because Judge Reinhold himself possessed a similar air to Brad, or because of his excellent acting, he read it superbly, perfectly capturing the smugness of someone who had worked hard to buy a luxury car. The best Brad so far, Hecklin said after the actor left, then looked at Ronald. He really acted very well, just a bit too old. He's 24 this year, doesn't look like a high school student anymore, Cameron Crowe chimed in, offering timely assistance. Let's see if there are any more suitable candidates later, Ronald said. If Judge Reinhold weren't Hecklin's man, he'd actually be more suitable for the role of Brad. But Crowe was right, age was indeed a problem. While teen films often feature older actors playing younger ones, it would be inappropriate if the actor playing Stacy looked too much older than him. Next, another of Ronald's connections arrived in the afternoon. My name is Nicholas Capella, is that the Capella we know? Hecklin asked in surprise. If you're directing Francis Capella, he's my uncle, Nicholas said impatiently, but my acting has nothing to do with him, of course. Read us Brad's lines, Ronald handed him the script. Nicholas Capella carefully read the lines, then closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened them and, without a script, acted out Brad bragging to his classmates. 6 more months of installments, and this beautiful blue 4-door limousine will be mine. What do you think? Ronald asked the three after he left. His acting is quite good. To be honest, when I was undercover in the high school, the real Brad spoke exactly like that, smug, yet afraid others would know he was smug, Crowe replied. He's exactly 18 this year, close to the character's age, casting director Tang added, providing background information on the actor. Coppola's nephew, his acting is good. But he's a bit too dark, Hecklin pointed out a minor flaw. Let's put him on the short list too. Ronald was certain that the role was still in his hands. He pulled out the audition videos of several candidates, transcribed them onto videotapes, and submitted them to the producer, awaiting a decision at a later meeting. Nicholas mentioned his last name in his audition video, which would usually give the producer some face. Next, they auditioned several actors for the role of Mark, the nerdy student nicknamed Brad, and his friend, the ticket scalper Mike, and selected several candidates as well. Next up are the female roles, Hecklin said, looking at the audition list in her hand. There are quite a few established actors here today, yes, quite a few familiar faces. Ronald was also looking at the list. Besides Kelly Preston, who had passed the first round of auditions, there was Melanie Griffith, who had previously auditioned for Endless Love. Ronald remembered she was the daughter of Hitchcock's leading lady, Tippi Hedlund. Also on the list was Tatum O'Neal, an Oscar winner for Best Supporting Actress. Her career had recently stalled because she couldn't play child roles anymore and hoped to transition to teen films, so she had auditioned for many. Finally, there was Carrie Fisher, Princess Leia from Star Wars. Aside from being a bit older, her acting was quite good. Let's begin, Ronald instructed his assistant. The assistant opened the door, about to call them in. Inside, Ronald, Crowe, and Hecklin, among others, heard a sudden commotion erupt outside. You bitch, FXCKU. What do you think you are, some saint? Bitch, Ronald and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 253, 204 chapters, tearing. You bitch. Ronald and the three of them heard the noise outside getting louder and louder, so they quickly got up and went out of the room to see what was going on. In the lounge area, they saw two women hurling insults at each other. One of them was Melanie Griffiths, whom Ronald recognized from the audition for Endless Love. A year had passed, and she was no longer as chubby as before. She had lost some weight, and her fair skin was very noticeable. You little bitch who seduced my dad, you came to my house with your bitch mom when you were only 20 and wouldn't leave. The other girl pointed at Melanie's nose and started cursing. You rotten bitch who dated nigger. Melanie wasn't going to back down either, mimicking the other's tone like a child. MJ, when are you coming to my house? I have something good to show you. How old were you then? Huh? 16, you bitch. You were eavesdropping on me and MJ talking in my house. I'm going to kill you. The other girl rushed over, grabbed Melanie's hair, and pulled it down hard. Melanie was in pain from being pulled, and her head drooped. The girl seized the opportunity to scratch her face. Melanie cried out, the worst kind of hurt for an actress. Taking advantage of her height, She grabbed the other girl's hair with one hand and slapped her across the face with the other. Slap, a crisp slap. Ah, the other girl yelled, then pulled down a lot of Melanie's hair. Ah, Melanie Griffith screamed shrilly, rushed forward, pushed the other girl down, straddled her, and slapped her twice across the face. Ooh, oh, Ronald quickly stepped forward, and he and casting director Don Phillips each grabbed one of them and tried to separate them. The two girls, held back, tried to kick each other. Ronald had to separate them and then find someone who had accompanied them to the audition to calm them down. Ronald was holding the girl who had argued with Melanie. He recognized her as Cher, the famous singer who often appeared on television with her ex-husband, Sonny Bono, performing their duet I Got You Babe back in Staten Island. "Is this your daughter, Ms. Cher?" Ronald asked. "Oh, no, this is Ryan O'Neal's daughter, Tatum. She lives with me," Cher replied. "Thank you for earlier. And you are?" "I'm director Ronald Lee." Ronald thought to himself, so this girl is the little girl from Bogdanovich's film Paper Moon, who won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress, beating her father Ryan, who played the lead but wasn't nominated. Why is someone's daughter living in your house? This relationship seems quite complicated. Ronald looked at Tatum O'Neal and saw that apart from some redness and swelling on her face from the slap, she seemed fine. He asked them to sit down and rest, and inquired if she needed an ice pack or if she wanted to go to the hospital for a checkup. Upon hearing that Ronald was the director, Tatum immediately straightened his hair and tried to smile, but unfortunately, he aggravated his injured cheek, causing a sharp pain that made him wince. "None of you are suitable for auditions today. I'll have the casting director reschedule so you can audition at different times," Ronald promised, reassuring the young woman. Cherry comforted Tatum, took an ice pack from her assistant, and had her apply it. Taking the opportunity, Cherry quickly explained the situation to Ronald. It turned out that Tatum O'Neal and Melanie Griffiths had a personal grudge. Melanie had lived in O'Neal's house for a period in the 1970s and had an affair with his father. Today, at the audition, they witnessed this, and it's unclear who provoked the other first, but it escalated into them revealing each other's secrets and insulting each other's privacy, ultimately resulting in a physical fight. "Then why were you the one who brought her here today?" Ronald asked. "Her father moved in with Fairfawcett 2 years ago. She was left alone at home, taking care of her younger brother. We've been on TV together before, and she comes to me when she needs something." Ronald was speechless. He could only let them leave and reschedule the audition. "Won't anyone be here?" Cherry asked, hugging Tatum O'Neal. "They're all Universal staff, they know the place." Ronald knew she was asking if anyone would tell. The news media wouldn't. Everyone here knew their place, but gossip was inevitable. He looked back at Melanie Griffith. Her injuries were more serious. She had lost a few strands of hair and several scratches on her face, but thankfully, she wasn't disfigured. After persuading Melanie and her boyfriend to leave, Ronald went back to continue the audition. Actresses can fight like any girl. He'd heard Melanie Griffith lived with lions as a child. Her wild strength was even more formidable. Next up was Kelly Preston, and the same old problem arose. Her looks were stunning, but her acting wasn't up to par. She couldn't portray the innocent longing and fear of love that a young girl experiences. Ronald had no choice but to tell her to go home and wait for news. As Preston left, she made a phone call gesture, attracting the attention of Hecklin. What was this? She didn't even get the role, and now she'd stirred up gossip? Ronald mentally sentenced this beautiful but dim-witted actress to a death sentence for the audition. Princess Leia, Carrie Fisher, was as beautiful as ever. Her delivery and acting were adequate. However, Ronald was a little unsure. On one hand, her age was undeniably increasing. Born in 1956, she was already 25, a far cry from a high school student. On the other hand, she would be involved in future Star Wars films, and might not be able to accept nude scenes. George Lucas might have to decide. While there were some marketing advantages, allowing her to promote her brand, such restrictions on the level of nudity might actually force the production team to rewrite the script. "What do you think?" Ronald asked the three for their opinions. "Have you considered that the audience's memory of her as Princess Leia is too strong?" Don Phillips whispered. "You're right, Don." Ronald realized that an image that is too strong for the audience often limits an actor's performance. If the audience shouts Princess Leia as soon as they see Stacy on screen, then the movie can't go on. Ronald had to cross Fisher out of his mind as well. With two actresses feuding, there were no suitable candidates for the roles of Stacy and Linda. Are there any other actresses we can audition for? Ronald asked. Paramount's big production officer and gentleman is also holding auditions. Many actresses are trying their luck there first. Besides, that's a women's movie, and ours is a girls' movie. Actresses aged 18 to 22 are actually more suited to officer and gentleman. After all, if they become famous, they can continue acting until they're 35 without changing their roles. Who are the candidates? Ronald asked. Deborah Winger, Jennifer Jason Leigh, Rebecca De Mornay, Dawn Phillips rattled off a list of actresses. Okay, send them audition invitations. The news of the actresses fighting at auditions reached Universal executives. The next day, President Tom Mount, along with 2 producers, called Ronald and Hecklin into a meeting. Your schedule is behind time. You need to expedite the auditions for the lead actress. Those 2 actresses who fought at auditions are no longer acceptable. What if they get into fights with others on set? Tom Mount immediately pressured Ronald. Mr. Mount, we have some scheduled auditions in the next few days. I'm confident we can find suitable candidates, Ronald said, handing over his prepared list of key candidates. Your information isn't up to par, Ronald. Tom Mount flipped through the pages. Jennifer Jason Leigh has a very good chance of getting the lead role in Officer and Gentleman. You'll have to find someone else. Okay, we'll speed things up. Ronald didn't know what Mount was up to. He felt there was another reason he'd been called in. The actresses' feud outside the audition office wasn't his fault, and it was normal for them to have other options. How about we think outside the box and come up with a different solution? Here it comes, Ronald thought, then answered Mount. What kind of solution? How about we try an actress the same age as a 12th grader? Like Brooke Shields. We can't afford her salary, and her mother, Terry, wouldn't approve of any nude scenes, Ronald replied. Then he thought, Brooke's acting skills definitely wouldn't be good enough for the 2 leads. And if she were in it, she'd have to stick to a 6-hour workday, which would further slow down the filming schedule. I think it's worth considering. After all, she's a top star. We could revise the script for her. Hecklin was excited. With a top star involved, the film scale and budget would expand accordingly. Ronald looked at Hecklin, thinking, then the script will have to be revised, the schedule will have to be postponed, and I might not be able to direct this big production anymore, and you might not get the chance either. He knew what she was up to. He didn't want to go through that production hell again. I can consider adding another $1 million, as long as we can get Brooke Shields. The script can be revised too. Did she also star in The Blue Lagoon and Endless Love? We can handle it with a body double. I'll contact Brooke's mother, Terry. Ronald agreed. He knew Terry was extremely greedy, and the price offered here wouldn't satisfy her. But Brooke might just be a side project. What was Tom Mount's real intention? Now let's discuss the male lead. So the real goal is still the male lead, Ronald thought to himself. Audition clips of several candidates were shown on television. I think Judge Reinhold is quite good, Hecklin commented. Judge Reinhold is her best friend's boyfriend, a secret unknown to anyone on set. She had originally intended to recommend her friend, who worked at the American Academy of Film and Television Arts, AFI, for the casting director position. Although the position had been taken by producer Lindsen's friend, she still wanted to recommend someone of her own caliber for the male lead, so that once filming began, she could use her own abilities to squeeze out Ronald, the nepotism hire. A screenwriter barely over 20 years old, who had only managed to sell a script to Jane Fonda by luck. How could his directing expertise compare to hers, a graduate of NYU with a bachelor's degree and an AFI master's? She had even directed a documentary and an excellent graduation short film, which was why she had earned Mount's appreciation. He's a good actor, but a bit too old. Why don't we try Nicholas Coppola? Ronald mentioned Nicholas's last name, implying that he could give director Francis Coppola a chance. Tom Mount smiled. The guy's idea was actually quite good. If it weren't for Paramount executives canceling the October internal screenings of Coppola's new film, Old Time Buddies, after seeing the daily footage, they would have given him that favor too. Paramount was dissatisfied with the daily footage Coppola shot and was preparing to abandon the distribution of his new film. Coppola was burdened with tens of millions of dollars in debt to Chase Bank. If the new film didn't do well, he could very well go bankrupt. Now, industry executives were speculating whether Coppola had lost his touch. Producers who still had faith in him didn't want to bail him out. They preferred to wait until he went bankrupt and then sign multiple contracts with him at low prices, getting a bargain. No, we can't use him. Why? because his performance is too dark. Ronald was startled. This was Mount directly rejecting his choice. With Brad as the male lead, both of his choices had fallen through. Because he's underage, but his audition file says he's 18, Ronald remembered Nicholas Coppola's file. He was clearly an adult. He falsified it. We've already confirmed it with Francis. He admitted that Nicholas is only 17 and can only film for 6 hours a day, but Brooke, Ronald knew he'd made a mistake as soon as the words left his mouth. He shouldn't have agreed to cast Brooke. Yes, Brooke is a star. If she's willing to come, we can revise the script for her and then see if we can find a male actor of similar status to complement her. If Brooke is willing to come, we'll increase the budget, and we'll get a big-name actor for the male lead. If Brooke doesn't come, and most likely won't, then Nicholas is unsuitable for this low-budget film because he's too young. Ronald sulked, looking at Heckling and Mount, wondering how he should deal with this casting issue. Chapter 254, Chapter 205, Never Forget the Original Intention. Back home, Ronald's first instinct was to call Ed L'Amato, that Italian bastard. Ed, you bastard, you've ruined me. Nicholas is only 17, and now my lead role is going to be taken by Heckling's people. You're a vermin, hiding in the shadows, trying to suck the blood of artists, and you reek of stench. Your clients are your family? I think you're even worse than Michael Corleone from The Godfather, sabotaging your own family. He unleashed a torrent of abuse on L'Amato, finally calming down a bit. L'Amato on the other end of the line could only offer perfunctory ahas and an apology. Nicholas forged a birth certificate to get the lead role, and someone deliberately went to his uncle Francis to verify it. I think someone in the crew is targeting you, Ronald. You need to be careful, L'Amato stated his findings. Ronald hung up, feeling inexplicably agitated. The lead role of Brad would most likely go to Judge Reinhold, and he had lost his advantage. The lead actress was asked to find Brooke, which now seemed precarious. If Heckling secured most of the roles, she could question his direction on set. If he faced further criticism during the daily preview screenings attended by the producers, he'd be caught in a pincer movement, jeopardizing his position. If this criticism reached the rest of the crew, the actors would distrust him even more, leading to a decline in daily shooting quality, a vicious cycle. If this continued for a week, he could very well be dismissed from his position as director due to the film's failure to meet the producer's standards, according to his contract. Hollywood operates on rules. Whoever hires you can fire you. It's all in black and white in the contract. There's no room for sentimentality. Looking at the computer on his desk, Ronald felt increasingly uneasy. Suppressing his anxiety, he continued writing the script evaluation for Back to the Future. He still had a trump card, Spielberg's surprise appearance on the first day of filming. He needed to make time for that too and write his evaluation. After the protagonist travels back to the 1950s and helps his parents change history, he shouldn't make too many changes to the history of the 1980s, otherwise the audience won't be able to empathize with him. Instead, he should significantly improve his parents' original house on its original site. After saving the file, Ronald pressed the print button, and the dot matrix printer began to print out his writing. He tore off the printed page, read it through, and found no problems. Then he pressed the floppy drive button, and with a snap, the thin 5-inch floppy disk sprang out forcefully. Ronald wasn't used to the floppy drive's springiness, and accidentally cut his finger on the floppy disk. He put his injured finger in his mouth and went to the first aid kit in the bathroom to find a band-aid. Finally finding the first aid kit above the mirror, Ronald applied the bandage to his finger and glanced at himself in the mirror. A face full of anxiety appeared in the mirror, with a messy beard and bloodshot eyes. What happened to me? Ronald wondered as he walked back to his bedroom, which served as a study and housed his computer. Directing a film was my dream, but now that it's come true, I'm not as happy as I imagined. Since becoming a director, I haven't done much of what I wanted to do. Location scouting, storyboarding, imagining how to transform the script into visual art, these are things I've done countless times in my dream. But now, my energy seems to be mainly focused on power struggles. Fast-paced Richmond High School is a masterpiece that still has a commemorative videotape release 15 years later. The scenes in my dream undoubtedly tell me that if I can recreate the quality of that film, I've already achieved my dream of making a movie that people will remember years later. Why bother with these power struggles? Just to ensure my name is in the director's credits? If I don't follow artistic principles and compromise on casting for power, I'm afraid I'll be caught. As long as I respect the principles of artistic creation and find actors with similar temperaments for the roles, who can take my position? Amy Hecklin, like me, is also a novice director who has never directed a feature film before. Although she had spent several more years studying at school than he had, filmmaking is a craft, and she might not have as much experience as he had gained through practical work. He shouldn't be afraid of her. The so-called director's power ultimately comes down to the quality of the slate. Actors are professionals, they can tell the difference in performance when they see the daily slates. As long as he gives them opportunities to act and shows them their improved career prospects after the film's release, what does it matter who recruits him? Ronald realized he had fallen into a trap, mistaking the means of power struggles for the end in themselves. Seeing the Back to the Future script on the table, he stuck a sticky note with Spielberg's name on it. Don't forget your initial dream. When you stray from it, remember your original intention. Spielberg's words of advice flashed through his mind. SHHH. We can't get caught up in the power struggles on set. As long as I respect the rules, and with a nuclear-powered director agreeing to back me up, I refuse to believe I can't establish my authority as a director and create a blockbuster classic. Ronald took off his t-shirt and took a hot shower. The warm water helped him think things through. By the time he finished showering, he had a complete idea of what to do next. The actors in his dream, even if not the best, had been proven successful by history. He didn't need to deliberately divide them according to personnel factions. Sean Penn should stick to the dream's arrangement and play the fool spickily, not Brad. The vibe wouldn't match and it wouldn't be effective. Judge Reinhold should play the role of the older brother, Brad, just like in his dream. Tom Hanks, who has auditioned, was more suitable than the others, so he should also explore the possibility of working on both TV series and movies. As for Nicholas Coppola and Eric Stoltz, they could be given small roles if they wanted. In the dream, the lead role of Stacy was played by Jennifer Jason Leigh, the daughter of a star. Her limited swimming pool scene was adequate, and she still received an audition invitation. Her best friend Linda, the prettier girl, as well as Mike the Bull and Mark the Rat Nerd, were not seen in the auditions. Terry took the initiative, going to the casting director to look at the audition materials. He also contacted Brooke Shields, if she was willing to come, given their commercial shoots and the connection to Endless Love. He believed he knew better than anyone how to direct this beautiful but not particularly talented actress. Based on the casting in the dream, coupled with his accumulated connections in CAA's agent network, the advantage was still on his side. He immediately took action. A few days later, Brooke Shields' mother received the script from Ronald. After reading the story, Terry was not satisfied because Stacy wasn't the absolute lead, and she didn't want her daughter competing for screen time with other actresses. But I want to do this kind of movie. It's really interesting, like the story from my high school days. Brooke was somewhat interested in giving it a try. Darling, honey, this isn't suitable for your status or position, Terry comforted his daughter. Besides, the production team doesn't have a big budget, they can't afford to pay you. Anyway, I think Ronald is a great director. The scenes he directed, my classmates all said I acted well, Brooke muttered softly. Terry paused. Brooke's rebellious streak was kicking in. She used to never object to his decisions, but now she was insisting on her opinion for a small-time director like Ronald. It seemed he had to take action. Honey, I'll talk to the producers about the price. If they can pay $1.5 million, nothing will be an obstacle. Ronald left the negotiations with Brooke to producers Linson and Hecklin, and went to ABC's television production studio to explore the possibility of Hanks working part-time. We usually start filming at 9 in the morning and finish at 6 in the evening, with the vast majority of the filming taking place in the studio. This is the home of the two main characters. Ronald followed the production manager on a tour. This is the bedroom, this is the living room. It turned out that the two characters' homes in the TV series were actually next door in the studio. If they're filming part-time at the same time, then you can only have them film at night, the production manager concluded. That wouldn't work. Most of the fast-paced scenes were filmed during the day, and if they used technology to film daytime scenes at night, the cost would be unacceptable. Apart from the difficulties encountered with Hanks and Brooke Shields, the other roles were easily found. The original actor for the nerdy rat Mark was Brian Becker, who looked like the type who wouldn't dare ask a girl out in high school. The poor kid Mike was hidden in the casting director's files. Robert Romanus himself came from the slums of the Bronx, New York. He scraped together money to buy a plane ticket to Los Angeles and had the air of a child from a poor family. Ronald arranged for him to work odd jobs in the Universal Studios Extras dormitory to earn money. The young man was willing to do any kind of work. Neither of the two actors, Hecklin, expressed any objections. Their roles were relatively small, and she was quite satisfied with their temperament and suitability for the characters. Of the 6 lead actors, 5 were confirmed or had candidates. Only the dark-haired girl with big glasses who would play Linda was nowhere to be found. Ronald went through all the audition photos and tried to describe the actors' appearances, hoping to find more candidates, but in the vast sea of people, he still couldn't find them. Ronald only knew simple sketching and couldn't print out the actors' images in his mind, making the search too slow. That day, Ronald had just come out of the CAA office after reviewing a box of actor files when he was suddenly stopped by an enthusiastic voice. Ronald turned around and saw the Israeli brothers Minahan and Yoram. "I knew it was you. Want to come sit in our office, maybe next time? I'm busy right now." I know. We saw the news about your project in the Hollywood Reporter. Universal Pictures released a press release. Just come sit for a bit, our office is nearby. It'll be quick, won't interfere with your work." Yoram was also very enthusiastic. Okay, Ronald thought that chatting with his Israeli brother for a while would be a good way to clear his head, especially since Minahan's imagination was so vivid. "I heard you're making a teen movie? What's the story?" "It's one of those in the Hollywood Reporter." Ronald gave a brief summary of the story published in the newspaper. "So there's car chases, romance, heterosexual love, abortion." Minahan counted on his short, thick fingers. "Yes, those are the elements. Ha, you'll definitely succeed." Minahan and Yoram exchanged a wink. "I'll show you around the office. After you came last time, we hired a lot of people, and we even have a small screening room." After the two left, Yoram scribbled down all the elements Ronald had mentioned. Their teen film, The Last Virgin in America, was also in pre-production. They could plagiarize, borrow, the production ideas from Universal, see which plots they chose from the novels, copy them, and they'd have no trouble selling it. "This is the accountant, this is the script reader, this is our sales." Minahan introduced the employees. They were all sitting in the cramped office, the accountants even working in the hallway. Ronald was utterly speechless. This was incredibly stingy. "This is our little screening room. I'm not like those Hollywood moguls who kill time playing golf. Yoram and I watch movies here when we have free time, new, old, silent, black and white. Sometimes we even cry." Ronald wasn't listening to what Minahan was saying. His attention was completely drawn to the female lead on the screen, the actress he'd been searching for, the one playing Linda, the dark-haired, bespectacled actress. "What movie is this?" "Paradise," Minahan said. "Filmed in Israel. They want us to find them a distribution channel in America." Chapter 255, Chapter 206, The verdict is settled. With CAA's help, Ronald found information about the movie Paradise. It was a romance film with an Arabic story, produced in Israel with Canadian capital. The actress playing the female lead was Phoebe Katz. She was the beautiful girl with big glasses and dark hair that Ronald had dreamed about. The reason Ronald hadn't seen her name on audition directors or talent agencies like CAA was because the film's distribution had problems. It hadn't been released in America. Phoebe hadn't yet entered the industry's radar. The reason was quite funny. Columbia Pictures had sued the producers of Paradise for plagiarizing Brooke Shields' The Blue Lagoon because of the similarity in the lovemaking positions of the male and female leads on the desert island. They obtained an injunction, prohibiting the film's release. Can they really win a lawsuit on this ground? Ronald hadn't seen Paradise, but he still found it amusing. He sat in the audition office with Hecklin and the casting director, asking them. "I don't know. There are all sorts of strange lawsuits in the film industry. You'll understand once you've been in this business for a while," Hecklin replied. Ronald smiled and picked up Phoebe Katz's audition materials. Her background was interesting. Her father was a television executive who had developed America's most famous quiz show, $640,000. Whoever could answer 11 questions correctly in a row would win a total prize of $640,000. Phoebe had trained in ballet as a child and attended the American Ballet Academy, but had to quit due to leg injury. Afterward, she worked as a print model for a while, and then participated in the filming of Paradise, a parody of The Blue Lagoon, playing a beautiful young slave girl pursued by a lecherous Arab sheik. Due to legal troubles, Phoebe had recently been unemployed at home in New York. Only after receiving Ronald's audition notice did she hurriedly buy a ticket and fly to Los Angeles for the audition. Ronald looked at Phoebe's resume, and every paragraph seemed somewhat familiar. On the back of the resume, the first few lines read, "Black hair, born in July 1963, just turned 18. After asking his assistant to let Phoebe Katz in, Ronald turned to heckling and started chatting about other things on set. "I listened to the soundtrack tape, it's really good. Cameron Crowe liked it too." Ronald mentioned the selection of the soundtrack, especially the last one, "Goodbye Goodbye, Where's Cameron?" "It's Oingo Boingo by the New Wave Band." "You like it too?" Crown went to pick up his girlfriend Nancy. "I really like this song, it's a double entendre. It represents both the students leaving school and entering society, and the audience leaving the cinema, like in that Ingrid Bergman movie, like in Ingrid Bergman's Anastasia." At the end, the actress playing the Empress Dowager said, "The show's over, go home." It represents both the princess and the general eloping, the show ending her as the eldest princess being reinstated being cancelled, and also the audience being able to go home. This was the first time heckling had caught Ronald's comment, and the two laughed. Competition doesn't have to be all about fighting. Reaching a consensus on things that benefit the final film is a good thing, Ronald thought. "Good morning, I'm Phoebe Katz," a girl interrupted their conversation, walking in. "Hello, Phoebe. Please introduce yourself to the camera." Ronald smiled at Phoebe and asked her to begin her audition. "Have you ever dated someone older than you?" heckling asked after Phoebe introduced herself. "Yes, my boyfriend is 5 years older than me." Ronald suddenly pursed his lips. Heckling wasn't a screenwriter and didn't fully understand some of the subtle details in the novel and script. Did Linda's character really have a boyfriend much older than her in the script? But he had no obligation to remind her. "What are your views on marriage and love?" Ronald asked. "I think marriage is an affirmation of love, a key point. Not every relationship leads to marriage. But if you find a compatible partner, marriage is inevitably the final path. Just like last month, the British prince married Princess Diana, and her floor-length wedding dress was so beautiful." Ronald was very satisfied with Phoebe's appearance. As for her acting skills, she and Linda in the script had many similarities, and she had already played the lead role in a film, so her feel for the camera should be good. "I see on your resume that you've worked as a model. Do you think there's a difference between being a model and being a film actor in front of the camera?" Ronald wanted to test her further. Phoebe fell into thought, and after a long while, she replied, "It's exactly the opposite. Models have to be aware of where the camera is at all times, while acting in a film requires forgetting the camera's existence and focusing on the actor you're acting opposite." Bingo! This is an actor with their own understanding, clearly explaining the difference between a model and an actor in one sentence. A model faces the camera from a first-person perspective. The camera is the viewer's direct eye on your appearance. Film, on the other hand, is a voyeuristic perspective. The viewer is from a third-person point of view, watching two or more protagonists acting together. Much more spirited than Brooke Shields, Ronald thought. "One last question, can you accept nudity?" Phoebe Katz didn't hesitate and immediately answered, "I think it depends on what kind of nudity it is." In Paradise, the director secretly filmed a lot of close-up and even extreme close-up nude scenes with body doubles, and then edited my long shots together with hers. "I found it disgusting, so I don't want to film that kind of nudity anymore. If you can guarantee that the nudity is high-class and artistic, I have no problem. The film needs this shot, but it's not vulgar. Linda's nude scene is very short, less than 2 seconds. I will film her beautifully, like a beautiful dream a young boy has, then I have no problem. I trust Universal's production ethics." Phoebe Katz smiled sweetly. "We'll let you know when we have the results." Ronald smiled, still a little girl. "The studio's ethics are good, probably because your father is a famous television producer." Then he looked at Heckling for her opinion. Heckling nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with Phoebe's assessment. "If you have time, you could buy a copy of Cameron Crowe's original novel unread it," Ronald hinted. "Thank you. I will," Phoebe said, rising to leave. "If there aren't better options, I'd lean towards her," Ronald told Heckling after Phoebe Katz left. "Very good, I think she's great too. What about the Stacy role?" The producer has contacted Jennifer Jason Leigh through her agent to see if she'd be willing to come. Jennifer Jason Leigh was willing. This went somewhat smoothly, exceeding Ronald's expectations. As the daughter of renowned actor Vic Morrow, She had previously turned down The Blue Lagoon because her father didn't want her to do revealing scenes. It was unclear why she was willing to audition for Fast and Furious now, with a strong chance of landing the lead role in The Officer and the Gentleman. "Hello Jennifer, please introduce yourself to the camera," Hecklin said, seemingly recognizing Jennifer Jason Leigh. Unwilling to be controlled by her famous actor father, Vic Morrow, Jennifer Jason Leigh still auditioned for fast-paced Richmond High School. Because her father opposed her playing controversial roles, she missed out on 2 blockbuster films, Pretty Girl and The Blue Lagoon, which catapulted Brooke Shields to fame. This time, she really didn't want to listen to her father again and act opposite that boring actor Richard Gere, so after discussing it with her mother, she still came to audition for Fast-Paced. "What do you think about the discrimination against girls without boyfriends in high school?" Ronald asked, carefully observing Jennifer Jason Leigh's appearance. At 19, she was still very pretty. In suitable clothes, she could easily pass for a 10th grader. "It's a reality, and my opinion isn't enough to change it," Jennifer Jason Leigh replied. A very opinionated actress, Ronald thought to himself. "What do you think was the reason Christine ultimately chose the nerdy rat mark in the novel?" Hecklin asked. "I think Stacy wants a relationship, not just something romantic. She's the most assertive girl out there." That was a good answer, Ronald nodded. He didn't know if he'd come up with it himself or if her screenwriter mother, Barbara, had told her, but either way, it was beneficial for her in the role. Jennifer's personality shared similarities with the character, which was advantageous for her performance. "One last question, are you comfortable with nudity?" "Of course, I don't want to miss out on a good script because of that." "Great, you and your mother, Barbara, can start reading the script now." After finishing the interview with Jennifer Jason Leigh, Ronald and Hecklin personally escorted her to the door. "Hello, Barbara," Ronald greeted Jennifer's mother. They had met during the casting for Endless Love. "Hello, Ronald." Barbara's gaze swept back and forth between Ronald and Hecklin before finally asking Ronald, "Jennifer really likes this novel. If you choose her, how much rehearsal time can you give her? Especially the actress who plays Mike, the one who gets Stacy pregnant." "I hope they can have enough time to get to know each other before filming starts." Ronald knew what Barbara meant. Mike and Stacy had a nude scene in the script where the 2 young people, afraid yet wanting to try things out, end up having sex at Stacy's house, resulting in her pregnancy. This was the central scene of the entire film. If Jennifer could get to know the male actor, it would be very beneficial for her performance in that scene, especially with 2 novice film actors. Robert Romanus, who plays Mike, lives in Universal's dorms. If you want Jennifer to get to know him, Ronald felt that since Jennifer had Hecklin's approval, the role of Stacy could be given to her. "I can let him stay at my house, for free," Barbara said decisively, understanding Ronald's meaning. "What about rehearsal time?" Barbara continued. "We're a small production, we don't have much time for rehearsals. We'll allocate about 5 days before filming starts for everyone to get familiar with the work. That's not enough. I'll arrange for Jennifer to work at Perry's Pizza beforehand, so she can familiarize herself with everything about being a pizza server, and that way her acting will be more natural. I admire your dedication and effort towards Jennifer." This was another type of celebrity parent, very focused on their child's acting skills. This was understandable. Jennifer's parents were both professionals in the industry, and since their daughter wanted to pursue acting, they were definitely training her from a young age. A day later, in Universal's conference room, producers Linsen and Azoff, along with Ronald and Hecklin, met to discuss the lead roles. This time, they had no objections to the choices of the 2 female leads and 2 male leads. Brooke Shields' mother's asking price was too high and she was unwilling to lower it. After Jennifer Jason Leigh arrived, Deborah Winger seized the opportunity to land the lead role in Officer and Gentleman, rejecting the audition invitation from this production. Aside from a protest call from Jennifer's father, Vic Morrow, the contracts for the main cast went smoothly, and with the support of Jennifer's mother, Barbara, the lead role was also confirmed. With the main cast of Fast-Paced Richmond High School finalized, Ronald only needed to oversee the supporting roles and extras. He didn't need to audition for each one. Mr. Lin Sen, have you heard that the ET production team is looking for a sponsor for the chocolate beans? After the meeting, Ronald specifically sought out producer Lin Sen for a chat. "I heard Mars doesn't want the ugly ET advertising M&Ms. They're in talks now, and the chances of success are pretty good. Don't you think there's room for product placement in our movie?" "Oh? What are they?" Lin Sen was interested. He'd heard Spielberg offered $1 million for the M&Ms, with 2 close-up shots of the packaging. "I've got 3 possible products in mind," Ronald explained to Lynn. "Senator Burger King, where Brad works, we could try that. Perry's Pizza, where Stacy works, is a Los Angeles chain, we could talk to that too." Finally, Spicoli, after getting high on a cigarette, pulls out a new pair of shoes and bangs them on his head. "We could give that a 3-second or longer close-up. I wonder what running shoe brands there are in Los Angeles." "Excellent, Ronald, you've impressed me. I'll talk to suitable suppliers, but for other items, like vehicles, our teen film doesn't have much of an advantage. The manufacturers will probably only give us 1 car for filming." "I understand, I just want a bigger budget," Ronald replied. Chapter 256, Chapter 207, sets the tone. After 6 weeks, The Lost Ark has once again become the top-grossing film of the week. This movie is incredibly popular, even surpassing Superman 2 at the box office. Ronald thought about it for a long time and came up with an explanation. Many comic book movie viewers are comic book fans, and after the initial hype of Superman 2 faded, its popularity gradually waned. The Lost Ark, on the other hand, is an original adventure story, and word of mouth has driven more and more viewers. With the film's continued success, Spielberg's status is rapidly rising, and E.T. has received additional budget for special effects. Ronald is worried that Spielberg, now increasingly popular with producers, might forget about supporting him. So, he took the completed Back to the Future script evaluation, contacted Steven's assistant, Catherine, and personally delivered it to Spielberg, using his own face to remind him. Your idea is quite good. You've concentrated many scenes in the film, and the time machine has been changed from a nuclear explosion to a car using nuclear fuel. This makes the cost of special effects calculable. A nuclear explosion simply couldn't be filmed." Spielberg gave a positive review while reviewing the evaluation. "I heard E.T. got a Hershey's Reese's chocolate endorsement." Ronald started the conversation, flattering Steven first. "If they didn't have confidence in you, Hershey wouldn't have agreed to pay $1 million. I think M&M will regret it after the movie's release." Ronald himself was also discussing product placement. He heard from the producer that E.T. had signed a $1 million endorsement deal with Hershey and was very envious. He himself only got $5,000 for Perry Pizza's product placement, and that was only because Jennifer Jason Leigh, who had acted in several TV series, went there to experience life as a waitress. Burger King refused to negotiate after reading the script, believing their company wasn't suitable for a low-budget film. His idea had resulted in someone else taking the lion's share. Ronald could only hope that the producer's efforts to find a tennis shoe brand wouldn't be in vain. "Very good, I'll pass it on to Zemeckis. He still wants to try negotiating with the major studios himself." Spielberg was busy and got up to leave. "Your evaluation of the script was very interesting, focusing on practical shooting from every angle. I'm really interested in visiting your set to see you make a film." "Thank you, Steven." Ronald, having achieved his goal, breathed a sigh of relief and also stood up to leave. "This is Chris, the screenwriter working at my Amberlin." Spielberg pointed to a screenwriter working at a desk nearby and introduced him to Ronald. With filming about to begin, he was extremely busy and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Hello, my name is Chris Columbus." The screenwriter, about the same age as Ronald, came over and introduced himself, explaining that he was helping Amberlin write a script. Ronald exchanged business cards with him and also took his leave. A few days later, the film's director of photography and art director arrived. Ronald took them all over the world searching for location shooting. This is a movie theater, and across the street are Perry's Pizza and All America Burgers. What do you think? In the Sherman Oaks shopping mall in the suburbs of Los Angeles, Ronald held the director's viewfinder, looking towards the other end of the mall. This mall had some history. Some of the decor was starting to look old, but it wasn't overly dilapidated. This perfectly matched the sense of realism Ronald was looking for. The viewfinder was like a monocular telescope, with markings for various camera lenses of different focal lengths, indicating the size of the field of view when using different lenses. Because it was lightweight and portable, Ronald liked this gift from Scorsese. "What kind of basic color tone do you need?" Cinematographer Matthew S., a veteran of Universal, skilled in all kinds of low-budget productions. "I need a realistic film style, 1.85 format. The wear and tear and mess in the frame need to be realistically reflected on the film. The colors should be predominantly realistic, So that people can immediately recognize this as a middle-class suburban neighborhood in Los Angeles, the cinematographer quickly took out his notebook to jot it down. This young director wasn't the celebrity offspring he had imagined, just dabbling in film. He spoke with the expertise of an insider, concise and direct, clearly expressing what he wanted. Unlike some directors who only say they want the color palette of The Godfather, if they knew how to shoot with a dark, high-contrast, top-lit style, wouldn't they have won an Oscar for Best Cinematography long ago? What kind of image quality do you need? Is the lighting more natural and soft, or more dramatic and hard? More natural. Ronald understood what the cinematographer meant. The lighting method in The Godfather was more dramatic. The way Brando's character, the old Godfather, sat against a dark background, petting his cat and making decisions was very dramatic. This is a romantic comedy with a touch of realism. It doesn't need to be too heavy or dramatic. Let the audience feel relaxed. Even if there are many bad things in the plot, it should still look light, letting them know that temporary suffering will eventually pass, and the movie has a good ending. Dramatic lighting is hard to achieve. Where am I going to find a master lighting technician? I might as well just shoot quickly with natural light, Ronald groaned inwardly. This cinematographer, Matthew, wasn't up to par. He didn't seem particularly skilled. However, with his budget, he could only afford technicians of this caliber. Big studio budgets are often inflated, with numerous issues with invoices. The administration funnels a lot of expenses into the production team's accounts. Ronald didn't intend to pursue it. That's how everyone operates these days. Ronald inquired about the cinematographer Matthew's background, and sure enough, he had previously worked on television series and TV movies, with little experience with film. So, our art direction will also be realistic. Art director Dan, a seasoned professional who had even worked on Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, proactively approached the director to discuss the project. That's it. Everything will be based on current Los Angeles public high school students, making them instantly familiar. Ronald was quite satisfied with him. Let's go. Let's check that out. Ronald walked around the mall to the All-America Burger and Perry's Pizza across the street. Jennifer Jason Leigh was working at the pizza shop, wearing a red headband, a red and white striped dress, a white bib, white socks, and white sneakers. She perfectly matched the style of Perry's Pizza. Hi, Jennifer. Give us some pizza. Ronald and the two directors sat down and invited Jennifer to order. Hello, director. Jennifer laughed heartily, took a pencil from her bib bag, and started ordering. She did it very professionally, like a high school student working part-time. 2 of these, and some Coke, Ronald asked his 2 companions. We only have Pepsi here. Coming right up, Jennifer went to place the order, and soon brought her pizza and Pepsi. You look great, Ronald praised. How's business at All American Burgers over there? Great, they're doing the best business here, Jennifer said. Jennifer, can we get an autograph? 2 children who had seen Jennifer's TV shows recognized her and came up to ask for her autograph. Ronald put down the Pepsi, took out his notebook, and wrote it down, asking the producer to go and negotiate with All American Burgers about product placement. This kind of regional burger joint might be interested. The 3 finished their pizza and continued scouting locations. This is Van Ness High School. I plan to film all the school scenes here. Ronald led the 2 to the old location. The filming location for Rock High was the students still in school when filming started. Cinematographer Matthew had worked on many TV series, and sometimes he would film at schools during holidays. I've already spoken with the principal. He's an old acquaintance of mine. Many of the students here are in the arts. If they want to come and watch, we can select some as extras. Ronald took out the director's viewfinder again and started looking. The 2 directors exchanged a glance. This director Ronald was extremely efficient, as if he knew every job on set except makeup. They'd have to be careful once filming started. Directors like this usually had high standards. They couldn't be careless with any job. Fortunately, Ronald didn't seem to have a bad temper, otherwise, life on set would be very difficult. This stadium won't do, the camera can't fit. We need to find another high school football field. Ronald quickly noted down the availability of the important scenes. I'll call the producer. We need to expand the search. We also need to find an Italian restaurant where we can film the scene where Mark and Mike discuss how to pick up girls. Ronald crossed another item off his list in his notebook. The location scouting continued, with Ronald and art director Dan still busy. Cinematographer Matthew retrieved the camera allocated by Universal Pictures. Next, They needed to determine the film processing parameters. Ronald and the cinematographer would shoot some test shots to check the results after processing. Because there are many batches of film, even film of the same brand and model can have inconsistent colors if the production dates are different. Therefore, major studios usually use film from batches with similar production dates. Ronald and cinematographer Matthew tested the camera again. Matthew, also a former camera operator, was very skilled at changing film in the dark pocket. He locked the latch on the film compartment door and then began testing with Ronald. "What brand of camera is this? I've never seen it before," Ronald asked, puzzled. "Ultra Cam," Matthew replied while filming, "a new American brand. It just came out recently, and Universal bought a batch, which they assigned to us." American film crews usually use Panavision cameras, which are only rented, not sold, and are very expensive. Ultra Cam is probably cheaper, which impressed Universal Studios, and they bought a few for our crew. SHHH. The next day, Ronald saw the developed film from the Ultra Cam and angrily brought Matthew to confront the producer. "Why did you give our crew this junk?" Ronald threw the developed film onto producer Lindson's desk. It was all exposed. The dilapidated film canopy, secured with pins, was completely leaking light. "My dear Ronald, I'm so sorry. This was assigned by the technical department. Our crew has a limited budget, limited capacity. Your trucks bring the timber in the morning, park it outside the office, and then bring it back in the evening, over and over again. All these invoices are reimbursed by the production company's accountant. Don't think I don't know. The money you spend watching stripper at Go-Go at night comes from here." Okay, keep it down, Ronald. "What do you want to do? Change our cameras to Panavisions or Arri?" "That's impossible. Panavisions is being rented to the crew of The Best Chicken House in Texas, starring Dolly Parton, and we're an American film company. We can't use German stuff like Arri. The camera is the most important piece of equipment. I'm not going to compromise. It's not working very well, just a bit of a light leak. Think of something. My business manager found you the owner of a burger joint across America. He's willing to pay tens of thousands of dollars for a burger joint to appear on screen. You have to give them a close-up shot of their logo. I also found a sneaker manufacturer, Vans. They released a new checkerboard pattern shoe and are willing to pay for advertising. No problem. I guarantee they'll get the biggest and longest close-up." Ronald chuckled, then said seriously, "But this money must be used for the crew." "Sure, we were going to shoot that kind of scene anyway, so consider it a free ride." Ronald was secretly pleased. "What about our cameras?" Cinematographer Matthew followed Ronald around, but they couldn't find better cameras, and he started to panic. "This is your first time shooting a theatrical film, isn't it, Matthew?" Ronald whistled, pulled a roll of black tape from his bag, and tossed it over. An essential tool for cinematographers, there's no camera malfunction that a roll of tape can't fix. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, 2080th Chapter, Countdown. Timothy Hutton and Tom Cruise's absurdist comedy Lights Out, about military cadets rebelling against real estate developers demolishing their homes, has completed its final cut and begun internal screenings. Feedback from these screenings has left 20th Century Fox with little confidence in its box office prospects, and they don't want to compete with big-budget productions like E.T. and Rocky III for next year's summer blockbuster season. President Shirley Lansing has decided to release this $14 million production during the Christmas season at the end of the year, urging the director to make revisions based on audience feedback. Meanwhile, Disney's The Texan, produced by Zinnemann, has finished filming in Tulsa, a small town in Oklahoma and the hometown of the novel's author, S.E. Hinton. Due to a scene where the female lead, Meg Tilly, wakes up in a low-cut nightgown, along with some heated dialogue and a scene where a suspect uses a gun after escaping from prison, Disney anticipates a PG rating for the film. This significantly conflicts with Disney's long-standing G-rated policy, aiming to attract children. Ron Miller, president of Disney, spent considerable effort suppressing opposition from a group of longtime employees to insist on releasing the film. However, as someone who had merit into the company, he had to compromise with a conservative faction led by Walt Disney's cousin. The Texans didn't use the Disney logo in the opening credits, instead using the distributor's brand, Buena Vista, Ron Miller decided to use this film, which later had its production budget increased to $6 million, as a trial for a shift in Disney's teen live-action films, releasing it in July at the end of next summer's box office. Meanwhile, Paramount's teen film, the sequel to the hit musical Grease 2, was a chaotic mess. Director Patricia Birch lacked experience, and her staff engaged in cutthroat competition for casting, haphazardly cramming their own people into this $12 million production. Those with power vied for lead and supporting roles, while those without managed to snag a few extras in the musicals. Casting meetings were held daily, creating a chaotic and competitive atmosphere. Besides Michelle Pfeiffer being cast as the female lead, Birch, early on, the casting for the male lead was fiercely contested. Birch had almost lost control of the production. As filming was about to begin, the two producers were still arguing over the male lead. The script was being revised further to accommodate the different male lead candidates. At this rate, it was uncertain whether the script would be finalized by the time filming started in November. Director Birch was getting increasingly worried. Universal Pictures' teen film, fast-paced Richmond High School, was a small-budget production of $3 million. With sponsorships from Burgers Across America and Vans sneakers, secured by the young director, the budget was exactly $3.1 million. Assistant director Albert came to the production office to meet the overly young director, Ronald. The director had chosen him from among two other candidates, leaving Albert with mixed feelings. Albert, relatively new to the industry, had previously worked as the first assistant director at Urban Gigolo. Due to his diligence and responsibility, the film's box office success led to more work opportunities for him. The job of a first assistant director is to help the director manage all personnel and processes on set, allowing the director to focus on directing the performances. Box office success isn't their primary concern. However, Albert's next three films all failed at the box office. Albert didn't have a long-term working relationship with any directors, and others considered him unlucky, making it difficult for him to find good work. Luckily, Universal was hiring for a small production, and the director selected him, giving him a job to support his family. But he worried that the film's failure would further damage his resume, jeopardizing his future employment. "Hey, Al. The director is having a fight with a producer." It was Matthew, the director of photography on set, whom he knew. "Go wait in the office, Ronald is waiting for you," Matthew reminded him, walking out. Al's worries deepened. This director was not only young, but it was his first time directing a film. If he was angry with producer Lin Sen, he himself had been recommended by Lin Senator. Many studios would assign an experienced first assistant director to young directors to help them get started smoothly. But this Ronald Lee, how could he be having a conflict with a producer before filming even began? He knocked on the door. "Come in." Al opened the door and heard Ronald talking loudly to producer Lin Senator. "This isn't fair. Why do we have to product placement for Dolly Parton's movie in our film, but she doesn't product placement for us?" Lin Sen chuckled. He was used to Ronald's meticulous style. "Come on, Ronnie. Our fast pace is a period drama. Isn't it normal to put up a poster of them in front of the movie theater where the main characters work? Dolly Parton's The Best Chicken in Texas is a period drama. How can we product placement into our present-day story? Fair, Mr. Lin Senator. They can't just order us around for free because Ms. Mona from Texas got a $30 million budget," Ronald replied. Ms. Mona was Dolly Parton's character in the film, running a chicken farm with many beautiful women. He had met Dolly Parton briefly at the Oscars, and didn't have any ill feelings towards her personally. "Okay, I'll go talk to the old folks and ask their theaters to add some trailers for us. But don't expect too much. I know, something is better than nothing." Ronald knew that with a small production like his $3.1 million, there was no room for an equal exchange. Ahem. First assistant director Al cleared his throat. "Oh, Al, you're here. Perfect timing. Here's the final draft of the script. You can start working on the script breakdown next week." Ronald handed over a completely white copy of the script. If there were any revisions later, the white pages for the revised sections would be replaced with blue or other colors. All these tedious tasks were handled by Al, the first assistant director, and his team of assistant directors. Usually, this kind of meticulous document preparation would be handled by a female second assistant director. Al took the script, which was titled Fast-Paced Richmond High School, with a line of small print in the lower right corner, "Final Draft." He breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't recognized the capable person in front of him. Many new directors, even established ones, had made this mistake. The delayed script draft disrupted other departments of the production team: costume, set design, lighting, cinematography, etc., leading to chaos after filming began. Ronald, however, was very organized. He finalized the script during their first meeting, freeing up everyone else's time. Of course, a finalized script could be revised later. He wasn't arguing with the producer, he was advocating for the production team's rightful interests. This wasn't some novice director needing his help, it was a modern-day urban legend circulating within Universal. Spielberg, in his early 20s, had directed his first film with the skill of a seasoned veteran. Seeing Al flipping through the script, Ronald added, "Next Monday marks 4 weeks until filming begins. First, find the assistant directors, preferably familiar faces you've worked with before. Then start breaking down the script and creating a shooting schedule. I'll take you to the set design office first, then the costume and props office. Finally, my office, it's very large. You'll be working there with me." With that, Ronald led Al out of the producer's office. As the film crew gradually took shape, the original preparation office became insufficient and was converted into an accounting department. With the increasing number of staff, Universal allocated a considerable amount of new office space to the crew. Al followed Ronald through the sets, props, and costumes. Ronald was very familiar with the heads of the department, especially the costume department, and even picked out 2 sweater pictures for the lead actress, Stacy, to be made. This made Al think even more highly of Ronald. Many directors with art direction backgrounds, like David Lynch, immediately spend all their time with costumes, constantly selecting and creating exquisite costumes. His new title, Chief Costume Designer, had already become widely known in Hollywood. On the other hand, directors who focus on acting often hadn't even met with the costume department by the time filming began. If they were dissatisfied with the costumes during filming, they couldn't immediately make changes, which was quite troublesome. This is Cameron Crowe, and this is our first assistant director, Al. He'll be here next Monday. Ronald finally led Al to the writers' and directors' offices. Al looked at his desk, which was the largest. It seemed Ronald wasn't just a director who focused solely on the set hierarchy, he was flexible. The assistant director's team had a lot of paperwork, and a large desk made it convenient to spread out the papers and organize them at their own pace. He took his leave. Working on such a film crew must be comfortable. Although the budget wasn't high, the boss was knowledgeable, and each department prepared early, allowing for a smooth and rapid filming process. However, this type of director might lack artistic creativity. Spielberg, after all, was an exception. But why think so much? Could a film with a budget of $3.1 million, essentially an exploitative production, possibly win an award? Ronald saw Al out and turned to Cameron Crowe, saying, "The producer got us a job, to insert an ad for Dolly Parton's new film in the movie theater scene at the beginning of the film. What do you think we should do? The one with that nerdy mouse Mark, the one who works checking tickets at the movie theater. Let them bring out a poster, and we can put it up next to Mark's ticket counter. Let's add some flair. We need to be serious. How about adding a line from Mark's friend, the scalper Mike? Just say something like that." Ronald suggested an idea to Crowe. "Ha ha ha, you have a real sense of humor," Crowe laughed, then started typing on the typewriter. "I've been a little curious, the countdown to filming is about to begin, aren't you nervous?" Crowe asked as he typed. "I'm not nervous, I'm very excited, I can finally realize my dream. Cameron, you'll understand when you become a director, 4 weeks to go." First assistant director Al finished processing the script breakdown and produced a preliminary shooting schedule to discuss with Ronald. "There are 2 nude scenes here, are the contracts all settled?" Al reminded the director. "Yes, the actors are all adults and have signed consent forms. We informed them at the beginning of the auditions, and the Screen Actors Guild has verified everything. There are 2 scenes with children on the first day of shooting. Do you need to postpone them by 2 days? After all, scenes with children are difficult to direct." Ronald took the shooting schedule and looked at it. Al's reminder was necessary. Hollywood legend says that children, animals, and water are the 3 types of subjects directors fear most when filming. Their common characteristic is that they are disobedient. They often waste time and delay the filming process. This would give assistant producer Hecklin ammunition. However, after reviewing the shooting schedule, he shook his head. "I can't help it. The mall scenes have to wait until after the mall closes at 9 p.m. for the night shoot. The rest of the schedule is packed, and the kids have union rules. They can't shoot too late. Past 11 p.m. is a violation. Only the first day's schedule is relatively free, allowing them enough time to make mistakes. Ultimately, the budget was too small. It was impossible to build the sets themselves for the mall's interior scenes. The third to last week, First Assistant Director Al and Ronald arrived at Sherman Oaks again. This week, they would check each shooting location against the schedule, working with the art director and director of photography to ensure each scene could be filmed as planned. We'll find a way to hide the lights here, matching the mall's lighting system, so that the scene is illuminated without looking like a real mall. Director of photography Matthew showed Ronald the lighting setup. The first week of shooting will be in normal color tones, exactly as the human eye sees it on film. Then, while you move on to other scenes, I'll be here overseeing the decorations to create a Christmas atmosphere in the mall. We'll shoot Christmas scenes for another week when you come back, art director Dan added. Did the mall agree? They're happy. It saves them the expense of decorating for Christmas, and we'll be done shooting around Christmas time anyway. Great, penned last week. Ronald was having separate meetings with the actors, discussing the performances of each character. How are things going with Robert Romanus, who plays Mike? Ronald asked Jennifer Jason Lee, who was trying on a sweater. He's a really nice guy. He's done a lot of chores for our family. My mom was sad to see him leave after filming. Jennifer laughed. How about this one? The neckline was specially altered to match her pigtails. The costume designer took a pigtail wig from the hairstylist and put it on Jennifer. Excellent, this one's the one. Find her another one to match her long hair, Ronald instructed. Jennifer has 2 passionate scenes. And Ronald specifically asked her about her experience working with the male actors. However, since Jennifer comes from an acting family, Ronald wasn't particularly worried. He was more concerned about Phoebe Katz. The Paradise crew had edited in scenes featuring her body double in revealing scenes, which angered her. She publicly accused Paradise of plagiarizing the Blue Lagoon in the newspapers. This made him a little worried that Phoebe might be averse to fast-paced revealing scenes. Among the other main actors, Judge Reinhold's response to Ronald's conversation was lukewarm, seemingly still favoring heckling. Judge's acting was adequate, and Ronald hoped to impress them at the start of filming so that the production would proceed smoothly. The only one giving him a headache was Sean Penn. He had a stage play performance in Chicago and hadn't returned to Los Angeles yet. Moreover, Tom Cruise had mentioned that Sean was a method actor. He hoped there wouldn't be any problems acting alongside non-method actors. The penultimate week. All shooting schedules are confirmed. Here are the call sheets for each actor. First Assistant Director Al was very efficient. The documents were organized perfectly. Ronald picked up the call sheets and handed them to producer Linsen and assistant producer Hecklin. On the last weekend before filming began, they held a meeting to check all preparations and get ready for shooting next Monday. All the extras have signed consent forms. Hamburger AG has also agreed to open its kitchen to us. Here's the consent form. Items were checked off one by one, and they were just waiting for the official start of filming. Good luck to us. Ronald shook hands with everyone. When he shook hands with Hecklin, he saw she was smiling too. The two smiled and parted, waiting for the show to begin. Chapter 258, Chapter 209, Startup. October 19th, 8 p.m. This was the call-up time for the first day of filming fast-paced Richmond High School. All actors and crew members had to arrive at a filming location, Sherman Oaks, before this time. Director Ronald arrived 30 minutes early. Assistant Director Al had already been working there for almost an hour. Today was the first day of filming, and everyone arrived early to adjust to the unfamiliar working environment and personnel. Ronald was led by Al to the dressing room on the top floor of the mall. This area used to be the department store's offices, but 5 rooms had been set aside to serve as dressing rooms for the actors, and storage for props, costumes, and other staff. Is everything alright? Everything's fine. The actors will be in place soon. Makeup and hairstyling will start on the 2 leading ladies, including doing their eyelashes. Actor Robert Romanus is already here, getting his hair done, and his costume will be changed soon. Great. Have producer Linson and Mr. Ozoff arrived? Mr. Linson is here. He went to say hello to Jennifer. Mr. Ozoff will be a little later. He's coming from the MCA music office. His secretary called me. Ronald toured the various departments and then found Cameron Crowe at the location of the first shot. Crow and his girlfriend, Nancy Wilson, were watching the director of photography, Matthew, work. It was their first time seeing a film being shot on set. "Hi, Cameron, Nancy," Ronald greeted them. "Where's Hecklin?" "She was just here. She said she was going to pick up some important people." It was nothing more than inviting some high-ranking figures to make an appearance. Ronald knew that all too well. He wasn't worried, not only because he had also invited someone to make an appearance, but also because Hecklin's actions were against the rules of the film set. Filmmaking is a large-scale operation involving hundreds of people, similar to military warfare. The film crew is a hierarchical society, the director is the head, and orders must be obeyed without question. If someone disobeys and wastes a shot, it represents a significant loss of both time and resources. In a capitalist society, time is also valued. Every extra day of filming requires an extra day's pay for everyone on the crew. Even the most basic supporting actor receives a minimum wage of $315 from the union. Fast-paced film crews have numerous supporting actors, plus regular extras, meaning actor salaries alone can reach several $1,000s. Therefore, Hollywood has long had a tacit rule: regardless of upper-level power struggles, on set, you must obey the director's orders, even if you consider him a fool. Heckling wants to replace her as director. She can only do so by using the excuse that her sample footage is substandard. This excuse can only be used after several days of filming. In the first few days, all she can do is try to win over more actors and crew members and find fault with her directing. "Where are the stunt team's cars?" Ronald asked Assistant Director Al. "Here, a Toyota Corolla and a Volkswagen Beetle." Al led him aside to the stunt team's rest area. "The Corolla will drive past the camera's driveway first, then the Beetle will drive past from the far driveway, stopping at the mall entrance. The positioning point is there." Ronald gave the instructions in a few words. The stunt team during filming isn't what some people imagine, doing lightsaber stunts like in Star Wars, but rather refers to all actions that the actors don't perform themselves. Driving vehicles is a prominent example, usually handled by the stunt team. One of the stunt drivers was a rare woman in the industry, named Debbie Evans. She gave Ronald a thumbs up, indicating she understood. Stunt team members like to give specific instructions to the directors like this, so they can design the maneuvers. "Matthew," Ronald called to the cinematographer after returning to the camera's position. "This is the first shot. I need a fixed camera position, a wide shot of the mall entrance, then Mike the Bull enters from behind the camera, filming him cross the street and walk into the mall." The cinematographer understood. "Did you all hear that? The director has spoken. Get moving." "Great, I'll go upstairs to rest. I'll be back before filming starts at 9 o'clock. After instructing the camera crew, Ronald went upstairs to a small room in the mall. He opened the folding chair with his name on the back, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. It had been over 2 years since he last directed a film. Finally, he had the opportunity to give orders and direct a movie again. And this time, he was the official director, owning a chair with his name on the back. At 8:30, the crew assistant knocked on his door. He had already mentally reviewed the shots for today several times. Ronald stood up, picked up his folding chair, opened the door, and went out. The crew assistant quickly took the chair from his hands and handed him a metal thermos filled with Lipton black tea. This was the director's order for an energy drink. Upon arriving at the set, the lighting was already on, accurately reproducing the ambient light, not too bright, but with a nighttime feel while still illuminating the characters and background. The range of darkness and light a camera can perceive is called its dynamic range, much narrower than the human eye. The director of photography's job is to make the light captured on film appear comfortable for the eye. This is a job requiring both theory and experience, and Matthew did a great job. He called over Robert Romanus, who played Mike the Bull, and checked his clothing and hairstyle. Ronald found no problems and signaled to the first assistant director, Al, to prepare for filming. It was 9 o'clock at night. The mall usually closed at this time, but tonight it was still brightly lit. The extras, pretending to be customers, prepared to walk on the street. The assistant director used the megaphone to announce to all units that they were ready to film. Then the sounds on set stopped, leaving only the faint hum of motors, the stunt vehicles preparing for filming. "Recording, on, camera, full speed, action," Al shouted through the megaphone. "Action." The camera panned across the mall entrance, showing extras playing pedestrians and customers walking on the street or entering and exiting the mall. A stuntman drove a white Toyota Corolla past the driveway in front of the camera. Robert Romanus, playing Mike the Bull, wore a slightly oversized light-colored suit with high shoulder pads, dark navy trousers, a baseball cap, and leather shoes. He ran into the frame from the right rear of the camera. He quickly ran across the street, waited for the Beetle to stop, walked around behind it, stepped onto the opposite sidewalk, and walked into the mall entrance. Cut. Ronald looked at the director of photography, and after receiving confirmation from Matthew, said to the assistant director, "Develop this one, let's do another one." After filming this scene, Ronald ordered the shooting to stop. The crew disassembled the camera, preparing to move it to the rooftop to film the remaining scenes for the day. This shot, which had just been filmed, was also the very first shot of the movie. This wasn't intentional on Ronald's part, but rather a coincidence. Since this was the only shot of the mall's exterior, and the following week's shots would be filmed inside the mall, it was convenient to schedule it first. Afterward, the mall could turn off the lights in front of the entrance and close the doors to ensure undisturbed filming. Ronald went up to the rooftop first, where it was divided into two filming areas. One side was the movie theater, where they filmed scenes of the male lead, ticket collector Mark, and scalper Mike. The other side was Perry's Pizza, where they filmed scenes of the female lead, Stacy, and Linda talking about a handsome male customer. Today, the crew had hired hundreds of extras to play customers and staff. Even after the mall closed, all the lights were still on, and several fast food restaurants were still open, their staff still making fries, pizzas, and hamburgers for the actors and crew as a late-night snack. In return, their shop signs will be featured in the film as free advertising. Even the snack vendors will get a background shot. Production designer Dan is installing fake Richmond department store signs, pom-poms, and banners in the mall. Cinematographer Matthew is directing the lighting crew to quickly install pre-designed and tested lights to save time. Lighting for interior scenes takes a lot of time. However, the production designer and cinematographer know Ronald is an expert and respect them. So, they're going to put in some real effort this time. They've jointly designed a lighting system that hides the lights in the normal mall lighting locations, making the light path look like the mall's original lighting. But the brightness is much greater than the mall's original bulbs, fully illuminating the scene for filming, resulting in very stable main lighting. The lighting technician doesn't need to spend 2 hours relighting every time the camera angle changes, they only need to adjust some secondary lights for fill lighting, saving a significant amount of time. Ronald is standing at Perry's Pizza. We'll start filming that shot first. While filming in the pizza shop, the lighting supervisor would go to the movie theater entrance to prepare fill light for the next scene. By the time one scene was finished, the other's lighting would be complete. Since the actors on each side were different, this lighting method allowed for parallel filming, saving a lot of time. This was a rapid filming method devised by Ronald, the director of photography, and the art director. Being able to gain some shooting progress in the first week would be a great benefit to the entire crew. While the camera crew was measuring the focus, Ronald gave Phoebe Katz, who was standing still waiting for the focus puller to adjust the tape measure, some pointers. "Remember the feeling I described, Phoebe? You're telling a story to Jennifer's character, Stacy, okay?" Phoebe Katz nodded vigorously. This director, Ronald, was much more relaxed than the director he had worked with on Paradise. He would tell the actors about some scenes and their inner thoughts, but he didn't dictate their acting methods. He also gave the actors plenty of time to prepare, allowing them to quietly cultivate their emotions undisturbed. Soon, Jennifer Jason Leigh, who played Stacy, was ready. Neither of the girls were established stars, and they didn't have stand-ins. They obediently waited in place for the cameraman to prepare. The makeup artist was still adjusting their false eyelashes. Ronald was about to give Jennifer some pointers when an annoying loud voice rang out, breaking the actor's quiet preparation. Ronald recognized the voice as that of Tom Mount, the president of Universal Pictures, and didn't want to lash out. Why would a president condescend to come to the set on the first day of filming? Was he in such a hurry? And didn't he know the rules of the film set, speaking loudly before filming started and disrupting the actor's preparation? "Good evening, Mr. Mount." Ronald prepared to hug him. Mount extended his hand to shake his. Ronald quickly changed his posture, shaking hands to maintain a superficially amicable demeanor. "I happened to have some free time, so I came with heckling to check on the crew," Mount explained. "Okay, please get Mr. Mount a chair," Ronald instructed Assistant Director Al, then grabbed him and whispered in his ear, Go find Cameron Crowe and have him find out what's going on." Jennifer and Phoebe readjusted their moods, and the lights were in place. After discussing with cinematographer Matthew, Ronald decided it was ready to begin filming and announced the start of the first take for the scene. The camera was positioned behind Phoebe Katz, and over-the-shoulder shot, focused on Jennifer, filming their conversation. "Do you think he's handsome?" Stacy asked Linda. "Don't you think he looks like Richard Gere? Look at that sexy little ass," Linda replied. "Would you like to serve him at his table instead of me?" Stacy was a little shy, wanting to approach him but afraid of rejection. "What are you waiting for? If I didn't have such a great boyfriend in Chicago, I'd go for it myself," Linda encouraged. "Go ahead, just order his food. After ordering, look him in the eyes, and whenever he tells a joke, pretend it's the funniest joke in the world and laugh out loud, and don't forget to smile." "Hey," Stacy chuckled, still a little nervous. Linda straightened her clothes and hair and ushered her over. Cut. Ronald thought it was great. Jennifer, though 19, played a 15-year-old girl convincingly, perfectly conveying her shy yet eager to meet handsome nature. Phoebe Katz took his instructions to heart, sharing her pickup experience with Linda, giving on-the-spot guidance. She spoke as if telling a great story, very persuasive. "Matthew," Ronald asked the director of photography. "Sure." Matthew checked with a camera operator, and everything was fine. "Let's do this take again," Ronald ordered, preparing to change angles after filming and shoot another over-the-shoulder shot, this time focusing on Phoebe. "Wait a minute, don't you think Phoebe's emotions are a little off?" A jarring voice rang out, and the entire crew turned to look. It was assistant producer Amy heckling. "I'm not trying to interfere with your ideas, director, but there's something we can discuss here," heckling said in a low voice, approaching Ronald. The entire crew turned to look at Ronald again. "I feel like Linda's tone here is like she's telling someone else's story. I think this should be a more mature Linda, like Stacy, who doesn't have a boyfriend yet, sharing her experiences. So it should be based on her own experience, and there should be a sweet feeling of remembering her boyfriend," heckling spoke eloquently. Tom Mount also sat up from his chair, pretending to listen attentively. "What do you think? What do you think?" Ronald didn't discuss Phoebe Katz's performance objectively, but instead questioned her, challenging his authority on set. "I think we should give it a try. Hecklin has a point. How about we shoot a take based on her ideas and decide tomorrow when we see the rips?" Mount offered his suggestion. "Why don't you do a take yourself?" Ronald gestured to assistant director Al, letting Hecklin explain the scene, and gave up his spot. He'd seen Crowe standing outside the crowd, winking at him, as if he had some information. Hecklin began explaining the scene to Phoebe and Jennifer. The crew and actors looked at each other, unsure what was going on. Whose advice should they take? Ronald stepped back outside the circle, and Cameron Crowe approached. "I called Linson's assistant. Spielberg's box office results from last weekend are out, and The Lost Ark is back at the top. Spielberg went to the E.T. studio to celebrate." Mount initially disagreed with filming E.T., but now he's in a bit of a bind and wants to do something to salvage the situation. "So you've come to me for confidence," Ronald thought to himself. "But Spielberg's off celebrating? He's not coming today, is he?" He'd just reminded Spielberg's assistant, Catherine, earlier that day. "It's okay. Even without Spielberg, I won't lose." Ronald's mind raced. How would he refute Hecklin when they watched the sample footage tomorrow? How would he win over the producer's support? Chapter 259 Time Limit. After speaking with the two leading ladies, Hecklin returned to her original spot and gestured for Ronald to come forward. "At least you know the rules. In a film crew, no one except the director can give the action command." Ronald felt slightly relieved. He raised his hand to signal the first assistant director, Al, to give the commands. He didn't want anything to do with the scene Hecklin was shooting, lest things become unclear when they watch the montage later. He knew Hecklin's fatal flaw: as long as he maintained his normal performance, everyone would be able to discern the difference in quality when they watch the montage tomorrow, not the day after. "Recording? Camera? Action!" Al called out the commands. From the same over-the-shoulder camera position, the camera motor began to whir, capturing the two actors' performances. "Would you like to serve him at his table instead of me?" Stacy asked shyly, wanting to strike up a conversation but afraid of rejection. "Don't you think he looks like Richard Gere?" "Look at that sexy little ass," Linda replied. "After he takes your order, look him in the eyes, and then whenever he tells a joke, Pretend it's the funniest joke in the world and laugh out loud at him. And don't forget to smile. What are you waiting for? If I didn't have such a great boyfriend in Chicago, I'd do it myself. Go ahead, just take his order. Linda followed Hecklin's instructions and recited her lines with a sweet recollection. Maybe Phoebe Katz really remembered her boyfriend? Emotional memory is indeed a powerful method. But no matter how well she performs, she's still going in the wrong direction. While Ronald was pondering, Jennifer and Phoebe had finished their performance, but Hecklin didn't call a stop. They didn't know what to do next and started turning to look at the camera. Ronald nudged the first assistant director, Al. Cut. Al called a halt to filming and looked at Hecklin. Yes, cut. Hecklin, directing a feature film for the first time, was too engrossed and forgot to call a stop. Should we take this one? Al asked Hecklin. Yes, I want one more take. One more take. The crew did it again, exactly as it was. Great. Next we'll shoot the scene where Stacy goes to order from the handsome Ron Johnson. When you look at him, you need to express something like, Hecklin grabbed Jennifer Jason Leigh to give her some pointers. Wait, Ronald stepped forward with a smile. We haven't shot the over-the-shoulder shot of Jennifer yet, and there's also the reaction shot between the two. Oh, right, Hecklin made a fool of herself. She had never directed a Hollywood theatrical film and was unfamiliar with the Hollywood technique of one main subject and two over-the-shoulder shots. She would still follow the approach she used when shooting graduation short films and documentaries, moving the plot closer with the camera's viewpoint. This joke was noticed by some of the technicians on set, and some couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's not a big problem, just a lack of experience, Ronald reassured her, turning back to look in the direction of the laughter. It was some veteran electricians who often worked on set. When they saw Ronald's gaze, they immediately stopped snickering. I think Hecklin has already expressed her meaning and shot the number of takes she understands. Why don't we move on? There are still some children's scenes later, let's finish those first. Ronald steadily swayed his opinion. Mount glanced at Hecklin, who nodded, indicating she had already shot what she wanted. Tom Mount shook his head inwardly. If you're going to do something, if you're going to fight for the director's position, then don't think about any nonsense about fair competition. You have to use any method. Just like his battle with Sinberg, this is also his little battlefield. I think it would be better if you all shot a version of the over-the-shoulder shot facing Jennifer, making this set of shots complete, so we can compare them better. Is this some kind of ruthless tactic, squeezing out time to shoot the children's scenes, leaving yourself unable to finish, and then making a mistake? Ronald immediately understood Mount's malicious approach. They could have shot the children's scenes where the lighting was already set up first, so the pizza shop side could then set up the lighting for the over-the-shoulder shot opposite. The lighting and shooting on both sides could have been done alternately, without wasting time. We're filming here first, not making the most of the time. Filming the children's scenes later will be very rushed. Ronald checked his watch. It seemed he had to get Spielberg to invite MCA President Sinberg to see the sample footage. Only with him present could he keep Mount in check. Besides, Sinberg and Mount already had a conflict over E.T., so if he had a chance to put Mount down, he might be willing to come. Hecklin glanced at Mount, then at Ronald, her mouth forming an O. She hadn't expected Mount to be so ruthless, using this kind of opportunistic pressure to find fault, which could easily provoke Ronald. Actually, she had already found Ronald's weakness. She could win in a fair competition. Moreover, Ronald was very efficient with some of the filming details. The technicians all respected him. Now that she was the director, she wanted to ask him to stay on set and help with some management. She walked towards the camera crew, and as she passed Ronald, out of Mount's sight, mouthed sorry, then Hecklin signaled to the assistant director to begin filming. She was confident she didn't need such tactics to defeat Ronald head-on. The cinematographer reset up the camera, and after procedures like lighting and focusing, finally signaled to Ronald that they were ready. The lens was focused on Jennifer Jason Leigh. Hecklin didn't waste time with acting instructions. She whispered a couple of sentences in Jennifer's ear and then gave the command to begin filming. Do you want to serve at his table in my place? Jennifer began her lines. Huh? Ronald, who had been standing behind the camera silently, trying to buy some time, was suddenly surprised by Jennifer Jason Leigh's performance. Jennifer's performance is different from what he imagined. Ronald glanced at Hecklin. This woman wasn't entirely clueless after all. She had some talent for directing acting. This was another way to portray Stacy's lack of experience dating men, yet her eagerness to try. Ronald's envisioned approach was to primarily portray Stacy's shyness. She had never been asked out by a boy and wanted to make up for this experience as quickly as possible in high school. Therefore, she longed for dating, and her reluctance was merely a way of maintaining a girlish reserve. She would give out her phone number whenever a handsome customer asked. Hecklin, having said something to Jennifer earlier, now added a subtle emotion to her performance, a hint of hesitation, a sense of retreat. No, it's fear, Ronald noticed, pinpointing a flicker of fear in Jennifer Jason Leigh's eyes. What was going on? While Ronald couldn't quite grasp it, his own experience suggested that girls often felt a little fear when meeting a boy on a first date. Understanding this subtle yet genuine emotion would significantly enhance the overall quality of the performance. Despite the large cast and seemingly fragmented plot of this coming-of-age film, it all revolved around the theme of coming of age. It explored how boys and girls experienced life's challenges to become responsible adults. Stacy's growth was primarily emotional. Why did this slight fear arise? And how did Hecklin manage to evoke it with just a few words? Ronald couldn't figure it out, nor did he have time to dwell on it. After hastily directing everyone to finish filming their own reaction shot, Ronald quickly urged the camera crew to move to the cinema entrance across the street. Screen Actors Guild rules stipulate that actors under 16 years old cannot work more than 5 hours a day and must finish filming before 12:30 a.m. Because 2 extra over-the-shoulder shots were filmed, the camera crew had to set up the lighting again, wasting over an hour. Filming had been going on from 9 p.m. to 11:30 p.m., and only 4 or 5 shots had been filmed. Most of the time was wasted on lighting, even after the art director and cinematographer had used their ingenuity to reduce lighting time by half. Most of the time in filmmaking isn't spent filming, but waiting to be filmed. While directing the camera crew to set up the cameras at the designated locations, Ronald talked to the 2 children about their scenes. "Do you have any favorite bands?" Ronald asked, half squatting down. "We like Van Halen." The 2 young actors exchanged a glance and answered Ronald. "All right, this Mike has 2 tickets to their concert that you want to buy. But he's asking for a lot of money. You weren't willing at first, but you still want to see Van Halen's concert, so you had to give in." "Oh, what about our lines?" "No lines needed. Just act like he really has 2 concert tickets. If you act well, I'll pay for Van Halen's records. We want concert tickets. Van Halen is having a concert in Los Angeles." "Deal." Ronald stood up and, with Romanus, who was playing the scalper mic, began instructing them. "Don't follow the lines, improvise, and try to get it right in one take." The lighting crew started taking light readings, and the director of photography, Matthew, knew the importance of the task and pushed them to give it their all. Finally, at 12:15, they completed the lighting and blocking. "Ready to shoot," Ronald directed the sound crew, extending the long microphone boom over the child's head. At this moment, the 2 men, accompanied by another producer of the film, Azov, quietly entered the rooftop shooting location and watched Ronald directing the filming from afar. "Oh, he's got a knack for it. Is this Ronald you recommended? No wonder you wanted me to come see him. He reminds me of you when you were young," MCA President Sinberg said softly. "I didn't expect him to be such a good director. I wasn't nearly as skilled as him when I was making Jaws," Spielberg replied quietly. "Action." Ronald gave the order to start filming. "Did Dolly Parton give you a share of the box office? You're working so hard," ticket scalper Mike joked when he saw his good friend, Nerdy Mark, working at the ticket gate. Sinberg overheard the line and saw the poster for Dolly Parton's unfinished new film, The Best Chicken House in Texas, and immediately understood what was going on, and couldn't help but smile. The line was quite interesting and humorous, mocking the Dolly Parton crew's practice of having them insert advertisements. Ticket scalper Mark didn't answer his friend's joke, but pointed to 2 children walking towards him on the right. "I heard you have Van Halen concert tickets," one of the children asked. "I might have." Romanus waved for the 2 children to walk a little further away with him to talk. The camera operator began to pan the camera, following the actors' movements. "How much are the seats in the first 10 rows?" $20 a ticket, but the original price is only $12.50, "Then don't buy them. You scalpers are making too much money." "Did you just call me a scalper? Listen, I provide ticket purchasing services, and services cost money." "Okay, we'll buy them." "Wait, how much did I say earlier?" $25, $20. The 2 children handed over the money, took the prop tickets, and turned to leave. Cut. Ronald was very satisfied. The young actors were giving a natural performance, and Romanes's improvisational skills as a ticket scalper were also excellent, befitting someone from the streets of the Bronx, New York. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of two people clapping came from behind, and then all the actors and crew members began to applaud, applauding Ronald's excellent control. He had completed filming in a little over 10 minutes before 12:30. Among them were many staff members who applauded Ronald's performance, expressing their sympathy for him. Heckling also applauded. The skill was truly impressive, improvisational, one take, 10 minutes, and the result was excellent. Tom Mount didn't applaud, his eyes were fixed on the newcomer, Sidney Sinberg, president of MCA. He had been ridiculed by Sinberg at Spielberg's box office celebration dinner. He left early to support heckling, hoping to use the opportunity to retaliate against Sinberg by blaming him for the poor choice of director. This president of the parent company had repeatedly wielded power within Universal Pictures, investing over $10 million in Spielberg's E.T. and interfering in the project's selection of Ronald as director. This was a perfect opportunity to make him back down. Movies always have a winner and a loser. Spielberg lost 1941 but won The Lost Ark of the Covenant. Could E.T. guarantee a huge success? Sinberg's decision to link his authority with E.T.'s box office performance was unwise. "Ronald, your work is fantastic." Spielberg stepped forward and hugged Ronald to congratulate him. "Yes, I haven't seen such a promising young man in a long time," Sinberg added, his most important task now being to firmly link Spielberg and Universal. Since Steven appreciated this young man, he might as well give him a hand. "Well done, Ronald. You've convinced me that my initial choice was correct. If you need anything, you can come directly to my secretary." Sinberg noticed Mount on the other side. He was actually speaking to him. Ronald quickly thanked them, a pleasant surprise indeed. His directorial position was now secure. Chapter 260 Director's Authority. As Ronald hugged Spielberg and Sinberg to express their gratitude, the applause continued. Ronald turned back to thank all the actors and crew again, clapping in return, then pressed his hands down, trying to stop them so filming could continue. Yay! This unexpected gesture reignited the crowd's enthusiasm, and they continued clapping enthusiastically, many shouting in support. Ronald was moved by this unexpected scene, so supportive. He looked into the crowd. First Assistant Director Al was clapping enthusiastically. He wanted Ronald to continue directing without interference, so he could focus on what he did best, directing and managing a team of blue-collar technicians, such as electricians, camera crew, drivers, etc., to assist the director in creating the artwork. Instead of spending so much energy babysitting a novice director, reminding filmmakers of things like turning the camera around and reshooting an over-the-shoulder shot. He was on a modest salary and shouldn't be doing things outside his job description. Otherwise, why not give him a raise? If the director needs constant reminders and corrections, why not just let them do the directing work themselves? Art director Dan and cinematographer Matthew exchanged a knowing smile. Both were technical experts, and whether impressed by Ronald's technical knowledge or satisfied with the trust and respect he showed, they had decided to contribute their full capabilities to this small-budget production. Technical experts have their pride. Not just any director can command their respect. During initial meetings with a director, they'd ask a couple of test questions to assess the director's abilities. If you understand the technology, know what you want, and show respect to the experts, then they'll give it their all. Years of experience in the industry have hidden skills that allow the director to achieve their goals with high quality while saving costs. But these aren't skills you can use on just any director. Some directors lack the necessary knowledge. If you use certain techniques, they'll think you're just being perfunctory. Others don't know what effects they want and can't articulate them clearly. With those, a quick fix is enough to get by. For example, the lighting system Ronald commissioned them to design for the mall was simple, effective, and saved a lot of time on lighting setup. However, some directors, seeing that you're not using expensive and complex lighting equipment, might think you're being lazy. Only directors like Ronald, who understand film photography and completely trust and respect them, will have the time and effort put into designing and adjusting it. It certainly paid off on the first day of filming. Robert Romanes, who played Mike the Ticket Scalper, was a big fan of the director. He came from a poor neighborhood in the Bronx, New York, and to get an audition, he sold his old car and borrowed money from his sister to buy a plane ticket to Los Angeles, hoping to change his fate and become an actor. The director chose him from among a group of actors with formal drama training. The reason was that he didn't have to act, he was Mike in the script. This made sense. Mike in the script was a poor student who transferred from a poor neighborhood in Philadelphia to Los Angeles, and had to sell tickets to earn a living at school, a situation remarkably similar to his own. Ronald had even had his airfare reimbursed by the accountant and arranged for him to stay in Universal's actors' quarters. For the past month, he'd even been staying in a guest room at the home of the lead actress, Jennifer Jason Leigh. Man, he'd never stayed in such nice accommodations before. The director asked him to improvise, and he had no problem with that. In New York, he often went to Broadway to resell musical tickets to make money. He knew how to persuade tourists to happily buy overpriced scalp tickets. It was all life experience. This movie would bring him money and fame. A weekly salary of $1,100, an 8-week filming schedule, and he'd receive it regardless of whether he had a role or not. This weekly check gave him the courage to continue living in Los Angeles and acting. And maybe he'd become famous after the movie's release next year. Thinking of this, Romanos put his fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. The whistle startled the two actresses in front of him, Jennifer Jason Leigh and Phoebe Katz, who shrank back, then patted Romanos a few times and burst into laughter. Both of them were experienced film and television actresses, not newcomers. Being an actor is tough. Expressing one's inner emotions under the public eye is a painful experience unimaginable to outsiders. And what's worse, sometimes they have to film multiple takes. Compared to Hecklin's direct instruction on how to shoot and where to focus, they preferred Ronald's guiding and inspiring approach. This allowed the actors to relax more and perform better in front of the camera. Although Ronald didn't quite understand the inner thoughts of women, and his acting methods differed from Hecklin's, they didn't really like the feeling of Hecklin's insightful observations. Some people consider method acting the proper way to perform in film, but this method doesn't actually create a good emotional experience for actors. Recalling unhappy memories creates tension, and they both felt down after each take. Ronald's actions of prohibiting loud talking before filming and carefully protecting their emotional state were much more comfortable. Besides, who doesn't like having a handsome guy explaining the scene to them? The applause lasted for over a minute before gradually subsiding. "Say something to them." Spielberg stepped forward and placed a hand on Ronald's shoulders, whispering a reminder. This was a golden opportunity to establish authority on the set. "Well done. Thank you everyone, this take was great. We still have 4.5 hours of filming tonight, so let's take a 10-minute break. You can go grab some fries and pizza. Then we'll continue with the pizza shop scene. If you try to slack off, I'll kick your butts for Mr. Sinberg, who pays your salaries." "Oh, ha ha ha." Everyone laughed and dispersed. Ronald was satisfied. On a small scale, within a film crew, and on a larger scale, within the entire film industry, technical staff can be divided into two types. One type possesses professional skills. They often trust those with technical expertise and respect their bosses. The other type performs work that doesn't require much technical skill. They seek more money, more benefits, and obedience to those in higher positions. From the start of the crew to today's filming, his actions have won over the first type of experts. And the second type, seeing the higher-ranking Sinberg on their side, knows which side to take. The actors. All they wanted was a salary, plus the possibility of a blockbuster film. Fame would significantly increase their pay, bring them more critical acclaim, more challenging roles, and even awards. The effect of the bigwigs personally endorsing him was obvious, whether it was Mount supporting Hecklin or Sinberg supporting himself. The entire crew had even greater faith in Ronald's authority. After Ronald, Sinberg, and Mount exchanged a few words, Ronald was about to see them off. Sinberg pressed him back into his director's seat. "Keep up the good work. Remember, you're the boss here." Mount smiled and said goodbye to him and Hecklin, as if he hadn't done anything. "Good job, kid." The two walked towards the elevator together. After all, this wasn't their main battlefield, and there was no need to show any discord among Universal's top management in front of the crew. Spielberg also took his leave. He hadn't finished filming E.T. yet. There were still many E.T. alien special effects scenes to shoot. The special effects team was working hard to improve the model's mechanical movements, making it more realistic in close-ups and extreme close-ups. "Thank you, Mr. Spielberg," Ronald sincerely thanked him. Inviting Sinberg today was an unexpected surprise. "Don't let these things bother you. Remember your initial dream when you first wanted to direct this film?" Taking a deep breath, Ronald sat back in his director's chair, picked up his thermos, poured himself a cup of black tea, and slowly drank it. His initial dream: he had to make a film that people would agree with and love, a film that could stand the test of time. He glanced at Heckling beside him. She looked somewhat anxious, as if she already knew her plan to take his place had failed. She should understand that he was still a complete novice in directing. Hollywood theatrical films were very different from student projects. However, her discovery and guidance of female actors had given him some surprise and inspiration. Thinking of this, Ronald smiled slightly at her, then closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the break to end and filming to resume. Heckling saw Ronald smile at her and didn't say anything more. It seemed her dream of becoming a director would have to be delayed. Should he stay on set to learn and grow, or find another script and start a new project? Alice, he was a newcomer, only able to choose from the script archive, mostly old scripts other directors hadn't filmed. 10 minutes later, break over, get ready to shoot, Assistant Director Al announced over the megaphone. The crew resumed filming, and Ronald was busy again. The movie theater on one side was preparing lighting for the next shot, while the pizza shop on the other was filming. They would switch locations afterward. Cut. Great, get ready for the next take, Ronald called out with satisfaction. We've finished filming all the shots on the schedule, Al said to Ronald. Everyone worked together efficiently, and by 4 a.m., all the scheduled shots had been filmed. Oh, I see. Let's check tomorrow's schedule. See if anything can be filmed ahead of time. It seems we need to replan our shooting schedule. This lighting system has saved us a lot of time. Chapter 261 Call Me Spickly. The saved time allowed Ronald to shoot a few more takes. Assistant Director Al moved up the shooting schedule of scenes originally scheduled for the next 2 days, especially those involving 2 female or male leads. Cut. Ronald finished shooting another scene, confirmed with the director of photography, and called for the next take. Not hearing the expected response from the assistant director, Ronald turned around. It was the union's on-set representative, pointing to his wrist. Oh, it's almost 5 a.m., Ronald realized. Actors could only work 8 hours a day. It was a hard rule of the Screen Actors Guild. Union representatives were always present to supervise filming in Los Angeles. After discussing with Assistant Director Al, the crew announced that filming was over. Everyone took their call sheets for the next night's shoot and began to leave. The lighting crew brought out a large light, illuminating the ground at the entrance downstairs so that the departing actors and crew wouldn't trip over the steps. These were methods experienced technicians had used on other film sets shooting night scenes, and Ronald had delegated them to the assistant director's team for coordination. Ronald personally oversaw the film crew unloading the finished film from the machine, carefully packing it up, and locking the box before having the film handlers take it to the developing plant to be printed. They would see the sample footage from today's shooting the next day. During the first week of filming, Ronald had specially rented a movie theater and a shopping mall to screen the daily sample footage, so that each actor could see footage of their scenes from the previous day. Click, click, a young man in the film crew was struggling with the camera. The Ultra-Cam cinema camera's manufacturing quality was really poor, requiring considerable force to disassemble. Be careful, the director of photography advised. This is tonight's shooting schedule. The second assistant director, a female staff member, handed Ronald the shooting schedule for the next day. Sean Penn is in the arcade, and there are scenes in All America's Hamburger, as well as Judge Reinhold and Eric Stahls. Ronald glanced through the shooting schedule and called over a crew assistant, asking, has Sean Penn arrived in Los Angeles? When did he fly in from Chicago? Go check. All the filming equipment had been packed up, and the crew had gradually evacuated the filming location. The props team was packing up some temporary posters, and the second assistant director had to stay behind to do the inventory. She could get a hefty allowance of 1 hour a day for this. Ronald said goodbye to Al, Matthew, and several other team leaders who were organizing the equipment, and then left the mall. A red sun was rising, and the Los Angeles morning was beautiful. It was a new day. After a good 5 hours of sleep, Ronald appeared on time again in the mall's filming office that afternoon. Filming a movie is a high-intensity job, with very little sleep each day, especially for the boss of everyone on the crew, the director. Only by getting enough sleep could he make up for it, and he could take a vacation after filming was over. Hi, Sean. Welcome to the set. Your scene tonight is, Ronald handed the shooting schedule to Sean Penn, who had just flown from Chicago to Los Angeles 2 days ago. Call me Spickly, Sean Penn said to Ronald in an exaggerated tone. What? My name is Spickly, Man. And I'm going to win this year's Los Angeles Surfing Grand Prix, Sean Penn replied in the voice of his character. Very good, Ronald praised. Sean Penn's acting was very convincing. He portrayed a high school student who was always high on cigarettes and dreamed of winning the Surfing Grand Prix in just a few words. Moreover, he looked a bit silly, with his brows deliberately furrowed, as if questioning life, very similar to the character in the script. Good, Sean, keep it up, Ronald instructed his assistant. Get the hairstylist over here, put the wig on him again and see how it looks. Sean Penn seemed not to hear Ronald, still immersed in his role, looking around at the surroundings. Hey, buddy, got some fries? Yeah, the fast food restaurant staff worked during filming, providing the crew with late-night snacks. Fries, ha ha ha, delicious, Ronald smiled. This Sean Penn was quite dedicated. Soon, the hairstylist came in with 2 wigs. This is a full-body style, this is a 2-piece style, the top is a hairpiece, and the surrounding area is wig. Sean, please let the hairstylist try on your makeup. Ronald was very polite to the crew members, always saying please and thank you. Sean Penn completely ignored him, as if he hadn't heard him. Sean, Ronald called several times, turning to look at the hairstylist, only to find that she didn't know what was going on either. Sean, Ronald raised his voice and called again. Call me Spicoli, buddy. Spicoli, yes, what do you want me to do? Please try these 2 wigs, Ronald asked tentatively. Alright, Sean Penn obediently sat down, allowing the hairstylist to work on his head. This one has hairpieces on top to add volume, and the bottom part is a wig that extends the hair from the ears. This one is a full coverage wig to tie up Sean's real hair. Which one do you find more comfortable, Sean? Ronald thought both wigs were acceptable. Sean Penn gave a blank look and remained silent. Spicoli? Which wig do you find more comfortable? This one makes my head feel constricted. This one is more comfortable. Sean Penn pointed to the 2-piece wig. Take him to his dressing room. Thank you, Ronald said to the hairstylist. Sean Penn and the hairstylist went out together. Phew, Ronald sighed deeply. Was Sean Penn taking his method acting too seriously, to the point of obsession? He wouldn't allow anyone to call him by his real name on set, insisting on his character's name. If other technical staff performed poorly, the director could use his authority to criticize or replace them arbitrarily. But actors were different. The film needed their performances. If they were provoked and refused to act or acted poorly, things would be difficult. Actors were sensitive and fragile beings. Sometimes, you had to appease them to get them to perform well. The dressing room name is wrong. My name is Spicoli. Ronald heard Sean Penn's voice again and went out of his office to look. Sean was throwing a tantrum at the dressing room door, tearing up the paper with Sean Penn printed on it, then making his own, writing Spicoli on it, and sticking it on the door. Sigh, Ronald sighed, covering his face. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal, let him be. Finally, it was time for evening filming. Today's scene was in the arcade on the 3rd floor of the mall. The room was filled with children and teenagers, all having a great time playing games for free. The camera's on this missile command game. Sean, no, Spicoli, take off your shirt and see the kids with spare change playing here. Missile Command was a popular arcade game developed by Atari. Players took on the role of a missile commander, repelling incoming USSR nuclear missiles. As the game progressed, more and more missiles attacked, ultimately leading to annihilation. Ronald had specifically chosen this most popular game for the camera. Okay, Sean Penn replied in that drawn-out tone. You pull him back from behind and ask him to pay back the 25 cents Spicoli lent you, Ronald said to the child actor acting opposite Sean Penn. Then you, Sean Piccoli, point your finger at his chest as if to threaten him, and then make a joke with him. You're a poor bastard, not a bully who picks on kids. Okay, recording? Camera? Action. A recording stick extended, capturing the arcade game music and the sound of players destroying incoming nuclear missiles. Sean Penn's performance was very realistic. When the child pulled him from behind, his reaction was natural, initially surprised, then about to lash out, but finally, seeing it was a child, he returned to an indifferent state, which pleased Ronald. Good, this take, let's do it again, Spicoli, try a different approach. Sean Penn gave an okay sign, indicating he understood. This time his performance was different again. When the child pulled him, he looked down at the arcade screen, not particularly concerned. When he saw it was the child he had borrowed a coin from, he even showed a slightly embarrassed expression. Then he pointed at the child's chest, making a threatening gesture, before moving his finger up to press the child's nose and ruffling the child's hair. The child actor reacted immediately, smiling and stubbornly saying, "Hey, come on," trying to stop Spicoli's hand from touching the child's hair. Cut. Ronald was even more satisfied with his take. These method actors, despite their quirks, always manage to bring something new. Actors primarily rely on the reactions of their co-stars to perform their own. If each performance follows a fixed formula, the reactions will become increasingly unrealistic after the first take because you've already anticipated the other actor's actions. Spicoli, no. Sean Penn's brilliance lies in his ability to create a different feeling in every take, inspiring his co-stars to react naturally. Audiences are very sensitive to unnatural, contrived performances, and Ronald was very satisfied with actors who could produce natural reactions. He always gave them extra takes and even considered adding more scenes for them later. Great, everyone take a 10-minute break. The camera crew will set up the equipment again. Now we'll shoot a close-up of the game console screen. Ronald gave the order, and the filming progressed smoothly today. Clap clap clap, everyone applauded. Seemingly inspired by yesterday's applause, now after each high-quality take, the crew and actors would spontaneously applaud to congratulate each other. This was very morale-boosting, making the actors who had finished filming feel like they had accomplished something remarkable, and more confident and relaxed in their performances. Ronald didn't interfere, and this became a routine for the fast-paced crew. Recording? Camera? Action. After setting up the camera, Ronald called for action. Sean Penn started playing the game on the console, and the camera began filming his gameplay from the side and rear. Cut. Sean Penn called for a stop. What's wrong? Spicoli. Ronald jumped out from behind the camera. Who's that? I can't see strangers while I'm filming. Sorry, I just wanted to come and watch the filming. While security guard apologized as he left the crowd. I'll arrange it for another scene later, you can step aside. Ronald was still friendly to them while security guard. Clear the area, Spicoli, there are no strangers now, can we start? Okay, Ronald shook his head. These method actors were very capable, and they had many quirks. Sean Penn was alright, he always had to meet this request. These quirks of his were also for getting into character. It was easy to break character if there were unrelated people around. Not allowing people to call him by his real name was also to ensure he could enter the Spicoli state at any time. Ronald could tolerate these harmless quirks. Recording? Camera? Action. Spicoli started playing Missile Commander again, the game console making biu 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 sounds. Cut. This time it was the director of photography, Matthew, who called a halt. What is it now? Chapter 262 Supercard. The film advance seems to be stuck, cinematographer Matthew said quietly to director Ronald, checking the camera. This damn camera should have been replaced a long time ago, Ronald cursed inwardly. Cheap things are never good, it was definitely the junk Universal left for the low-budget fast-paced crew. What's the problem? It's probably a problem with the electric motor, can it be fixed? Hard to say. I don't think it needs fixing. Just replace it with a spare film cassette and take it to Universal tomorrow so the manufacturer can fix it. Let's keep filming going, okay, be careful from now on. I'm always worried about this camera, film requires 24 frames per second of exposure. The film is stored in the cassette and driven by the electric motor, passing through the shutter at a constant speed of 24 frames per second. With the motor malfunctioning, the film advance couldn't move the film, an 11-minute roll of film was stuck in the cassette, unable to move. Luckily, I managed to change the footage from just now, and I just switched to this new roll of film. Okay, we'll start once you've changed the spare cartridge. After changing the spare, Ronald finally finished filming the arcade scene. The crew moved to All America Burger. Here they were filming Sean Penn and his henchmen, including a character played by Eric Stoltz, eating at All America Burger. Judge Reinhold played the lead role of Brad, who worked as a manager at All America Burger, and his subordinates were played by Nicholas Coppola. Ronald ultimately gave Nicholas a cameo role, allowing him to obtain a Screen Actors Guild membership card. Spicoli, you come in with Eric Stoltz's character, the underling. When you get to the table, take off your shirt, and then we'll all chip in and buy hamburgers. Director, could you do what Spicoli does and not call me Eric, but by my character's name? Eric Stoltz had become close with Sean Penn and greatly admired his acting methods. He was just turning 18 and, Having an idol, wanted to learn everything from him. You don't have a name in the script, so you're called Spicoli's underling? From now on, I'll call you Spicoli's underling, Ronald said to Stoltz, somewhat annoyed. Okay, I thought he'd have a name. Eric Stoltz was a little sullen. It's okay, little brother, as long as you find the right method, you'll be a successful actor, Sean Penn was preaching to Stoltz. Meanwhile, Nicholas Coppola was also making preparations in a cryptic way. Hey, Brad, hello, Brad. Nicholas was practicing different tones for this line repeatedly. Nick, Ronald pulled him aside, I know you don't want to tarnish the name Coppola, but this is a low-budget production. You don't need to practice so much. Save your energy and acting desire. I'll give you some close-up shots later in the plot. That's when your time to shine will come. Okay, thank you, Director Ronald. Nicholas Coppola indeed stopped practicing his lines and instead took out a small mirror from his pocket, carefully combing his hair in front of it. Now go back and say your line properly. Ronald patted him on the shoulder. What kind of acting fanatics did he choose? This is just a low-budget teen exploitation film. Should he act like The Godfather? Ronald smiled silently. In any case, it's good for actors to have a strong drive, as long as it's within his control. Sean Penn and Eric Stoltz, playing two thugs, went to the All-American Burgers where Brad worked. It took them a while to scrape together enough money for burgers. To stay cool and show off, they took off their t-shirts and talked shirtless in the burger joint. Their classmate Brad, wearing his supervisor's uniform, came out from behind, pointed to the sign, and told them that shirtless was not allowed in the store. He then lectured them, telling them to find a job and earn their own money so they wouldn't be unable to afford burgers. After Brad left, Spicoli and his gang loudly imitated his lecturing tone and began mocking his seriousness. Back at the counter, Brad greeted the clerk, played by Nicholas Coppola. Hi, Brad, cut. Ronald called a halt to filming. These takes were good, and the camera didn't malfunction again. They moved on to filming several scenes of the high school cheerleaders in the mall. Hey, Pamela, Cameron Crowe, author of the novel, greeted one of the cheerleaders. You know her? Ronald asked Crowe after he arrived. She's an acquaintance of my girlfriend's. She's quite something. She's Pamela, the sister of rock star Bruce Springsteen. Oh, Ronald knew Crowe had been a columnist for rock magazines for many years and knew many people in the rock scene. Since he wasn't particularly involved in casting extras and minor roles, Crowe had brought in a few acquaintances from the rock world. You're interested in her? I'll introduce you, Crowe smiled. People in the rock scene really want to be in movies. Pamela even mentioned you to me, saying she saw your Rock High. I didn't direct it, I was just a director in second unit. Ronald shook his head, declining Crowe's offer. She's buck-toothed, not my type. Ronald chuckled, but the cheerleader next to him had a better figure. He didn't know her name. What's the girl's name? Ronald asked his assistant. Oh, Kelly Maroney. National Shakespeare Company, used to play Shakespeare. She played Shakespeare. Well, actresses like that are usually very ambitious. He might not be able to afford her asking price. Hi, my name is Spicoli, what's yours? Sean Penn, on the other hand, took a liking to Pamela Springsteen and went over to chat her up. It was unclear whether he was approaching her as an actor or just playing Spicoli. During filming, actors and crew members were often away from their families, working overtime and night shifts were commonplace. Many couples had casual affairs on set. After filming wrapped, everyone went their separate ways. When they met again, they smiled and remained friends. This was the modern romance story of men and women in the film industry. Prepare for the next scene, Ronald gestured to the assistant director. Forget flirting, let's get down to business. Today's filming was a bit slower than yesterday's. Aside from not having two locations to alternate lighting and shooting, the film crew was moving slower than yesterday. Ronald noticed that the director of photography, Matthew, was particularly nervous, repeatedly checking the film magazine before each take to avoid film jams. This caution made the entire crew cautious, which still slowed down the overall shooting progress. Slowly but surely, they finally filmed the last few shots of the night. Ronald had the cheerleaders lean against the end of the escalator to film a few shots of their reactions to Brad, who was looking up at him as he worked. Sound recording? Camera? Action. Pamela Springsteen and Kelly Maroney got into position, ready for their few close-up shots in the film. Cut, Matthew called out, the film jammed again. Ronald walked over, looking at the bulky camera with a surge of frustration. What ultracam? I think it's more like ultra gem, a type of film jamming camera. Chapter 263. The script is the foundation of everything. This morning, the film from the first day of shooting had been developed into sample prints. Ronald, Matthew, Hacklin, and other core members of the crew were scheduled to watch the prints at Universal's screening room with producers Linson, Ozoff, and a representative from Tom Mount. Carrying the jammed film reel, Ronald and cinematographer Matthew went to Universal Studios. Before watching the prints, they went to complain to the producers. "I told you this junk was no good, it's seriously affecting filming now," Ronald said, placing the large film reel on the producer's desk. Thankfully, Matthew was careful, and we managed to finish most of the shooting, but it jammed again. It ruined a reel of film and some of our footage. "What happened?" producers Linson and Ozoff asked, having originally planned to see the prints. "Just like your secretary's printer keeps jamming, the film is stuck in this ultra jam. It's already happened twice. What if it jams during an important shot? I don't even want to think about it." Linson's face was grim. This was a big problem. Camera malfunction shouldn't happen in a Universal Pictures film. If the crew had to stop filming because of a camera malfunction, then he, as the producer, would also be responsible, since he had agreed to use this ultra cam machine. Another producer, Ozoff, who knew little about technical equipment, offered a solution. "Can't we get it repaired by the manufacturer?" "Of course, but the ultra cam manufacturer, Linson remembered the rumors he'd heard in the technical department. This camera was actually handmade. The producer had connections at the studio and wanted to open up the market first before improving product quality. Therefore, the quality of individual ultra-cam cameras varied greatly, and some parts were not interchangeable. Their crew was unlucky enough to get a camera with quality issues. "Let's take it to the experts in the cinematography department, maybe they can help." Linson had a cinematography assistant take the machine to see if there was any way to repair it. "Should we find a spare camera for Ronald's crew to use first?" Ozoff suggested again. "That's not ideal either. Different cameras have different lens and optical path designs, which will result in subtle differences in perspective distortion. Viewers will see different styles in shots taken with different cameras," said cinematographer Matthew. "Let's look at the sample footage first. By the time we're done here, the camera crew should have some results." Today was the first day of viewing the sample footage, and the producers and executives sat down one by one. Ronald sat with the core members of the crew, with Cameron Crowe next to him. Hacklin sat on the other side. She still felt she had a unique approach to directing actors and wanted to see the sample footage. A white light appeared, and a silent image lit up the screen. Two different ways of handling the same scene shot by Hacklin and Ronald. The scene where Ronald was rushing to film the children haggling with Mike the Scalper, were all reproduced on the screen. After the sample footage was shown, the lights came on. The two producers had no objections, and the executives remained silent, simply taking notes. Overall, they seemed satisfied with the first day of filming. Ronald had proven he could at least make a passable, low-budget teen exploitation film, nothing special. Ronald stared at the blank screen, lost in thought. His brow furrowed as if he'd noticed something. He said to Cameron Crowe, producer Linson, and Ozoff, "Did you notice? The image seems a bit foggy." "Foggy?" Ozoff didn't see the difference. "Yes, a little bit. About 20% of the film has a serious problem." "Yes, this take is noticeably different from the last one." Linson, more familiar with filmmaking than Ozoff, noticed it too. Hacklin joined the discussion. "Ronald, Mr. Linson, did you notice the problem too?" Ronald was startled from his thoughts. "There are some problems. We have to go to the camera department later." "Camera department?" Hacklin lowered her voice, whispering in Ronald's ear, "I'm referring to the scene where Linda is giving Stacy her advice. There's a problem with the performance you filmed." Linda spoke from the perspective of recalling her own experience, "But you filmed it as storytelling. I don't mean to challenge your authority, I just hope this film can be improved." After Sinberg and Spielberg publicly supported Ronald, Hacklin knew her chances of replacing him were slim. Mount didn't plan to take any further action, saying they'd deal with it later. She spent the last 2 days observing Ronald's every move on set, preparing for her future independent film direction. But after all, Judge Reinhold and Jennifer Jason Leigh were actors she'd introduced through connections, and she didn't want their careers to be hindered by the fast pace, especially Jennifer, who had refused her father Vic Morrow's arrangement and the officer and gentleman role. if she were misled by Ronald. So she came to privately point out what she felt was inappropriate to Ronald. Ronald reached for a script from Crow, some pages pasted on with sticky notes, and handed it to Hecklin without a word. This was originally intended for his rebuttal to Hecklin at the preview screening, but now that she was asking questions privately, indicating she had conceded defeat, there was no need for a public counterattack. "What's this? Look for yourself." I had Crow mark all the relevant lines spoken by Phoebe Cates' character. Hecklin opened the script with a puzzled look, looking at the dialogue passages Crow had marked with colored markers. They were all dialogues between Linda and Stacy, describing her relationship with her boyfriend Doug. "If it weren't for my perfect boyfriend working at a university in Chicago." Doug works for Chicago Airlines. Doug can last an average of 20 to 30 minutes. Doug can last 30 to 40 minutes at a time. What? Every time she talks about Doug, the details are different? Is this boyfriend Doug something Linda imagined? Hecklin exclaimed. Yes, look at Linda's performance at the swimming pool. Ronald pointed to the script. Hecklin turned to the pool scene. Stacy, Mark, and Mike were playing together in the pool, while Linda, wearing a red bikini, sat hunched over by the edge. You mean, yeah, Linda has never had any experience with men or women, so she has a psychological barrier to playing water fights with boys in the pool. That's why she went into the room and saw Brad, Cameron Crowe explained to Hecklin in detail. Linda did this because Hecklin suddenly had a new understanding of the character. Yes, that's what teenage intimacy is like. Everyone talks about it, but very few people actually do it. Why? How did you figure that out? Hecklin was unprepared for these devils hidden in the details. I adapted the script. Linda's behavior and words were inconsistent, very obviously, Ronald replied. Oh, thank you for telling me all this. Hecklin closed the script and handed it back to Crowe. Looks like to be a good director, you have to write your own scripts. Hecklin understood, he said. At least we need to discuss the details of each character with the screenwriter, but I liked how you handled Jennifer asking for the handsome customer's phone number. What's with that slight fear? Ronald turned to ask Hecklin. After seeing the sample footage, he felt that Hecklin's handling was more realistic than his own. Oh, you don't understand girls' psychology, Ronald. Before going on a date with a man for the first time, we're always nervous. You don't know what kind of person you're going to be with. What's his personality like? Is he good-tempered? Will he be wild? You know men are always stronger than women, Hecklin replied. Especially since Stacy has no experience dating men, she can't predict it. That makes sense, thank you. Ronald thanked Hecklin, put on his sunglasses, and said, I'm going to the photography department. Some of these sample shots have problems. Do you want to come with me? Problems? I didn't notice them, Hecklin muttered to herself. Wait for me, let's go together. The group arrived at the camera department, where the crew's camera assistant was anxiously awaiting their arrival. Matthew, Ronald. They haven't figured out the problem yet. They did a quick check of the film advance motor and tested it several times, but it doesn't seem like a motor malfunction, doesn't seem like it. Ronald was annoyed, his tone sharp. Most of the time, there were no film jams on set, but this had happened twice in one night of shooting. He had to find the cause. The technicians aren't ruling out a motor problem, but they haven't found any signs of trouble during the tests. The camera assistant was taken aback by Ronald's tone. Ronald, the director of photography, Matthew, called out to Ronald, don't blame him, let's go talk to the technical experts. Okay, this camera is definitely in big trouble, I'm a little anxious, Ronald said to his assistant. Hi, Matthew, you're here, the technical expert greeted Matthew as he approached. This is Ronald Lee, our director. Matthew introduced everyone to him. What exactly is the problem? Ronald asked urgently. It could be a mismatch between the motor and the film cartridge housing, a problem with the transmission, or even a rare case of intermittent motor overheating, so you can't be sure either. I can't help it. This manufacturer's after-sales service is terrible. I was against buying their products in the first place. The film industry needs stable quality assurance, not one or two technical highlights. Seeing Ronald's displeasure and impending outburst, the director of photography, Matthew, quickly interrupted his self-pity. Do you have any solutions? There's still 20% of the film with a fogging problem. How do you handle that? We can only wait for the manufacturer to explain. We can't do anything about it, you? Ronald was furious at the so-called technical expert's attitude and took a step forward, ready to unleash his fury. We've gone to find Alonzo. He might be able to solve your problem. The technical expert was startled by his action and quickly named someone. Who is Alonzo? John Alonzo, a cinematographer. He often comes to various film sets to put out fires and solve problems that other cinematographers can't. Many problems that ordinary people can't solve, he can solve with a single move. He's a descendant of Mexican immigrants in Texas, and many people say he knows Mayan witchcraft, explained director of photography Matthew. Okay, let's wait a bit longer. If it doesn't work, we'll have to take turns resting. We still have to shoot tonight. If the factory can't fix it either, we'll replace him with Ari. We can always reshoot the first 2 days' scenes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. The director is the decision maker. Alonzo was a Latino photographer with a Mexican-style mustache. He was under 50, with a composed face and a slight Spanish accent. After greeting Ronald and the others, he got to work. He turned on the camera, loaded the scrap film, and began repeatedly turning it on and off. Ultracam was already noisier than brands like Panavisham and Arri, and in the office environment, it had an even stronger buzzing echo. Alonzo picked up the camera and went to a corner to experiment. Ronald watched for a while, but Alonzo wasn't much of a talker. He just kept turning the camera on and off, the motor spinning the scrap film, then Alonzo would remove it, reverse it, load it again, and start over. Ronald watched, feeling frustrated, and returned to his chair to rest. During filming, breaks were a luxury for the director. He had to make the most of his free time. After a long wait, Ultracam's technical support staff finally arrived. He inquired about the camera's symptoms, but instead of checking on Alonzo's adjustments, he casually pulled out a repair request form and had the director of photography fill it out. What's the problem? Ronald stood up to observe. The same old problem. The machine has an unexplained motor overheating. Using certain Kodak film models also causes random film fogging, but fortunately it's not too serious, only about 20% of the time. The developed positive film projected onto the screen will be slightly blurry, only. Ronald was too angry to argue. This wasn't a recurring problem. You never know which of the 10 takes would have an issue. It would definitely have a significant impact on the filming of fast-paced Richmond High School. Is there any solution? Director of photography Matthew, sensing Ronald's anger, quickly consulted the Ultracam experts. We can provide a spare camera and then go back to repair it. But we can't guarantee the spare camera will work well in your shooting environment. This fogging problem is very random, and we haven't been able to find a pattern. What about the problem with the motor jamming the film? That's a problem with the fit between the motor and the film magazine housing. To achieve a short flange distance and a compact overall size, the reflector lens of this camera is designed to be quite compact, and the film magazine and lens assembly are very close together. We suspect that sometimes a slight deformation of the housing causes jamming. Click, the sound of the film advance motor stopped abruptly. Alonzo pressed the stop switch and said in slightly accented Spanish English, I think I've found the cause. What is the cause? Alonzo didn't explain, but instead told the camera assistant, go get a Panasonic camera battery made in Japan. Then he said to Ronald and Matthew, I think if you just replace the battery with a Panasonic one, the film advance problem will be solved. Ronald and producer Linsen exchanged glances, half believing Alonzo's words. Ultracam's technical support staff chimed in, it's not a battery problem, the film advance motor isn't moving the film. We've reproduced the fault, the battery indicator light is always on when it malfunctions. Alonzo didn't bother to explain, simply picking up the Panasonic compatible battery his assistant had just brought and snapping it into the camera. That should fix it. I guarantee there won't be any more film jams. As for some film fogging, that's a design flaw, I can only mitigate it, not eliminate it. Producer Linsen, listening to Alonzo's Spanish accented English, felt uncertain. Should we get a new Arri or Panasonic camera and just make do with the film from the last couple of days? No, if we use a different brand of camera, we have to reshoot. Otherwise, mixing film from different cameras during editing will look very strange to the audience. Director of photography Matthew disagreed. Or we could use a spare Ultracam to shoot while they repair it. I don't have confidence in them, and it looks like the backup machine won't be able to avoid this problem either, said another producer, Azaf. Matthew answered. The director of photography, the producer, Crow, Hacklin, and others all looked at Ronald. Everyone in the crew could offer their professional or unprofessional opinions on the issue. But in the end, it all came down to the director to make the decision. Just like an army to a general, the officers and soldiers can express their opinions, but once the general makes a decision, the subordinates must follow it. Similarly, the person who makes the decision must also bear the consequences of the decision. No matter which method is taken, Ronald must be responsible for the current decision. If the problem still occurs after switching to the backup camera, or if using a different brand of camera and 2 sets of film makes the audience feel out of place, Ronald must find a solution. He must also explain the resulting delays in shooting time and cost overruns to the senior management of Universal. Ronald did not make a decision immediately, but walked up to Alonzo and looked at the battery on the Ultra-Cam camera. After the battery was installed, the camera's power indicator light was dimly lit. Ronald imitated Alonzo and pressed the power button. Whoosh, a low motor hum sounded, and the waste film in the film canister was pulled and spun faster. A few seconds later, the film reached its maximum speed and then entered a constant speed. This was where Ronald called action. Previously, the director of photography had to confirm that the motor was running at a constant speed. Alonzo had done this before: press start, let the film wind up to the end, then stop, flip the film over, load it, and press start again. He repeated this process over and over. Then, he pointed out the problem was with the battery. A flash of understanding crossed Ronald's mind, and he pointed to the indicator light, saying, "The problem here." Alonzo smiled. "Yes, the indicator light is misreading the battery level. The battery is already below a certain level and can't power the film at full speed, but the indicator light is still on. Why don't Panasonic batteries have this problem? The Japanese are very meticulous. The battery's voltage and current drop curves are very smooth, maintaining a relatively flat line until it's completely depleted. When it's completely depleted, it drops rapidly, at which point the indicator light flashes a warning. Our American manufacturing industry isn't as meticulous as the Japanese. Companies like Panasonic can customize batteries, but Ultracam can only use standard battery packs available on the market." "I understand. What about the film fogging issue?" "That's a design flaw. As the expert from that manufacturer said, this model of camera was specially designed with a viewfinder to work with zoom lenses, allowing a clear view of the depth of field changes during zooming. However, this requires a very long viewfinder, compressing the distance between the lens and the camera's internal exposure plane. This compresses the mirrors into an excessively short flange distance, causing the lens tilt angle to be too large. This makes them susceptible to resonance from insufficient voltage in the motor, scratching the surface. If your crew is using certain Kodak films that require high light transmission, slight fogging will occur. As filming progresses and the battery power decreases, the resonance increases, and the fogging becomes more severe. To completely solve this problem, the camera design must be changed. Now, with a stable voltage of the Panasonic battery, severe fogging is practically non-existent. Of course, the image is slightly blurrier than the Panasonic, which is unavoidable. Unless you're a professional, the average viewer shouldn't notice. Why can't an expert like you be in charge of the technical department? Ronald completely understood Alonzo's logic. He had been repeatedly spinning the film reels to try and recreate the scene. How could the film be jamming? "I prefer shooting on set, and besides, my accent." Ronald knew that even among white Americans, there was a hierarchy. The predominantly Anglo-Saxon Europeans had always discriminated against Latinos. Early Southern European immigrants were even referred to as half-black. Descendants of Mexican immigrants like John Alonzo were considered even lower than Southern Europeans. Ronald extended his hand and shook it firmly. "Thank you, Mr. Alonzo. You are a truly skilled photography expert. I hope to have the opportunity to work with you, amigo. I also really hope to work with young directors like you. My mentor likes to work with young directors. He says that young people aren't limited by so-called industry conventions, and that's why they can make good films." "Who is your mentor?" Ronald wasn't familiar with the lineage of cinematographers. "It's James Wong, a Chinese-American cinematographer. He's the greatest master of understated cinematography. He was also the first cinematographer to use a handheld camera, and he invented the velvet method, which freed blue-eyed actors from discrimination in the era of black and white films. Actually, he was also a master of deep focus photography and the inventor of the first lighting equipment usable in the sound era. However, like me, Because of his ethnicity, many of his achievements weren't recognized by the mainstream Hollywood cinematography industry. Ronald had never expected that there was such a Chinese-American cinematographer master in Hollywood. He was hearing about him for the first time. What about him now? He passed away a few years ago. Because of anti-Chinese sentiment and McCarthyism, he was put on the gray list, so he didn't have many works in the color era. But he was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Cinematography multiple times and won twice. Oh, Ronald nodded. When he watched old films, he paid more attention to the directors and actors, but hadn't noticed the name of this master cinematographer. After thanking Alonzo, Ronald decided to adopt his solution, using Panasonic batteries made in Japan, everything else remaining the same, and operating as usual. Go buy a few more Panasonic camera batteries, we'll still use this camera, Ronald instructed his camera assistant to run the errand. Are you sure? Producer Lindsen and Ozoff both asked. This is the best solution right now. The shooting that night went smoothly. The efficient lighting system, combined with a camera that no longer malfunctioned, allowed the shooting schedule to be moved up again. Chapter 265 Signing a special filming contract. By the fifth day of filming, the crew had adjusted and the shooting pace had accelerated. Aside from some retakes due to acting issues, everything technically went smoothly. During a break, Ronald asked the cinematographer, Matthew, how's the camera performance after we changed the batteries these past 2 days, Mr. Alonzo was right, Matthew replied. After changing the batteries, it no longer falsely displays full battery when the power is low, preventing film jams. The indicator light automatically flashes when the battery is low. The quality and stability of Japanese products are excellent. Very good. Let's move on to the next take. The next scene was of Stacy and Linda walking down the stairs after the elevators and escalators in the shopping mall had stopped operating. The department store didn't have changing rooms for employees, so the two working high school girls each wore a personal jacket over their red and white striped shirts as they descended the stairs. A staff member from Garrett Brown's company, holding a Steadicam, filmed the scene from below Jennifer and Phoebe, shooting backwards. This small and easy-to-use machine became a huge success in Hollywood. Almost every film crew rented it for a couple of days to add a few shots that follow the main character. The company expanded rapidly, and inventor Garrett Brown now employed several large men to operate the camera stabilizers on various film sets, a far cry from his days running around operating the camera himself on famous sets. Did I show you this, Linda? That guy who looks like Richard Gere gave me a business card. Jennifer's character, Stacy, showed Phoebe's character, Linda, a handsome man's business card as they descended the stairs. For a high school girl, a man with a business card asking her out was a huge success. Even if he was just a speaker salesman in a stereo shop. Ron Johnson, sound consultant. Maybe we should frame it, Linda teased her best friend Stacy. A cleaning worker carrying a broom and dustpan walked past the camera and suddenly glanced back at it. Cut, cut, cut. Ronald abruptly halted filming, pointing at the extra and yelling, "Why are you looking at the camera? Did Al explain it to you, Ronald? I think there should be a scene where someone looks towards the corner, like a janitor looking around for trash." The black extra began rambling on about his interpretation of the scene. "Fire him, replace him," Ronald instructed First Assistant Director Al. "You're fired. Leave the set immediately." Al stood up and shouted at him. "Hey, that's racism. Hollywood is dominated by white supremacists and KKKs like you. It's not fair. First, the crew has no obligation to explain your dismissal. Second, if you're unhappy, you can complain to the Screen Actors Guild. Finally, you'll still get paid. Go there and sign the settlement papers." Al cleanly and decisively kicked the extra out of the set. The first assistant director needs this kind of commanding presence. Often, he's like the sergeant of the crew, ensuring the director's ideas are implemented. "Director, let me play this role," Nicholas Capola volunteered, offering to replace an extra so they wouldn't need to hire another actor. "This role doesn't have any facial shots, just a back view. I can do it, Director." "Okay, bring Nick here, take him to change into the cleaner's clothes." Ronald made a quick decision. Having Nick put on the cleaner's clothes and filming again. This way they wouldn't need to find another extra on a one-day contract. "Do you think Lang will call me this weekend?" Stacy said to Linda on the stairs. The Steadicam was gradually backing away, keeping the two actors in the center of the frame. Nick walked across the frame with a broom, perfectly. "Why don't you call him first?" Linda replied. I can't call a guy first. Of course you can. Men love it when women take the initiative. Really? Stacy asked Lyndon nervously and incredulously. Her traditional upbringing had taught her that girls didn't have the option of calling boys first to ask them out. Of course, you're 15 already, what are you waiting for? I was dating when I was 13, Stacy laughed nervously, he's really handsome, isn't he? Of course, if I didn't have a perfect boyfriend at the University of Chicago, I would have gone for it myself. Cut. Ronald called a halt to filming, and the scenes in the mall for the first week were all filmed. Yay, the entire crew shouted and began to clap in celebration. The fast food restaurant in the mall brought out the prepared food, inviting everyone to have a small party to celebrate the successful completion of the first week of filming. Ronald and the crew's high efficiency allowed the first half of the scenes in the mall to be filmed a day ahead of schedule. The two producers who came to supervise were also very satisfied. Director, one of the actors in the cast list doesn't match. The second assistant director came to Ronald with the actor's work schedule. The daily work schedule needed to be submitted to the Screen Actors Guild. The Screen Actors Guild would check all the signed names against the list provided earlier and record them. All actors who received the union's minimum wage could apply to join the Screen Actors Guild after working a full day on set. Ronald gave Eric Stahls, Nicholas Capella, and several others the union-mandated salary, which would allow them to join the Screen Actors Guild. Who doesn't match? Nicolas Cage? There's no one on the set, Nick. Ronald waved Nicholas Capella over. Is this your signature? Why did you change your name? I don't want to be a Capella in Hollywood. If it weren't for this surname, I would have gotten the lead role of Brad, right? You wouldn't check my birth record, would you? Suit yourself, I don't interfere with your stage name. But on the list submitted to the Screen Actors Guild this time, your surname is still Capella. If you want to change your name, get this temporary union card and change it when you officially join the Screen Actors Guild, understand? Yes, director. After dealing with things on set, Ronald, along with Hacklin, Al, and the director of photography Matthew, met with Jennifer Jason Lee and a middle-aged woman who was waiting nearby. They went to the office to discuss matters. This is Jennifer's mother, Hollywood screenwriter Barbara, who has been raising her two daughters alone since divorcing her husband, actor Vic Morrow. The group arrived at the office. Ronald took several sheets of paper from a bag in the corner and handed them to Barbara and Jennifer. The papers depicted scenes to be filmed a week later, including 2 nude scenes of Jennifer. Ronald's sketches were very lifelike, making Jennifer a little shy. As is customary, we inform actors of nude scenes a week in advance. Although Jennifer is an adult, I know you and Jennifer are close, so we've asked you and Jennifer's agent to attend this meeting as well. Is it necessary to be so direct? The agent asked first. The contract was signed, and the payment would be the same regardless of how the scenes were filmed. His task was to secure as few nude scenes as possible for the client, unless the actress herself was willing to sacrifice for art. This is the troublesome aspect of filming sex scenes in America. The unions protect actors' rights very well. Although contracts are signed, actors can raise objections depending on the circumstances. For example, too much nudity, too many irrelevant onlookers, etc. Ronald and Hecklin exchanged a glance. This was exactly what they had expected. He gestured to Hecklin, asking her to explain. This is a shot depicting the protagonist's anticipation and fear of growing up. It has no X-rated movie feel to it, their expressions are awkward and frightened. The shot is very short, focusing on their facial expressions. It's unnecessary for the plot, there are no deliberate long takes or anything unnecessary. This was Ronald's reason for bringing Hecklin over. As a fellow woman, her words would carry much more weight than his own. We'll clear the set, the lighting technician will leave. Besides myself, the director of photography, the makeup artist and hairstylist, both women, and Hecklin is the first assistant director. I'll handle the clapperboard myself. In short, we'll minimize the number of people on set. If you feel uncomfortable, we can also have the sound engineer leave. This scene will be dubbed in post-production. Ronald quickly added his on-set arrangements after Hecklin finished speaking. I'm just a little worried that after filming this scene, Jennifer might be typecast as a Brooke Shields character, not a pretty face but a decorative one. Jennifer's mother expressed her concerns. Should we shoot a frontal shot? If we can shoot from the side, it can still show Stacy's beauty. The agent seized the opportunity to make a request. No, Ms. Barbara. The key to this scene is the girl's fear and anticipation of relationships with men. This shot is only for a short time. It flashes across the screen. Hecklin, afraid her idea would be rejected, quickly explained. This girl's perspective is something only a woman could truly grasp. That's why Ronald had her communicate with Barbara. Barbara, having also experienced adolescence, understood this sentiment and was almost convinced. She turned to her daughter and asked, "Jennifer, what do you think? These kinds of scenes are like that. Actors who have agreed might back out at the last minute. Under union protection, there's nothing they can do except replace her or use a stand-in." The film had already been shooting for a week. Replacing her wasn't an option. If Jennifer backed out, they'd have to use a stand-in. Moreover, Hollywood union regulations stipulate that using a stand-in for cross-cutting requires the original actor's consent. So, Ronald and his team brought two plans to discuss. First, they discussed a plan where Jennifer would act herself. If that didn't work, they'd bring up the stand-in plan. Jennifer hesitated. Looking at the people opposite her, she simply asked Ronald directly, "Ronald, if it were you, what would you choose? I'm not afraid of nude scenes, but I think my mom has a point. If this scene gets remembered, I might get a lot of similar roles and scenes in the future." Ronald smiled slightly. "Your concerns are very valid. But if it were me, I'd consider these things after I become famous." "Hey," Jennifer laughed. "Yes, the movie isn't even finished yet, and she's already thinking so much? If she becomes famous, then it'll be a problem later." "Okay, I'll sign." Jennifer looked at her mother, Barbara, for approval. With Barbara's approval, she took the contract and prepared to sign the special filming contract. At that moment, bang! The door was opened by a man. "No, Jennifer, I don't agree. Who are you?" Ronald stood up and looked at the person who came in. "Dad," Jennifer said. "I'm 19 years old now. I can decide what kind of movies I want to film." It turned out the visitor was Jennifer Jason Leigh's father, the well-known actor Vic Morrow. "No, I disagree," Morrow refused. "I rejected Pretty Woman and The Blue Lagoon. My daughter wants to be in the entertainment industry. She doesn't need to do these kinds of things," Morrow said, scanning the room. His gaze swept back and forth between Heckling and Ronald a few times before finally addressing Heckling. In his view, Ronald was too young and clearly couldn't be a director. "Vic, Jennifer's affairs are none of your business. I am her guardian. These past years you've been busy filming, dating new girlfriends. Have you cared about Jennifer? Besides, she's an adult now. It's no longer the Pretty Woman and The Blue Lagoon era. Your opinion is irrelevant." Clearly, Jennifer's parents' divorce was unpleasant, leaving emotional scars. Barbara rejected Vic's interference without hesitation. "You?" Vic Morrow's voice still carried a hint of alcohol. He was a Jewish actor from New York with extensive connections in Hollywood and television. "You'll see, even if we film it, I won't release it. No, this is my own decision." Morrow's words unexpectedly provoked Jennifer's defiance. "This time I won't listen to you." She picked up the special filming contract and signed it on the spot. "You?" Vic was furious and went to scold his daughter. Ronald jumped up from his chair and blocked Jennifer's way. "Mr. Morrow, first of all, Jennifer is an adult. Secondly, she's filming a legitimate teen romantic comedy. I assure you, it's definitely not an X-rated film with sensory stimulation." "Who are you?" "I'm Ronald, the director of this film." "Ronald Lee, kid, I'll remember your name." Vic glanced at Ronald's physique, realizing he was no match for him, and after uttering a harsh threat, turned and left the room. "Phew," Hecklin beside him let out a long sigh. "Phew." Barbara and Jennifer also breathed a sigh of relief. Vic Morrow was often drunk and causing trouble. It seemed he hadn't drunk too much today, not to the point of losing his mind. "Phew." Ronald also breathed a sigh of relief. He had signed Jennifer, a male lead Robert Romanus, and a female lead Phoebe Katz. There were special filming contracts to sign. Chapter 266 Moving to Van Ness High School. Phoebe Katz's signing of the special filming contract went smoothly. Her father agreed after reading the description of the swimming pool scene in the script. He even encouraged her, saying that high-class shots would actually boost an actress's reputation. As for Robert Romanus, a man from a working-class background, he signed the contract without hesitation, proudly declaring that he would show the nation a cannon from the Bronx. The crew moved smoothly to Van Ness High School to film scenes inside the school and classrooms. The principal and dean of students at Van Ness High School were the same two from Rock High, but the students were a different group. Ronald stood on the roof of the school building, looking down, the filming process still vivid in his mind. Only this time, Instead of Mara's two hot dancers, a new group of high school beauties were watching the filming. This was an official Universal Pictures project, and Ronald no longer needed to write a fake script to fool the school. Professionals would handle everything with the school. Filming was still during the school term, and students came to school every day. To this end, Ronald negotiated with the school that students could watch the filming, but not make any noise to disturb the filming. Those interested in acting could sign up to be background extras. Standing on the rooftop of Van Ness High School, Ronald used the megaphone to direct the film crew's rehearsals. Today they were filming the entrance scenes for several main characters. Brad drove his luxury car, which he had bought on installment, and many girls greeted him along the way. Having a nice car always attracts attention. After planning the car's entrance route and assigning lines and brief appearances to the extras, the two rehearsals went well, and Ronald began filming the main shot. The camera, set up on the rooftop, shot downwards. A sapphire blue four-door luxury car entered from the left side of the frame and drove out from the right. "Great, one more take," Ronald shouted to the stunt team below, holding up the megaphone. Stunt driver Debbie Evans got out of the car, gave Ronald a thumbs up to indicate she heard, and then reversed the car back to the starting position to start again. In these kinds of shots, unless absolutely necessary, the stunt team drives the car. The reason actors aren't allowed to drive is to prevent any accidents that could affect subsequent filming. Driving may seem harmless, but Hollywood has long established a standard practice with its own logic. There have been precedents of actors jumping off tables and fracturing their bones. This particular shot was meant to show Brad, who works at a fast food restaurant, feeling superior to his classmates after working hard to earn money. Seeing many pretty girls in the new school year, he considers dumping his girlfriend Lisa, who also works at the fast food restaurant, and finding a real girlfriend to enjoy his final year of high school. The shot was well done, and Ronald signaled to Debbie that it was good. "Fix the camera in the back seat and film the pretty girl over there through the window." Ronald then arranged the next shot. "Hi, Brad," a girl greeted the cameraman in the back seat. Of course, in the edited footage, the audience would think she was talking to Brad. Cut. Good. Next. This time, Brad had a close-up shot, so a stunt double wasn't suitable. He got into the car himself and drove along the designated route. The camera was mounted on the passenger seat, secured with a tripod, while the cinematographer and focus puller operated it from the back seat. The focus puller had attached an extension cable to the focus knob and was reclining in the back seat adjusting the focus. This close-up shot had a very shallow depth of field, and it was easy to go out of focus, so it really tested the focus puller's skill. After practicing twice, cinematographer Matthew signaled to Ronald that he was ready. The crew had two cars available for filming Brad's scenes. One was a real royal blue four-door limousine, used for shooting panoramic shots of the car. The other was the ordinary sedan they were currently using, with a passenger door removed to prevent interference with a large film magazine behind the camera. It was mainly used to shoot the interior of the car. Record? Camera? Action. Judge Reinhold, who played Brad, took out a small clapperboard and tapped it lightly against the camera. The framing of close-up shots was very narrow, so the clapperboard was also a specially made small board, only slightly larger than a palm. The cramped interior of the car made it inconvenient for the script supervisor to squeeze in and strike the clapperboard each time. Actor Reinhold struck the clapperboard himself, then tucked it away from the camera's view next to his chair before starting the car. Brad greeted a girl who greeted him with a hi. He continued driving, muttering to himself as he critiqued the girl. Grown up? Prettier. Cut. Great. Let's do another take. This take wasn't actually that good, but Ronald always said it was, so the actors wouldn't feel pressured to film the next take. This was a trick he'd come up with himself. The renowned director Alan Parker, when dissatisfied with a camera, would look visibly annoyed, putting a lot of pressure on the actors and hindering their performance. When you turn to talk to the camera, you should have the feeling of a boss inspecting the company. Brad is surveying the pretty girls at school. He's now the head waiter at the hamburger company across America. He has a superior attitude towards his classmates, Ronald told Judge. Cut. Ronald filmed it again. This time it's even better than last time. Let's do it again, this time with a different acting style. Brad was a celebrity at school. Many admired him for becoming a supervisor at a big company like Hamburger Mart in 12th grade. Even in the parking lot, his underlings opened the car door for him. 6 more terms, and this 4-door luxury full-size parade will be all mine, Brad high-fived his underlings after getting out of the car. Cut. Brad's entrance shot was finished, and next was Romanos's entrance shot as Mike the Bull. Both of their entrances were in the school parking lot. The part about summer jobs at the mall featured several characters. Around the 7-minute mark, Ronald arranged for them to appear at the school. A good entrance shot, in just a few dozen seconds, can let the audience understand what kind of person a character is. Furthermore, the audience will understand what kind of story they will have and how they will interact with other characters. Therefore, Ronald paid great attention to the entrance shots, striving for perfection. The filming pace wasn't as fast as in the mall scene. Instead, he aimed to ensure the actors' accurate performances. Anyway, the week-long shoot at the mall was completed a day ahead of schedule. Both producers were satisfied with the progress and quality of their work, and Ronald had the resources to spend more time refining the filming at Van Ness High School. "I'll give you 4 tickets for the 5th row, the lowest price is $140 in total," Romanos said to several customers, hoping to persuade them to buy the expensive tickets. "See that sports car? That's Jefferson's. He's a linebacker on our high school football team. A classmate wanted him to join his college, and in 10th grade, he gave Jefferson a sports car. I even helped him pick it out." Forrest Whitaker, playing football star Charles Jefferson, drove a 1979 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 past Mike the Scalper and parked in the parking lot. "That's a nice car," the two customers exclaimed. "Yet, haha, he and I are old friends." Mike, the Scalper, wanted to take advantage of Jefferson's position, so he went up to greet him. "Hi, Charles, how are you today? It's a nice car, you've taken good care of it, don't fucking get it dirty." Jefferson didn't give Mike any face. "Look at him, what a character." Mike's expression changed, and he immediately turned back to flatter Jefferson in a different way. "Really?" the customer said. For a moment it seemed that Mike was a man with many connections and great influence. Forrest Whitaker was very tall, but not much taller than Robert Romanos, who played Mike. To create a dramatic effect, Ronald had the props team place an apple crate next to the exit of the car. Whitaker got out of the car and stood on a 20-centimeter high stepping stone. Then the camera shot from below, next to Mike. When Whitaker got out of the car and stood up, he was suddenly much taller than Romanos. Romanos only reached his chest, instantly creating the feeling of a giant. Cut. "Great, let's change the camera position and do it again." Ronald was very satisfied with the shot designed by cinematographer Matthew. This was the kind of Charles Jefferson that universities would send alumni to deliver a car just to entice him to join them in the NCAA. The second camera position was from behind Whitaker. The camera was fixed on a tripod and raised behind Whitaker, shooting from above. The camera operator and focus puller were squatting on a small platform above the camera tripod. "Action," Ronald ordered. "Don't fucking get it dirty," Whitaker repeated the line. Romanos stood in front of him, and as Whitaker stood up on the apple crate, Romanos had to look up to speak to him. The distortion of the shot made Romanos, playing Mike the Cow, look even smaller, which was quite funny. Cinematographer Matthew, who had personally climbed up to watch the shot, was very satisfied with it and gave Ronald a thumbs up. "Great, let's shoot it again from the side." Filmmaking is actually that complex, tedious, and boring. Soon, even the students watching couldn't stand it anymore. Waiting 20 minutes for 20 seconds of footage yielded little result. But once these shots were edited together in the editing room, they could smoothly express complex emotions and stories, immersing the audience in the world created by the director. The scene where Mike the Bully meets Jefferson, by editing together front, back, and side shots, reveals Jefferson's physical gifts and impulsive, irritable personality. Mike's boastful and opportunistic background, stemming from a poor, working-class family, is also clearly shown. However, the high school student's interest wasn't easily extinguished. When it came time to shoot the indoor scenes, the scene where Spicoli is late and is kicked out of history class by Mr. Hand, a group of Van Ness High School students were still standing outside the classroom, peeking out to see the secrets of filmmaking. Spicoli, "This shot will focus on your and Mr. Walston's faces. I need a close-up with strong emotion." Sean Penn nodded to Ronald, indicating he was ready. Ray Walston, who played Mr. Hand, was a veteran Hollywood actor. He was a household name as Uncle Martin in the TV series My Favorite Martian. Record, camera, action, Mr. Hand. Cut. Sean Penn abruptly stopped mid-sentence. "What's wrong, Spicoli?" Ronald asked. Chapter 267 Racing. Someone's peeping through the window. Sean Penn pointed to the classroom window, which indeed elicited a burst of giggles. A group of high school boys and girls who had been spying on the filming slipped away from outside, shouting, "Check the window again, then get a few assistants to block the walkways," Ronald instructed the first assistant director, Al. Ronald also went out to check the surroundings. Both walkways were cordoned off with yellow and white tape. The dean of students at Van Ness High School had also arranged for several security guards to help guard the stairs. This was far better treatment than when he was sneaking around filming Rock High back then. That's the advantage of being a big studio, all the logistical issues of filming are governed by rules and regulations. "Let's do it again," Ronald gave Al the order to prepare. Sean Penn muttered to himself, preparing himself emotionally. With his wig on, he looked even more like Tarzan. Above his large nose were slightly parted small eyes. Coupled with Spicoli's thoughtless speaking style, it certainly makes one feel that his IQ is below average. Ray Walston, who plays Mr. Hand, was born in 1914 and is already a 67-year-old veteran actor. His hair is neatly combed, paired with a light-colored shirt and a linen coat. He has a very stylish teacher image. Ronald stepped forward to apologize, explaining that he had not cleared the set properly, which caused the scene to be reshot. "It's okay. These kinds of accidents happen often on set. I've worked with many directors, and you are one of the few who can arrange everything so well." Walston was quite humble to the director and did not have the star airs of Uncle Martian Martin, and was very serious about his work. Ronald had great respect for these veteran actors. They had been filming on Hollywood sets for much longer than Ronald was old. Only when they could perform in a comfortable environment could they bring out their true acting skills, rather than just acting casually. In addition to acting in television, Walston also played supporting roles in many films. Ronald had seen films like The Sting starring Robert Redford and The Apartment directed by Billy Wilder. He had extensive film experience, and sometimes he would chat with Ronald privately. His acting career had hit a low point after the role of Uncle Martian, as audiences recognized him as Martian no matter what role he played. Sometimes a successful role brings widespread recognition. But this recognition also limited an actor's range, especially for a character actor like him who mainly played supporting roles. After the TV series ended, he had to take a break for more than 3 years, without filming any movies or television shows. "I hope your film will help audiences remember my new image. When I traveled to Madrid, people would put their fingers behind their heads and gesture the image of Uncle Martian. It will, Ray." Ronald saw that the crew was ready and ordered filming. "No eating, no eating. E-A-T-I-N-G Don't eat in my class." Walston took a chocolate bar from an extra and put it in his pocket. "You need to learn to eat in your own time. No eating in my class." There was a knock at the door. Mr. Hand heard it and went to open it. Spicoli stood in the doorway and asked, "I registered for this class." Mr. Hand countered, "What class?" "American history." I saw a globe on the podium. Cut. This time it was Ray Walston's turn to call a halt. "What's wrong?" Ronald gestured for everyone to stop and stepped forward to ask. "Director, could you talk to him and tell him not to change the lines without permission?" Ray Walston complained loudly to Ronald. Sean Penn was still immersed in his role and oblivious to everything. Ronald scratched his head. This was a difference in acting philosophies. The older generation of actors, having experienced the era of Hollywood's big studios, believed that scripts written by screenwriters could not be changed. Billy Wilder was one of the most famous among them, and he was furious when actors changed his lines without permission. He believed that an actor's job was to perform, and the dialogue should be handled by professional screenwriters like himself. The performing arts philosophy in New York evolved from Stanislavski's stage acting theory. Actors who repeatedly play the same role and repeat the same lines fail to elicit natural physical and vocal reactions. To the audience, such formulaic performances lack authenticity. Some schools within the Stanislavski system advocate improvisation. They believe that only improvised lines can elicit natural reactions from the audience. The chain of listening, understanding, and responding is what makes the performance feel real. Sean Penn belongs to this school. He always delivers different lines, though the meaning is largely the same. "Sean," Spicoli, Ronald called him aside, "Mr. Walston is an old-school Hollywood actor. Could you please accommodate him? Spicoli is just that kind of person. My actions are unpredictable." Ronald scratched his head again. This didn't make sense. Looking at Sean Penn's bewildered expression, For the first time, he realized that even his method acting had its share of detestable aspects. "Can't you just give in to me this once?" Ronald was getting a little annoyed. Uncle Mars didn't know how to improvise. How was he supposed to do this? "Director, how about I have some of that before my performance?" Sean Penn said to Ronald. "I need a little stimulation so I can deliver something new every time I follow the lines." What? You know, it's what? Sean Penn pointed to his bag in the corner. "Let me see it." Ronald wouldn't allow random stuff on set. Luckily, it was a bottle of strong liquor. "Don't drink too much." Sean Penn nodded, opened the bottle, and took 2 big gulps. The strong vodka made his eyes a little red. "I'm ready." Ronald turned to Walston to discuss. Mr. Walston, Sean is too immersed in his role, he himself is a little. Ronald pointed to his head with a finger. "If he doesn't follow the script completely this time, can you continue?" Walston nodded. "Okay, I will. He's a promising actor, but I've seen a lot of stars in Hollywood ruin themselves by alcohol and other addictive things. You have to talk to him." "Okay, I will." Ronald turned and walked to the safe area behind the camera, signaled to the assistant director to start, then plopped down in a chair to rest, thinking, what's the point of me saying anything? This isn't the era of big-budget films anymore. Actors have agents and managers to take care of them. What's the use of me saying anything? The following scene went smoothly. Ray Walston ignored Sean Penn's improvisational changes to the lines and continued with his memorized lines, which ironically created a sense of incongruity between the two. Filming continued. In the evening, after finishing work at Van Ness High School, Ronald took Sean Penn to Van Ness Avenue outside the high school. When they reached the intersection with Worth Street, the road was closed, and police were maintaining order. "Spickly, let's start with your driving scene with the football star's brother." "Okay." Sean Penn went to the makeup trailer and began preparations. A Chevrolet Camaro Z28 sports car was parked in the middle of the road, with a pickup truck hinged to its front. The stunt photography crew was on board, almost ready. The director of photography, Matthew, climbed into the truck bed and sat behind the camera, looking at the Camaro Z28's driver's seat. After a long look, he said to Ronald, "That's it." The black actor playing the football star Jefferson's brother was sitting in the passenger seat, getting ready. "How are you?" Ronald asked him. "No problem, director." This black actor was reliable. He was recommended by casting director Phillips. He had good delivery of lines, looked young, and fit the requirements. "Okay, let's wait for Spicoli to come, then we'll rehearse." Ronald climbed into the pickup truck bed and glanced at the Camaro's front through the camera viewfinder. The viewfinder perfectly framed the driver and passenger seats. Both windows were spotless, perfect for filming. "Where's Spicoli?" "Go urge him." Ronald sat in the truck bed for a while, but Sean Penn still hadn't emerged. "Coming, I'm here." Sean Penn's eyes were even redder than before, and he walked with a slight limp. Opening the driver's seat, Sean Penn got in. "Let's begin." The black actor in the passenger seat immediately recognized the strange smell emanating from Sean Penn. Having worked in the entertainment industry for a long time, he was very familiar with this plant-like odor. However, he didn't say anything. Ronald signaled to begin the rehearsal. The camera focused on the driver's seat of the rear vehicle. The stunt team mechanic set the gears. In reality, the Camaro was being towed by the pickup truck in front. Sean Penn's steering wheel maneuvers from the driver's seat were all staged. "Hey, this is my brother's car. Drive carefully and don't scratch it. What's there to be afraid of? I'm driving now. You're the navigator. Focus on giving directions." "Great, let's film one." The scene of the two inside the racing vehicle was filmed just like that. "Next up are the stunt shots. How's your preparation going?" Ronald jumped out of the pickup truck and asked Debbie Evans of the stunt team. "Great, no problem. We've planned everything, and we already rehearsed both main shots last night. Can't you have someone else drive the crash scene?" "I always feel." "What, are you sexist?" "No, I'm just worried about it being obvious." Ronald wasn't too comfortable messing with a stuntwoman, a woman 2 years his senior, a feminist. In the Millennium CBS stunt competition motorcycle category, as the only female competitor, she defeated all the men. In the finals, she showed off a headstand on a moving motorcycle, stunning everyone. In the car category, she defeated a host of skilled competitors, securing second place. Unconvinced, she plans to compete again next year, this time aiming for the championship. "I'll wear a blonde wig, about the same height as Sean, so it won't give me away," Debbie said, taking a wig from the hairstylist, tying her hair up tightly against her scalp, and then putting on the long wig. How does it look? Ronald stepped back and looked through the director's viewfinder, confirming he couldn't tell the difference. Okay, live action. A long wooden ramp had already been set up by the set department. Debbie would drive her car underneath, accelerate, and then crash into a prepared cushioning box. A large group of tourists, just emerging from a nearby restaurant, were excited to see the cameras. Hollywood doesn't often get the chance to see live-action films, so they immediately surrounded the group. What movie are you filming? Who are the stars? Is Paul Newman in it? Robert Redford would be fine too. It was an all-female group. Ronald grabbed the megaphone and shouted at them, "Ladies, we're filming a Tide laundry detergent commercial. If you want to be in it, sign up over there. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's so interesting about filming laundry detergent? We're leaving. I heard there's a Stallone house over there to see." Hearing it was a laundry detergent commercial, the women's tour group dispersed. "We only have one chance, everyone pay attention." Ronald picked up the megaphone and continued issuing instructions. "Is the ambulance ready? Ready. Fire extinguisher. Fire department ready. Recording. Camera. Action." At the command, Debbie drove a cheap, modified sports car onto the wooden ramp and crashed into the prepared buffer zone. A large group of people rushed forward, firefighters with fire extinguishers and doctors in white coats. The stunt team opened the car door and let Debbie out. "I'm fine," Debbie shouted to Ronald. Ronald looked at the director of photography. Matthew nodded to him. "Great, that's a wrap for today." Everyone clapped. Ronald walked contentedly to the trailer to get his tea. As soon as he opened the door, a strange smell hit him. "Who the hell is smoking this stuff here? I've told you so many times, this stuff isn't allowed on set." Everyone on the crew heard Ronald yelling. Chapter 268 Clearing the Field. After the production team reiterated the ban, Ronald still couldn't find out who was causing trouble on set. Without concrete evidence, it's impossible to accuse a suspect. Ronald called Nisita at the CAA to complain, and after receiving assurances that Nisita would pressure the suspect's agent, he resumed filming. Filming at Van Ness High School gradually wrapped up. After Spicoli wrecked Jefferson's sports car, he devised a scheme, parking the car in front of the school and painting Richmond Lincoln High School on it. Jefferson, thinking it was an opponent from the next high school league game who had sent someone to vandalize his car, became enraged during the game, repeatedly sacking the opposing quarterback. He brought down countless players, ultimately winning and getting revenge for his beloved car. Because Van Ness High School's football field didn't meet the requirements, the production team moved to Canoga Park High School, where the football field was larger and filming was more convenient. This was the scene with the most extras. The assistant directors had arranged over 100, and all the students playing Richmond High School students also joined in as audience members. Ronald planned to reward several outstanding extras, including Nicholas Capella and Eric Stahls, by giving them close-up shots during the football scene. "Hi, director." Several beautiful extras playing cheerleaders showed off their cheerleading uniforms and dance moves to Ronald. "Very good, I'll give you close-ups later." Ronald noticed the Shakespearean actress Kelly Maroney in the crowd. "Let me see your lines. 1, 2, 3, wolves charge." The extras, one hand on their hips, the other waving cheering pom-poms, rhythmically swayed their hips, demonstrating Richmond High School's cheering dance to Ronald. "Very good," Ronald clapped, signaling the assistant directors to prepare for filming. 1, 2, 3, wolves charge. 1, 2, 3, defeat Lincoln High. A row of beautiful girls started dancing. This shot would definitely be great, a little treat for the audience. Ronald thought to himself. Cut. Then came the shot of Kelly Maroney dancing alone. She bit off each finger of her glove with her teeth, one by one, to the rhythm, before finally waving it around. Cut. Director, how did I do? Kelly Maroney came over and asked Ronald excitedly. With her big eyes, Maroney had a great figure. Her breath, still catching from the dance, bounced up and down, giving Ronald and the assistant director behind her a feast for the eyes. Very good, Maroney, let's shoot another set of shots of you dancing with the other cheerleaders. Okay, thank you, Ronnie. Maroney skipped back to the middle of the group. Tonight, she was the only one enjoying the treatment of dancing solo in front of the camera. Action. Ronald started filming the cheerleaders group dance again, this time a frontal shot. Maroney occupied the best spot in the center, while two extras, even more attractive than her, stood to her left and right, highlighting her presence. Next up is Forrest Whitaker's shot. Is he ready? Ronald asked his assistant. Here I am, director. Forrest Whitaker, wearing a football jersey and helmet, stared menacingly through the helmet's protective strip. Good. Today you're a college football scholarship winner again. Show these rookies what professional football is all about, Forrest. Okay, director. Forrest Whitaker seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Today, he was playing the opposing team from Canoga Park High School. Compared to Whitaker, who could play professionally, they were like chicks before an eagle. Lacking manpower, Ronald divided the football players willing to participate in the filming into two groups. One group played the Richmond High School Wolves, and the other the Lincoln High School Bears. The lights illuminated one corner of the stadium, where all the extras playing spectators were behind the stands. Although it was a universal project, the budget wasn't enough to hire a large audience, so Ronald could only fill one side of the stands. Then he moved all the players to a corner as well. In a long-range shot, it showed the effect of a stadium full of spectators watching two full-strength football teams play. Action. Forrest Whitaker pounced like a ferocious animal, taking down an opposing player. Good. Next, another pose. After filming more than 20 takes of taking down players, Ronald saw Whitaker panting heavily and announced the end of the shot. Then came the filming of the stands, with actors who had performed well getting close-ups. Then they returned to film Whitaker taking down his teammates and even the referee. Late at night, this biggest outdoor scene was finally filmed. Since tomorrow was the weekend, the actors and crew members got into their cars and left with their chosen partners. Sean Penn picked up Pamela Springsteen, and Cameron Crowe picked up his girlfriend Nancy Wilson. They both drove off. Ronald also got into his rented car and left. I thought that bitch Kelly Maroney would get in the director's car. She got so many close-ups today, some of the cheerleaders gossiped. Maybe the director thinks she's photogenic. Photogenic? Don't be ridiculous. Everyone here is more photogenic than her, bitch. Ronald was completely unaware that his actions had sparked unfounded speculation from the rest of the crew. He showered, lay down on his bed, and fell asleep immediately. He had to get up the next morning to visit Stacy and Brad's house. Maroney had somehow gotten in touch with Ronald. It was the producer who gave him the instructions. Fortunately, it was just footage of two cheerleaders, so it didn't disrupt the overall production. The scene at Stacy's house was a small house in the western suburbs of Los Angeles. There was a swimming pool in the yard, big enough for 3 or 5 friends to play in. Having reviewed all the indoor and outdoor scenes yesterday, Ronald and cinematographer Matthew were relieved. On Monday morning of the new week, the crew began filming 2 key scenes at Stacy's house. Jennifer Jason Leigh wore a pink top, her long, flowing hair shimmering in the sunlight, adorned with 3 feather-like decorations, reminiscent of Native American elements. The makeup artist and costume designer had racked their brains to create a youthful look for her. Ronald was very satisfied with Jennifer's appearance. The makeup artist had given her long eyelashes, and close-ups and extreme close-ups perfectly showcased Jennifer's youthful beauty. Great. Sound? Camera? Action. Your swimming pool is really nice, said Mike, sitting in the living room. Stacy walked over and sat at the table, saying to Mike, "Would you like to swim? If so, I'll go change." The camera moved from its track, shifting from beside Mike to a close-up of her face. Robert Romanus, who played Mike, seemed a little confused. He picked up the iced tea on the table, took a sip, and said, trying to make conversation, "Your iced tea is really good." Cut. Ronald was satisfied. Change clothes. Next take. Jennifer Jason Leigh went to the dressing room and changed into a swimsuit, a blue tank top and cute swim trunks. Brad left his swimsuit in that dressing room over there. Stacy gestured for Mike to follow. Mike lazily stood up and then wobbled over. Cut. The scenes outside were all filmed. Next was the scene of the two's first intimate moment. The set had been arranged to make the room suitable for filming, and the assistant director came out to signal Ronald that they could begin. Jennifer, Ronald called her over. After this transition scene, they would film the indoor scenes. I'll give you half an hour to familiarize yourself with the environment. If you need more time, just let me know. Okay. Ronald. Jennifer was mentally prepared for the nude scenes in the film. She went inside. The lighting was adjusted to a slightly yellowish hue, giving a warm and safe feeling. Jennifer sat down and began to mentally prepare herself. Romanus, who played Mike, went to the trailer and also closed the door to mentally prepare. He had only received the script yesterday, and he hadn't expected to play a quick draw gunman. He had originally planned to show off his big guns from the Bronx, New York, but he was a little taken aback and needed a private space to mentally prepare. Half an hour later, Jennifer Jason Leigh indicated that she was ready. Ronald's eyes were firm, and he knew she was truly prepared. Makeup, touch up her makeup. Ronald pointed out that Jennifer's lips were a little dry and asked the makeup artist to moisturize them with balm. Romanis also came in, and their eyes met briefly before looking away. She's in good shape, Ronald thought to himself. I'm really nervous. Phoebe Katz, who came with him, seemed even more nervous than Jennifer. Clear the set now. First Assistant Director Al, holding a megaphone, asked all the staff to leave. Makeup, costumes, and hair were done first. The focus puller measured the focus, fixed one side of the focus knob, and then left. Next came the sound crew. This scene would be dubbed in post-production. Then Al himself left, replaced by the female second assistant director. Only a few people remained on set, with cinematographer Matthew personally directing the shots. Heckling, the second assistant director, and Ronald were there. The second assistant director tidied Jennifer's hair, while Heckling held up the clapperboard, marked with signs indicating no recording was needed for this scene. Tell me when you're ready, Ronald said softly, looking at Jennifer. I'm ready, Jennifer said firmly. A snap of the clapperboard followed, and Ronald softly said, action. Chapter 269 The Actress's Hesitation. Stacy chatted idly with Mike, their eyes meeting, confirming their mutual attraction. Mike tilted his head and slowly kissed Stacy's lips. Then they slowly pulled away, and Mike looked at Stacy and said, You kissed very well, really, Stacy chuckled. You too. She had only ever kissed that stereo salesman at the pizza shop before. Why don't you take your clothes off? Stacy prompted when he didn't take any further action. You go first. Mike's eyes darted away. Stacy looked Mike up and down, then smiled and said softly, Let's do it together. Jennifer Jason Leigh was very well prepared for this scene. She portrayed Stacy's courageous and proactive approach after seeing a boy she liked, and her reluctance to appear too forward after realizing Mike's lack of experience. Romanis also perfectly captured the mindset of a boastful, womanizing boy from a poor family who had never had a real girlfriend. The camera panned to Jennifer Jason Leigh, who slowly removed her green vest. Cut, Ronald called, and the second assistant director quickly stepped forward to drape a bathrobe over Jennifer. Very good, Jennifer, you did a fantastic job. Ronald showered her with compliments, even offering her a glass of pre-prepared honey water. The sugar in honey is easily absorbed, helping actors feel comforted and maintain emotional stability. Take a break, and when you feel ready, we'll do it again. Ronald was well prepared for dealing with young actresses. For actresses like Jennifer, who were mentally prepared to dedicate themselves to art, he would constantly praise them to keep them feeling good. Jennifer Jason Leigh had taken various safety precautions beforehand. The makeup artist touched up her makeup, and she lay down on the sofa after putting on safety shorts. Romanis, playing Mike, put on his safety shorts, glanced at Jennifer on the sofa, and lowered his gaze. Wait, my knees will be here, and my hands will be here for support, right? He was a little nervous too. It was everyone's first time filming this kind of scene. Ronald didn't speak. His current mental state was very close to the characters, a good coincidence. Action. Romanis was still too nervous and accidentally pulled on Jennifer's hair. Jennifer shook her head, pulling painfully. Jennifer slapped Romanis's hand a few times, making him raise his arm, her gold necklace dangling in front of her chest. This little accident, however, had a great effect. Cut. Ronald and the assistant director quickly brought bathrobes for the two actors to put on. Hecklin took some honey water. Jennifer looked at Ronald, seemingly wanting feedback from the director. You acted very well. I think teenage audiences will completely appreciate your acting. Ronald immediately gave his affirmation. Praising other things at this moment was obviously inappropriate, so he focused on affirming their acting skills. Sure enough, Jennifer Jason Leigh seemed relieved and became even more focused on the filming. The scene that truly tested Ronald's ability to direct the actors was filmed smoothly. Subsequent shots were all done using camera tricks, and the crew came in to take over their respective tasks. Jennifer was wearing a swimsuit. She pulled another prop swim trunk up to her knees, and then the camera focused on her from the knees down. The swim trunks fell to the ground due to gravity. Cut. After that, Ronald used editing techniques to let the audience's imagination complete the story. The next day, the crew moved the cameras outside to film Stacy and Linda's scenes by the pool. Jennifer Jason Leigh was still wearing a green tank top and swim trunks, lying on the edge of the pool sunbathing. Her long blonde hair cascaded down, looking radiant in the sunlight. Phoebe Cates, wearing a red bikini, covered her eyes with a towel, lying flat on her back sunbathing. Her hair was a deep color, only slightly brown in the sunlight. The film crew set up an arc-shaped track by the pool, and the camera moved along it, rotating around the two beautiful girls to shoot a single shot. Cut. After confirming the shot quality, Ronald ordered preparations to be made for a special shot of Phoebe Cates. Today's clearing scene was outdoors, but it was only one shot. With yesterday's experience, today's shooting should go smoothly, Ronald thought. The hairstylist tied Phoebe Cates' long hair into a ponytail at the back of her head. The makeup artist came over and applied waterproof red lipstick to her. The camera moved to a backlit position, facing away from the sun, directly at a handrail of the pool. The props team connected two nozzles to hoses, connected them to the tap, and turned them on, spraying water into the sky. "How's the water volume, director?" Ronald stepped into the artificial drizzle. "It needs to be a little smaller. I want the raindrops to float in the air, not fall directly." "Can't do it, boss." The props team turned the switch down to the minimum spray, but the raindrops still weren't small enough. Ronald reached out to feel the water droplets. They felt a bit heavy on his hand. "Shake it a bit, create a swaying effect," Ronald instructed the props. "Okay, like that." Hey, the props shook the nozzle, and water droplets fell onto Ronald's head. "Spray a little behind the actors, they'll reflexively close their eyes." Ronald directed the props to spray backward. "How's that?" Ronald asked the cinematographer, Matthew. "Good, come and check." "You stand here for a moment." Ronald pulled Cameron Crowe to his position, then ran behind the camera. Looking through the viewfinder, Crowe was standing in the sunlight, with a light drizzle falling behind him. "Very beautiful." "Very good, ready to shoot." "Clear the set, all unrelated personnel please leave." The crew was quickly reduced to a minimum. Ronald noticed Phoebe Cates hadn't appeared yet. "Is her hair done?" "Yes, director, Phoebe has some concerns," the plump female hairstylist told Ronald. "Concerns?" Ronald called Hekelin and the second assistant director to go find Phoebe. "I'm worried that after the scene is filmed, the audience will think I'm just a pretty face." Sigh. Ronald sighed inwardly. Sure enough, actresses always have various psychological barriers when filming these kinds of scenes. Jennifer Jason Leigh spent a long time thinking about the contract, and her father, Vic Morrow, also interfered. However, once she had thought it through, she didn't back down during filming. Phoebe Cates had her family's approval when signing the contract, without any hesitation. But on the eve of filming, the usual concerns still arose. "No, this scene tests your acting skills. This scene is actually Brad's fantasy. The Linda in his fantasy is a different person from the real Linda. The audience can clearly distinguish between the two characters. They will only praise your acting." Phoebe Cates nodded, agreeing with the director's point. She mustered her courage and walked to the poolside. "I still have some concerns. This scene isn't filmed indoors like Jennifer's, this is an outdoor pool. What if a neighbor is spying on me with binoculars? Can we change to an indoor pool location? The filming schedule is so tight. Where am I supposed to find an indoor pool for you?" Ronald inwardly groaned, but outwardly he had to pretend everything was under control, and was about to comfort Phoebe. "You're overthinking it, Phoebe," Heckling advised. "Once it's made into a movie, millions of viewers will see it on screen. What are you worried about neighbors spying on you?" Ronald frowned. What he said made sense, but he was afraid it might backfire on 18-year-old Phoebe. Fortunately, Phoebe didn't think too much about it and nodded, reaffirming her resolve. "Ready," Ronald signaled to the props to start the rain. "Director, I still have some concerns. After all, millions of people will be seeing my shots." Phoebe Cates hesitated again just before going on set. "Do you believe me, Phoebe?" Ronald stopped the rain-making equipment and looked sincerely at Phoebe. "I believe you, Ronald. This is a beautiful scene. The cinematographer will capture you beautifully. It's a specially designed scene in the film, using your beauty to attract the audience." Phoebe nodded, her expression softening slightly. "If you really don't want to, we can omit the final step. But I don't want to lie to you, your chances of becoming famous overnight will be much smaller." "Is that so?" Phoebe bit her lip, about to make up her mind. "Don't worry, Phoebe. The scene on screen is less than 2 seconds long. They won't remember the details, they'll only remember that you're beautiful, Hecklin encouraged her from the side. Actually, that's not necessarily true. Ronald recalled the scene in his dream, where the crucial 2 seconds couldn't be shown. Now that he thought about it, it was very likely that the film was made into VHS tape and repeatedly paused and rewound, causing this part to be demagnetized, which is why he skipped it when he watched it. In short, many people would definitely watch it repeatedly. Director, is that so? Phoebe looked at Ronald. Ronald didn't answer the question, but instead said, Phoebe, do you remember what you said when you auditioned? When I auditioned, yes, I remember you saying that these scenes need to have artistic beauty, not like your first movie, Paradise, where you cut together shots of your body double to achieve a vulgar effect. Yes, I remember, Phoebe smiled. As long as the shots are artistic and beautiful, years later, all that remains in the audience's hearts is a beautiful memory. Phoebe was convinced by Ronald, or rather, by her own initial aspirations. To be remembered by the audience, to be a star. Action, the camera focused on the swimming pool. Phoebe Katz, playing Linda, wearing a red swimsuit, emerged from the water, golden sunlight shining on her black hair, like a beautiful dream. 2 dimples appeared on her sweet face, her eyes looking at the camera, as if a dream lover was speaking to the audience outside the camera. Hi, Brad, I've always thought you were handsome. The camera moved back, and Phoebe grabbed the handrail and climbed out of the pool. Phoebe walked slowly toward the camera, a sun shower falling behind her. In this dreamlike scene, Phoebe looked at the camera with the same gaze one would give a lover. Her hands resting on her bikini top. With a snap, she unbuttoned it. Cut. Wearing the bathrobe Ronald had given her, Phoebe covered her face with her hands, crouched down, and sobbed twice. The immense psychological pressure finally released with that cut. Phoebe quickly composed herself, stood up, and asked Ronald, "How was my performance?" "You can call yourself a professional actress now, Phoebe." Ronald gave her a thumbs up. "The audience will love you and remember you, thank you." "How was my performance?" Phoebe went to the director of photography and Hecklin to ask about her performance. She was now in a state of anxious anticipation, seeking feedback everywhere, eager to see the printed footage. "How was my performance?" Phoebe Katz then asked Cameron Crowe. "Your figure is model-worthy, Phoebe." HMPH. Phoebe turned around, leaving Crowe standing behind. "I asked about acting skills. He only cares about my figure. A bit busy with the new year approaching, still need to think about the plot. Will resume 2 updates a day." Chapter 270 Family Visit. The production progressed quickly. Almost all the outdoor scenes, the school, the shopping mall, and Stacy's house, were filmed. The remaining, scattered scenes were shot in Universal's studio. For example, the Spicoli house scene only involved a dialogue in the script where he was asleep in bed and woken by his brother. For scenes like this, finding a real outdoor location wasn't necessary. Building a set in the studio was cheaper and more efficient. The studio was a large building, with no pillars under the ceiling, like a factory building. In one corner, there was a simple wooden house, renovated into a bedroom set. Universal's carpenters had converted sets from other films into a bedroom. A simple wooden bed, the headboard covered with Playboy magazine posters. "Are we going to pay for these?" Ronald asked, pointing to the largest poster. It was a poster of the tragically deceased model and actress, Dorothy Stratton. "Yes, theoretically, we'd have to pay for this one where the portrait is clearly visible," producer Linson replied. "However, Hugh Hefner, the founder of Playboy magazine, would love to have his featured girl on the film to expand his magazine's influence. So we'll reach a symbolic price agreement with him." Ronald stared at Stratton's youthful, vibrant body. She, now deceased, smiled sweetly at him on the poster. "Consider it a tribute to this model I met once." Ronald continued inspecting the set with producer Lynn. "Senator, I heard your family is coming to the studio today." "Yes, my aunt and cousin. They've never seen a movie being filmed before. I booked today. The shooting schedule isn't too tight. I heard Sean doesn't like having outsiders around during filming." "That's alright. I'll hide them where he can't see them." After inspecting the set, Ronald expressed his satisfaction. Art director Dan had arrived a week in advance to prepare several indoor scenes. Spicoli's bedroom was small, reflecting his modest family background. The room was filled with surfing equipment and magazines, reflecting his interests. "We can start lighting now," Ronald said to cinematographer Matthew. Studio lighting typically uses traditional Hollywood methods. Lighting is applied every time the camera shoots from a particular angle. While the lighting was being set up, Ronald went outside to wait for his family. This was his Aunt Karen and Donna's first visit to Los Angeles, and he hadn't been able to pick them up at the airport or take them to see the tourist attractions. Fortunately, Aunt Karen and Donna were understanding, knowing this was Ronald's crucial first directing job. They had arranged a day trip for them before coming to the studio to watch him work. "Hi, Aunt Donna." Ronald saw his family getting out of the taxi from afar. After a warm hug, he showed them around the studio and the scenes they would be filming. "You direct movies here?" Donna asked. "Yes, this is Universal Studios soundstage. The movie International Airport was filmed here. The bigger soundstage next door was used for King Kong. The actors will perform in this fake house and be filmed. That long pole with a hairy head is for sound recording. The actors' words are recorded and then combined in post-production, which is what you see on screen. Actors perform, cinematographers film, and sound recording is handled by specialists. So what do you, the director, do?" "Just watch from the sidelines." Donna, a bright student, didn't quite understand why everyone had their own role, and what the director's job was. "Director, which t-shirt will Spicoli wear? This white long-sleeved one, or the green short-sleeved one?" The costume designer saw Ronald enter the studio and quickly came up to him to ask. "Wear the white long-sleeved shirt underneath and the green short-sleeved shirt on top. Surfers often dress like that." Ronald pointed out Spicoli's outfit from his dream to the costume designer. "I don't do anything, I just make decisions," Ronald answered Donna's question. "The lighting will take another 2 hours. I'll take you around. There are other film crews shooting here, so let's not make any noise and disturb them." Ronald led Aunt Karen and Donna out of the studio and towards a larger one next door. "This is Dolly Parton's film crew shooting. She plays a Southern bar owner." It wasn't easy to explain the film to Donna, so Ronald changed his approach. "And I will always love you. I will always love you. You, my dearest." As soon as we entered the studio, Dolly Parton's signature country music filled the air. Her 1974 song "I Will Always Love You," which she used again in this film, the best chicken coop in Texas. Dolly Parton, dressed in an old-fashioned Southern suit, was rehearsing, her voice playing on the radio. She was lip-syncing during her performance. The film was a musical, and Dolly Parton had to perform many dance moves, which affected her breathing while singing, so she lip-synced during filming. After the song finished, Dolly spotted Ronald. "Oh, Ronald, welcome. This is my Aunt Karen, and this is Donna. This famous lady needs no introduction." "Hello, Dolly." "Oh, it's so nice to meet you in person." "Hello, Karen. Your Ronald makes me jealous." "What about him? He beat me at the Oscars. I'll make him pay for it someday." Dolly Parton, coming from a humble background, knew how to talk to someone like Aunt Karen. A few words were enough to make Karen and Donna laugh. "I've already given you free advertising in my movie, Dolly," Ronald joked. "We won't bother you any longer. We need to go back now. Goodbye, dear. I'll come see your movies sometime." Dolly Parton has no airs of a superstar. "She's a very nice person," Auntie remarked. "Yes, I've met her a few times. Sometimes she'll drop by while waiting for the lighting." The group returned to the fast-paced set. "You guys wait in this corner so the actors can't see you. Actors aren't used to having people who aren't part of the crew around. It can be a distraction. After we wrap up, I have a 2-week vacation. We can travel around Los Angeles together then." Ronald pointed outside, to a spot out of Sean Penn's sight, and had Aunt Karen and Donna take their chairs and sit down. First Assistant Director Al, knowing they were Ronald's relatives, explained the key points of watching the shoot to them and then gave them a plate of snacks. "Don't worry about us, go do your work." Aunt Karen waved him away. Ronald gave a few instructions, then went back to his director's chair, waiting for the various crews to come over and ask him questions so he could make decisions. "Sound recording? Camera? Action." Ronald gave the orders. The door to the prop room opened, and a young actor walked in, saying to Spicoli, "Get up, Dad said you have to get up, or you'll be late again." Sean Penn was lying on the prop bed, covered with a blanket. He seemed to still be having a sweet dream, and was very unhappy to be woken up. He reached for something on the table and threw it towards the door. Dad, Jeff threw something at me." The young actor dodged the thrown object, blocked it with the door, and ran to find his father. Cut. This take is finished. The master shot ends here. Next up is an over-the-shoulder shot. The camera moved behind the child actor. There were only a few takes for the Spicoli house, so Ronald couldn't focus on shooting them all at once. He had to shoot one take at a time, changing the direction each time. "Are there strangers visiting today?" Sean Penn took a couple of breaths and asked Ronald. "Yes, my family came to see me. I put them out of your sight so they won't bother you, Spicoli, but I smell a stranger scent," Sean Penn muttered. "We're leaving now, Ronnie. We'll wait for you at the hotel." Aunt Karen and Donna, like most ordinary viewers watching a film shoot, quickly grew bored. 2 hours of lighting, 2 minutes of shooting. "I'll have the crew driver take you." "No need. We have friends in Los Angeles." She even took us to see various tourist attractions. Ronald saw his family off and continued shooting in the studio. After 2 days of shooting in the studio, the last shot of the entire film was completed. Ronald managed the shooting schedule very well, wrapping up 2 days ahead of schedule. The entire shoot took 7 weeks and 4 days. The crew moved to Universal's ballroom for a wrap party. Actors and crew members brought family and friends to celebrate the end of filming. Cameron Crowe brought his girlfriend, Nancy Wilson, who had a cameo role as a beautiful woman driving a sports car. Sean Penn, no longer calling himself Spicoli, was dating Pamela Springsteen from the crew. Hecklin's husband and ex-boyfriend showed up together, maintaining a friendly relationship. Phoebe Katz's boyfriend, a modeling agent, also came from New York. Jennifer Jason Leigh, like her character Stacy, tried to ask out extra Eric Stoltz. However, Stoltz's girlfriend, Ally Sheedy, was also at the party and kept a close eye on him. She turned to director Ronald, only to see him with his family, preparing to leave. "Does Ronald have a girlfriend?" Jennifer asked Phoebe Katz, who had become a close friend and confidant. "I don't know." "What, are you interested in him?" Phoebe asked with a grin. "I was just asking. After filming the movie, I realized he's not that much older than us." "Yeah, my boyfriend said he's a genius." Jane Fonda picked up his script, which sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he even won an Oscar for Best Original Song. "Hey, who's that new girl? Is she Ronald's girlfriend?" Jennifer suddenly noticed a brown-haired girl walk in and join Ronald and his family. "She looks like a movie actress too. Maybe she's the lead in his next movie." "Hi, Diane. I didn't realize you were the one with Karen and Donna these past few days." "Thank you," Ronald said to Diane Lane as she entered the party. It turned out that the tour guide Aunt Karen had mentioned was Diane, who had just finished filming a racing movie in Los Angeles. "It's okay, Karen is like a mother to me. My movie just finished filming, and my new one hasn't started filming yet, so I'm just hanging out with them." "Oh, Bert got you a new film. It's a TV movie, about a beauty pageant winner, finally free of the childlike role." Ronald looked at Diane. She seemed to have grown a little taller, and her face was a bit chubby. Among white girls in America, Diane Lane was considered a late bloomer. "By the way, why hasn't your last movie, Washing Away the Glamour, been released yet? It's been filmed for a long time, hasn't it?" "It's now called Ladies and Gentlemen, The Amazing Stain Band." The director is record company boss Lou Adler. "He seems to have run out of footage, and now he can't finish the ending." PFFT, Ronald laughed so hard he spat out his champagne. Record companies are making big money these days, and they all want to imitate RKO Busterwood, venturing into film to make a quick buck. But this Adler doesn't trust professionals. He insists on doing everything himself, and as a result, he can't even finish the movie. What should we do then? Who knows? Maybe we'll have to reshoot? Add an ending edit at the end. "Ronald, are you going to edit too?" Donna chimed in, asking about Ronald's schedule. "No. The pre-production of the working footage will take 2 weeks to synchronize the audio and film. That's the editing assistant's job, and then I'll take over. Anyway, I'll take a vacation, and I won't start the formal editing work until after the Christmas and New Year holidays." "Okay, you'll be going back to New York to spend Christmas with us, right?" "Yes, I'll go back to New York to rest for a while. I need something else to distract me from the memories of shooting the film, so I can look at the content I shot objectively and not be so reluctant to code it." All the film footage has been developed. Universal's processing plant developed a special set of film with a number on each frame, called working film. This set of film is for editing. All the edits will be recorded with the film's number, and then sent back to the processing plant to cut the negatives according to the number. In Universal's small screening room, Jennifer Jason Leigh's father, Vic Morrow, and a well-dressed executive, Ned Tannen, watched all the special footage. Tannen was a Jewish executive at Universal Pictures. He had privately obtained the working footage and, after watching it with Morrow, said to him, "Vic, to be honest, Ronald didn't do anything reckless. Jennifer wasn't forced to film any inappropriate nudity. There are many far more chaotic ways of filming in the industry. He's actually quite law-abiding. I don't want my daughter Jennifer on screen. Can you intervene? It's against the rules." But Jennifer is a Jewish girl. Tannen fell silent. Jews have a vast network in the film industry, and indeed, Jewish girls entering the industry don't need to make such sacrifices as white girls of other races. If this trend continues, what advantages will Jewish girls have left? This is a teen film, and Jennifer herself agreed. "Vic, then let's keep the scene with the dark-haired girl." "I can't do that, Vic. Phoebe Katz's father is one of us, but her mother is of mixed Chinese descent." "Okay, I'll mention it at the distribution meeting, but I can't guarantee anything." "Have you registered at the rehabilitation center, Vic? You've finally gotten back to film from television, and you're even getting into a Spielberg-led project. Don't waste this opportunity." Tannen, who considered himself a protector of Jews in the film industry, began to remind Morrow as he spoke. "I know," Vic. Morrow waved his hand. "You get this sorted out for me, Ned. Consider it a debt I owe you. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 271. The director must take a vacation. Donna had to return to New York after the weekend to prepare for her final exams. The family only had one day to enjoy Los Angeles. Ronald accompanied his aunt and Donna shopping for gifts. "Ronnie, I really want you to come back with us. You've been in Los Angeles for 6 months, and we all miss you. We hope you can come back to New York for Christmas. But you should stay in Los Angeles and keep working. After all, this is your first film." After seeing the film set, Aunt Karen felt a strange sense of awe for Ronald's work. Directing a crew of over 100 people and issuing orders was not a job for everyone. She didn't want Ronnie's Christmas break in New York to delay the editing work and let down all the actors' hard work. "It's okay, I was going to take a few weeks off anyway. Film editing requires scrutinizing the footage, like a teacher grading Donna's homework. If I went to the editing room now, my mindset wouldn't have shifted from director to director, and I probably wouldn't be able to cut a single scene." Ronald explained the filming process to his aunt. "The director puts his own thought into every shot, and some shots are the result of countless hardships to finally capture. But the editing process is simply to cut out the bad parts of the film and connect the good ones. Sometimes, those casually shot takes actually produce a better result than those carefully shot 20 or more takes." One thing Ronald learned from Walter Merkley was that after filming, you need to completely relax for 2 weeks to clear your mind before sitting in the editing room. Only then can you forget the love you felt for your shots while directing and regain an objective, ordinary viewer's perspective. Okay, I'll stay in Los Angeles for another week to work hard, and then come back to New York to spend Christmas with you guys." Ronald smiled, seeing Aunt Karen's "you have to work hard" expression, and agreed to return to New York later. "Shall we go see a movie?" Donna suggested. After watching her cousin's directing work, she developed an interest in film and always asked Ronald how certain shots in movies were filmed. Ronald gave some explanations, some of which he couldn't even recall himself. Sometimes, a film attracts more viewers simply because of a few particularly interesting shots. "Wait a moment, I'll finish writing this postcard and mail it," Aunt Karen said. Ever since the president miraculously survived the assassination attempt, Aunt Karen had become a staunch supporter, frequently writing him postcards to express her support. According to her friends, who were widows of military personnel, the current president was a chosen one. His escape from the assassination attempt meant God had specially sent him to do something to save America, and he couldn't die until he finished. Recently, there were rumors that Colonel Gaddafi, the leader of a small African country, wanted to assassinate the president. When an NBC reporter interviewed him, he was so frightened that he had to call the White House live to personally clarify to the president that he had absolutely no intention of assassination. A lucky female worker in a leg warmer factory even received a handwritten reply from the president, instantly becoming the most famous person in the area. This made Aunt Karen even more enthusiastic about writing letters. This greatly impressed Ronald. The president would randomly select people to reply to his letters. without mentioning it in national news media. However, ordinary citizens who received replies would spread the word locally, and once local media reported it, small groups of people across the country would form to support him. A few months earlier, when the tax cut bill needed congressional approval, the president called on people to write to their state senators and district representatives, urging them to vote for the bill in Congress. Aunt Karen also wrote to senators in New York and representatives in Staten Island, urging them to do the same. American lawmakers' biggest fear is losing support from their own backyard. This sustained pressure changed the minds of many members of Congress, allowing the tax cut bill to pass smoothly. In terms of acting skills, the president's cunning and calculated methods of mobilizing the public far surpass those of most Hollywood actors. Most impressively, as the president of the Republican Party, he also garnered the support of most Southern Democratic Party members. His charismatic voice and humorous manner truly captivated Southern housewives. Even Senator Joe, the Democratic Party's ranking member on the Senate Judiciary Committee, meaning the longest-serving senator on the committee, from Delaware, a state with strong white supremacist fervor in the South, voted in favor of tax cuts. What are you looking at, Ronnie? Let's go to the movies. Donna, seeing her aunt finish writing the postcard, eagerly pulled Ronald to the Chinese theater. The Lost Ark of the Covenant is back at the top of the box office, poised to become the highest-grossing film of Christmas 1981. This film, produced by George Lucas and directed by Spielberg, had dominated the top 3 at the box office for half a year, and with Christmas approaching, it had climbed back to number 1. Lights Out, starring Timothy Hutton and Tom Cruise, premiered last week. It only ranked 5th at the box office. Ronald put down his weekly box office column in The Hollywood Reporter and went out with his family to the Chinese Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. It was a famous Hollywood theater, its entrance a traditional Chinese-style building with carved beams and brackets. Which movie should we see? Ronald asked, noticing several films available at the ticket window. Let's watch Lights Out, Tom's in it. Donna's cousin remembered the cake Tom Cruise gave her was delicious. Well, Ronald also wanted to see how this 20th Century Fox $14 million blockbuster fared. The Hollywood Reporter said the box office was expected to reach $3 million this week, which wasn't good news relative to the cost. Haha, look, my hand is almost as big as Marilyn Monroe's, Donna laughed, playing in the area with the handprints and footprints of celebrities at the entrance of the Chinese theater. Of the more than 100 celebrities who left their handprints or footprints, Marilyn Monroe was the most popular. Her handprint, having been touched the most, was noticeably darker than the others. The Chinese theater also had a strong Chinese theme. The curtain on the stage was Chinese red, embroidered with double happiness characters in bright yellow, along with some Chinese mythology. The curtain slowly opened, and Ronald sat in an old-fashioned chair watching the Fox logo light up on the screen. Watching a movie here was truly a unique experience. Turns Out tells an absurd story. George C. Scott, who once played General Patton, plays a brigadier general working at a military academy, instilling military honor and responsibility in the cadets. When politicians and real estate developers try to demolish the academy to develop real estate projects, the cadets take up arms to defend the school. After the president comes to power, conservative ideas of tradition and honor begin to resurface. 3 years ago, there would never have been a film that gave soldiers a positive image. Aunt Karen was quite satisfied that the film didn't ruthlessly vilify soldiers, and Donna thought Tom Cruise was more handsome than Hutton, which made Ronald laugh. Indeed, Hutton's performance in the film felt superficial, not as realistic as Tom Cruise's. Nisida said that Paula arranged a series of acting lessons for Tom, and Tom worked very hard, studying for a long time for each new role, striving to leave a lasting impression on the audience. As for why Tom's performance felt more real than Hutton's, Ronald couldn't quite understand. To be fair, while Hutton and Ronald didn't get along, Hutton's acting wasn't terrible, otherwise, he wouldn't have won an Oscar. However, his performance in Terrific always felt less authentic than Tom Cruise and Sean Penn's supporting roles. Perhaps it wasn't that Hutton was bad, but rather that compared to Tom Cruise and Sean Penn, the audience formed their own opinions. Ronald felt that his main focus should shift to actors' performances. As a director, he already possessed extensive technical knowledge across various departments and could avoid being misled by technical personnel. However, what ultimately appears on the screen is the actors' performances. He couldn't yet pinpoint the superiority or inferiority of Hutton and Tom Cruise's performances. If he didn't want to spend his life making exploitative films like Roger Corman's, Acting was an area he absolutely had to learn. After seeing off his aunt and cousin, Ronald began his vacation in Los Angeles. He explored the surrounding area, soaked in hot springs, and watched other people's movies, trying to avoid thinking about anything related to fast-paced life. In his spare time, Ronald even visited the little Venice where he had lived 3 years ago. It was still the same. Even in winter, many people surf on the beach, but Ronald, knowing he lacked the talent, didn't try. The karate gym he used to train at was struggling and had been converted into a kickboxing gym. The gym owner he used to spar with was nowhere to be found. Only the crowds dancing in the streets had grown, and Ronald even saw many people teaching interested young men and women various robotic and ground movements. The dancing, purely out of interest, was free, and everyone was dancing with great enthusiasm. Of course, Ronald hadn't forgotten his old friends. That day, he invited James Cameron and Gail Hurd to have beer and barbecue. "Congratulations, Ronald, on completing your first directorial work," Gail suggested, cheering for Ronald. "Thanks, and congratulations to you, Jim. Your movie's finished too, right?" Ronald asked. Otherwise, Cameron wouldn't have had time to attend the party. Cameron had returned from the tropical island of Jamaica, spending the past few weeks directing some studio shots for Piranha 2 in a Los Angeles studio. "SHXT, I don't want to be credited in this lousy movie. Producer Asantis is an idiot," Cameron cursed. Ronald had already noticed Cameron's bad mood. Assuming he was neglecting his family due to work and had argued with his wife Sharon again. Now it seemed it was about the film's production, so he quickly asked, "What's wrong? Didn't Lee give you the power to edit?" Directors don't automatically have the power to edit. Like Ronald himself, after editing a 120-minute rough cut, he had to discuss with a producer how to edit the final 90-minute version for theatrical release. He didn't have the sole authority to decide the final runtime or whether to keep certain shots. No, that bastard. He wanted to direct for fun. But his previous practice of firing directors and crediting them with his own name was discovered by the Directors Guild, which banned any films he directed from being shown in American theaters. That's why he hired me to credit him as the director, bypassing the guild. The previous director left because he knew his background. This bastard was impressed by my special effects skills. I even filmed the piranha scenes in Jamaica. But once we got to Los Angeles, he criticized my daily footage for not meeting his standards, and then gradually stripped me of my power. The crew was all Italian-American, spoke Italian, and eventually, he kicked me out of the studio. Ronald was at a loss for words. Dealing with a producer like that was incredibly unlucky. I think you should be credited. Even if it's terrible, it's still a film that will be shown in American theaters. To a producer, a director of a released film and a director of an unreleased film are completely different beings. Gail advised Cameron not to remove his credit. "You're right. I put a lot of effort into filming those piranhas leaping out of the sea to attack humans from the helicopter. When I got to Jamaica, they hadn't even done any location scouting." Cameron was convinced by Gail. But Asanitis wants to take the original film back to his hometown in Italy for editing. "How can I get the editing rights?" Cameron had a plan in mind and downed his beer in one gulp. "Another one." Ronald poured him another beer and patted him on the shoulder in consolation. Chapter 272 The Power of Male Stars. Vic Morrow was not a good father, at least in the eyes of his second daughter, Jennifer Jason Lee. When Jennifer was 3, her mother, Barbara, divorced Morrow. Although Jennifer was awarded to her father, Morrow was an alcoholic and unable to care for her, so she ultimately lived with her mother, Barbara. Afterwards, Jennifer rarely saw her father and harbored mostly resentment towards him. She had been offered the lead role in Pretty Girl, but her legal guardian, her father Vic Morrow, refused to sign the papers, handing the opportunity to Brooke Shields, who became famous overnight. Enraged, Jennifer went to court to change her guardianship to her mother and changed her last name from Morrow to Lee. Now, Vic Morrow is even demanding that Jennifer Jason Lee request the removal of her special scenes in the film Fast-Paced Richmond High School. "You're very talented, Jenny. You have no idea how proud I was when I saw your performance in the TV series The Best Little Girl in the World. Your portrayal of the anorexic was so realistic." Vic Morrow met his daughter at a small bar near her apartment and spoke excitedly about her acting. "You starved yourself to less than 100 pounds for the role. Your mother called crying, but I'm so glad. My daughter is a great actress. You don't need those nude scenes to make a name for yourself in Hollywood." But you won't become famous playing that, Jennifer interrupted Morrow coldly. She had already played several roles that required great acting skills on television, but who recognized her? Don't say that, Jennifer. I know I haven't given you enough attention in the past, but I've overcome my alcoholism and am taking anger management courses. I can get a lead role in a Spielberg film project, and I'll find you great movie roles after that. Trust me, dream on. Jennifer Jason Leigh refused to listen to Morrow's nonsense any longer and turned to leave. Now that she's an adult, she can make decisions about her acting career. Morrow got up to chase after her, but was bumped by a waiter who came to check on her, nearly falling to the ground. After steadying himself against the wall, he saw that Jennifer had already left the bar, hailed a taxi, and driven away. FXCK, Morrow shouted, grabbing a water glass from the table and throwing it to the ground. Bang! The waiter was bewildered. Sir, please calm down, give me a double Jack Daniels, no, a bottle, no ice. Meanwhile, Ronald received a call to go to Universal Pictures to discuss distribution with producer Lynn. Senator Universal isn't going to allocate too many marketing resources to a small production with a budget of $3.1 million. If you have any other ideas, like product placement, feel free to share them. I don't have that many good ideas, Ronald laughed. How many theaters do you expect it to be shown in? That depends on the final product. Generally, after the summer movie season ends in July, there's a relatively low competition window. If your film is released then, it has a good chance of getting a lot of theater openings. After that, it depends on your box office performance. I understand, Ronald nodded in understanding. Being able to release the film after the summer season, before the start of the school year in September, within the high school students' vacation period, isn't a big problem for a fast-paced youth film like this. For films with a relatively singular target audience. As long as you do precise marketing to that audience, the box office won't be too bad. Brooke Shields' Endless Love, which opened at the end of July this year, performed well at the box office, already grossing $30 million. Director Zeffirelli had told himself that Polygram had completely misjudged the film's target audience. The teenage couples they were targeting only made up 10% of the final audience, while over 80% were middle school girls. Despite the entirely misplaced marketing materials, the film's success was entirely due to word of mouth. Teenage girls naturally chat frequently, and a film that resonated with their tastes had a powerful word of mouth effect. Ronald was also confident in his film. Films depicting teenagers growing up are rare in today's market. Although major studios have recognized this emerging audience trend, stories like Disney's The Texans, set in Oklahoma City, and Paramount's musical Grease 2, are far removed from their primary target audience. Teenage high school students want to see stories that happen around them, stories about urban teenagers in grades 10 to 12 who deal with their own life's challenges. Looks like you're very confident. I'll wait for you to come back after the New Year holiday to edit, Lin Sen said, shaking his hand and wishing Ronald a safe and enjoyable holiday. By the way, I received a message this morning from a high-ranking executive, asking if you could remove Jennifer Jason Leigh's nude scene, Lin Sen said casually at the end. Why? If you think it's necessary, then ignore them. Universal is an old studio, and there are many outdated people at the top, Ronald nodded. Having many high-ranking people commenting on films was a common problem for large studios. Unlike a small company like New World, where Roger Coleman could make decisions on a whim. Fast-paced Richmond High School had a limited marketing budget, relying mainly on word of mouth. This increased the importance of those scenes, making them impossible to cut. For a film to be talked about, besides having excellent content, it must have a selling point that can be summarized in a single sentence, making it easy for viewers to recommend it to friends. The reason Endless Love achieved considerable box office success despite misjudging its target audience was because it was easy to spread. Any high school girl could tell her classmates and friends, do you know how much the female lead, Jade's, boyfriend loves her? If the other person was interested, she could list a series of infatuated acts by the male lead, David, sneaking into Jade's bedroom, setting fire to her house, escaping from the mental hospital to find Jade after she moved away, and so on. Ronald noticed this when he watched the test screening. He also wanted to include some easily disseminated elements in his film. The scenes with Jennifer Jason Leigh and Phoebe Cates were the content he needed to carefully design for easy dissemination. Why would the higher-ups interfere with an actress's affairs? Ronald still didn't quite understand and asked producer Lynn Senator because Jennifer's father is Vic Morrow, who used to be a popular TV star. In the industry, Male stars of a certain age always have some extra power, Lin Sen explained when he saw Ronald didn't understand. It was him, Ronald recalled, the person who barged onto the set on the day he signed the contract. But, as you said, Mr. Lin Sen, he's a former television star. Why can a washed-up male star interfere with film production? Saying he's washed up is a bit too demeaning to Moro. Male stars always have a lot of influence, not just in the film industry, Lin Sen smiled. Do you know about the recent big event in Hollywood, the death of Natalie Wood? Yes, after filming Wrapped, Ronald's family fed him a lot of entertainment news from the filming period. In late November, while he was busy filming, this famous Hollywood actress fell into the water and died from her own yacht. What does this have to do with the influence of male celebrities? Go ask around yourself, it's all over the industry. Lin Sen didn't want to discuss more details with Ronald. Male celebrities who were once popular have far more social influence than female celebrities. Male celebrities have long careers. As long as they've been popular, the audience will remember them. Maybe one movie will bring them back to fame. Moro is only 52 years old, with nearly 10 years left in his career. So someone will give him some face and pass on a message. Ronald was confused. After returning to the hotel, he picked up last month's entertainment newspaper and finally learned about some of the issues mentioned in the reports. It turned out that Natalie Wood, the actress he had met briefly at the Golden Globe Awards, had a bad relationship with her husband, Robert Wagner, because he had cheated on her with another actress while filming a TV series. When Wood boarded the ship, in order to make her husband Wagner jealous, she deliberately brought Christopher Walken, the actor she had been rumored to be having an affair with, on board as well. At the time Natalie Wood fell into the water, someone on a nearby boat had heard a woman calling for help. But with such strong suspicion, the district attorney so easily dropped the charges. Ronald felt Lin Sen's implication was a bit exaggerated. The district attorney wielded considerable power. One person could decide whether to prosecute a suspect. But would he really let go of a potential murderer of a famous actress just because the suspect was a washed-up actor? Ronald thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed his agent, Nisida. He was well informed and might know something. Rumor has it that Natalie Wood wore a mink coat at her funeral, with a collar turned up to conceal a noticeable scar on her face. Huh? Is there really something wrong? Ronald was a little surprised. Could such things happen in America? Oh, you were filming a movie then, and the TV stations were giving you endless interviews. The district attorney said it was caused by hitting the ship's side when she fell into the sea. That's possible, isn't it? The district attorney wouldn't just make things up, would he? But Natalie Wood was naturally afraid of water. She didn't even swim. Nisida told Ronald some industry gossip. Her sister, Lana, went around telling everyone in the industry about her sister's fear of water. But it didn't help. Ronald hung up the phone, feeling quite emotional. A national superstar, gone so easily. It seems male celebrities do have some influence. But he still insisted on keeping Jennifer and Phoebe's scenes in the edit. Vic Morrow wasn't a top star. What could he do if Jennifer signed off on the filming? He was just an alcoholic and couldn't beat him. Chapter 273 First appearance at the ball. Back in New York, Ronald enjoyed his vacation comfortably, even having a sumptuous Christmas dinner with his aunt and cousin on Christmas Eve. Perhaps due to the long period of preparing for and directing the filming, Ronald felt somewhat disconnected from real life. He moved to his aunt's apartment and stayed home for many days, chatting with her daily and using the warmth of family to temporarily forget about a film he had just finished shooting. Early one morning, Ronald was watching television in the living room. To keep up with the president's speeches and updates, his Aunt Karen had paid for cable TV for the family. Besides local channels and the 3 major terrestrial television stations, their TV could also receive dozens of channels from across the country. This practice of bringing local channels to the national cable network, making them available to subscribers nationwide, is called syndication. Many television programs that were originally only local became wildly popular after being syndicated. Ronald picked up a small rectangular box and started pressing buttons on the television, which followed as gestures to change channels. This was a remote control that came with a cable TV set-top box, allowing him to change channels while seated, which Ronald really liked. Huh? What's this? Ronald noticed a scene of the Apollo moon landing on the TV, but the flag on the moon had been replaced with a flag with a large M. Then a beautiful presenter announced, "Welcome to MTV, the world's first music television channel, playing the world's best pop music day and night in stereo. The scene then shifted, and MTV started playing Lord Stewart's music videos. Ronald became interested. These music videos, much shorter than regular television programs, were fascinating, changing songs every few minutes. Their editing pace was much faster than movies and television dramas. Ronald watched several music videos for songs currently trending on the charts on MTV and found that he could understand these fast-paced storylines without any difficulty. Perhaps it was because the music and lyrics aided the audience's understanding of the plot, eliminating the need for lengthy setups like in movies. Next up is a live performance by the Rolling Stones. The presenter announced, "Oh, Ronald, you should go out for a walk. Don't just stay home watching TV all the time." Aunt Karen was getting fed up with Ronald staying home all day eating, sleeping, and watching TV. She came over and shooed him off the sofa. "Go out and buy a copy of the New York Times. It'll do you good." "Okay." Ronald got up from the sofa, put on his coat, and prepared to go out. Just then, the phone rang. Aunt Karen answered it and handed the receiver to Ronald. "It's for you, Ronald." "It's a girl. This is Ronald." "Who is it?" "This is Helen. Helen Slater. You did the chewing gum commercial. Do you remember me?" "Of course." "Hello, Helen." Ronald certainly remembered. Before filming began for fast-paced Richmond High School, Ronald had considered having the girl audition, but her father, Gerald, at the television station, refused because Helen was under 18. Speaking of which, it's almost New Year's, and Helen is now an adult. Sometimes, many seemingly insignificant factors influence a film. If Helen were a few months older, or if the film had started shooting a little later, perhaps Helen Slater could have had a role. "Ronald, I'd like to invite you to be my date at the debutante ball. Would you be willing?" "What?" Ronald didn't understand the name of the ball. "It's a debutante, French for first appearance. It's a ball where an American girl makes her social debut, and she must have a date." "A ball? I have no experience with that. Didn't Gerald arrange any other suitable candidates for you?" Gerald Slater, who was on the phone next to Helen, couldn't help but grab the receiver and say, "Hey kid. My daughter wants you as her date. What's there to object to?" "Gerald, hello. That's not what I meant. I've never been to a debutante ball before, and I don't know how to fulfill my duties." Helen said it sounds like a pretty formal occasion. Ronald came from a lower social class and wasn't particularly interested in this kind of high society stuff. Hearing Ronald's explanation, Gerald's anger subsided somewhat. It seemed this lucky, somewhat naive young man did value his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. "It's not that formal. It's a small ball within our television and film industry. The real international debutante ball is held every even-numbered year, and many princesses from European countries attend. We want to create an environment for our children, allowing young people interested in entering the entertainment industry to meet people in the industry upon reaching adulthood. Helen thought of you first when she invited us, so you can also meet some young people in the industry. It's my honor." Remember the protocol requirements: the introduction ceremony in the morning, followed by a guest gathering after lunch. On the day of the debutante ball for the children of senior film and television professionals, Ronald, dressed in a dark blue navy double-breasted suit with metal buttons, a dark red pocket square, and gray trousers, with his hair neatly combed, went to the Waldorf Hotel. This long-established hotel was the venue for the International Debutante Ball held every even-numbered year. Gerald and his family had also chosen this location, hoping to elevate their daughter's status. Upon arriving at the ballroom, Ronald felt a pang of regret. None of the male companions present were well-known figures in their respective fields. Most were children of celebrities. He even spotted the NYU celebrity's son, who had tried to recruit him into his fraternity. The prom started slowly, with each girl descending the stairs individually, each given 10 minutes to introduce herself. The MC introduced the girls and her boyfriend's family backgrounds, followed by a display of their gowns. After waiting for over 2 hours, nearing noon, the MC finally announced Helen's name. Miss Helen Slater. Her father is Gerald Slater, Senior Vice President of PBS. Ronald immediately stood up and looked up at the top of the stairs. A woman, approximately 5 feet 8 inches, 1.73 meters, tall, appeared at the end of the stairwell. She wore a cream-colored gown, a small white cap in the style of the 1920s or 30s, and her bright blue eyes sparkled. She wore 2 shimmering dangling earrings and a pearl necklace. It was Helen Slater, whom Ronald hadn't seen in a long time. Over a year had passed, and they'd only spoken a few times on the phone. Ronald felt he barely recognized Helen. At this age, American girls are in a period of rapid physical change. While Helen's eyes and brows remained as captivating as ever, her figure had blossomed into something even more stunning, giving Ronald the feeling of a girl next door suddenly blossoming into a beautiful woman. Helen gracefully descended the stairs, her eyes darting left and right, searching for her companion, Ronald. Seeing him in his Navy-style uniform, with his neatly trimmed hair and beard, she was clearly pleased and took his arm. After the MC's introductions, it was time for the photographers to take pictures. Ronald faithfully posed as Helen Slater's male model, shooting several sets of photos before the two went to their seats. "You look absolutely gorgeous today, Helen. You could say you're the most beautiful girl at the ball," Ronald said, feeling that for the first time, he hadn't exaggerated when praising a girl. Helen chuckled, "You're handsome too." They smiled at each other. "You've been waiting here for a long time, haven't you?" Helen asked. "Yes, thankfully I saw you at the end, so it wasn't a waste of time." "Are you waiting in the upstairs lounge too?" "Yes, but we have spies." Helen laughed again. "We have friends constantly peeking from the door, telling us whose boyfriend is the most handsome." After joking around for a while, the two continued to wait for the remaining girls to come downstairs. "Aren't you bored? Shall we go?" Helen said to Ronald beside her after waiting for 2 or 3 girls. "Weren't there supposed to be guests this afternoon? A few boring people, the son and nephew of former President JFK. My dad said they want to get interacting." Ronald was a little skeptical. The former First Lady wouldn't allow her son to be a movie actor, would she? Although there were news clips of John F. Kennedy Jr. going to college on TV, he certainly looked good enough to be a leading man. "What, do you want to meet him?" Helen asked when Ronald didn't move. "No, I was just wondering if it would be impolite." "Don't worry about it, this isn't a real international adult ball. We can sneak out through the back door while I change." Helen pulled Ronald along, and they secretly slipped out of the hotel lobby through the back door. She secretly took a bag from behind the door and went into the restroom to change. It seemed she had planned to sneak out all along. After changing out of her dress, Helen put on jeans and a men's jacket, and put her necklace away, leaving only her earrings. From her previous elegant demeanor, she instantly transformed into a typical high school girl on the streets of New York. "I want to go to the Museum of Modern Art. Will you come with me?" "Sure, Gerald gave me this task, which is to spend the whole day with you." "Ha. Don't you want to?" "Of course, it would be my honor." Ronald put his arm around Helen's, and the two walked out of the Waldorf Hotel. The Museum of Modern Art was very close to the Waldorf Hotel, only a 10-minute walk from Lexington Avenue. After passing Rockefeller Avenue and Fifth Avenue, the distinctive exterior of the Museum of Modern Art came into view. This is an upscale area of New York, filled with stylishly dressed women and men, walking at a much slower pace than the elites in Lower Manhattan. "Actually, I didn't want to come to this ball, but I had to appease Gerald," Helen said, chattering as they walked. "He promised to find me a role on ABC if I wanted to come, but my mother encourages me to find opportunities myself. Gerald also found me an agent, but he always tells my father everything. My mom wants me to find another agent to escape his tyranny. But I don't want to hurt him." Helen looked at Ronald, the director who directed her first television commercial and gave her first television appearance, feeling a sense of kinship, and poured out all her anxieties about entering the entertainment industry. "Actually, an actor can hire more than one agent, there's no law against it." "That's what I do." "Really? That's good." Helen nodded, then changed the subject. "Isn't my dress pretty? My mom picked it out for me. There are many second-hand dress shops in New York. Many women wear designer dresses once and then sell them. Why buy a second-hand dress?" Ronald knew Helen's father was a high-ranking TV executive and her mother was a lawyer, so their income wouldn't be low. "Because of environmental protection. My mom says those flashy things are vanity and illusion. We should focus on substance. If everyone abandons vanity, the Earth's resources won't be depleted due to overuse." "You're right." The two quickly arrived at the Museum of Modern Art, the largest museum in New York besides the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Even near noon, there were still many people. Ronald bought tickets and went in. "I saw a modern artist exhibition last time." "Which modern artist do you like?" Helen pulled Ronald along, asking as they walked through the lobby. "I don't know anything about these things." "You're too modest. Aren't you a film director?" "Last time, my dad wouldn't let me audition, and I had a fight with him. Later, my mom spoke to him, and he finally agreed that I could freely audition for films, but I still have to report to him." The two entered an exhibition hall, and Ronald looked at the modern art paintings on the walls. This is Van Gogh's Starry Night, this is Monet's Water Lilies, this is Dali and Cezanne. Helen Slater was very familiar with these famous paintings, and Ronald stood close to look at the masterpieces, appreciating them one by one. If you're feeling bored, why don't you go see the modern installation art exhibition that interests you first? Ronald felt that Helen was already very familiar with these paintings and was afraid that she would feel bored. It's okay, I'll go with you to see them again. Masterpieces are always worth appreciating repeatedly. Ronald patted Helen's hand to express his gratitude, and the two looked at the paintings one by one. Ronald hadn't studied painting at all, he was just an ordinary viewer looking at the masterpieces. Ahead lay another master's work, Mondrian's Red, Yellow, Blue. Upon seeing the painting, Ronald felt a strange sense of familiarity. He stopped and stared at it for a long time. There were no figures or scenery, only simple black lines dividing the canvas into several rectangular blocks. Some rectangular blocks were filled with red, yellow, and blue. Helen gave Ronald a curious look. She had never been so engrossed in any painting she had seen before. Beside Ronald was a Chinese-American art student, dressed in old-fashioned glasses. He was holding a paintbrush, copying Mondrian's work on the easel beside him. "What an interesting rhythm," Ronald murmured after a long while. "What, you can see the rhythm in Mondrian's work?" the Chinese student asked, glancing at Ronald. "Yes, although it's just lines and blocks of color, it gives the feeling that the painter is narrating a rhythm." "Are you studying art?" the Chinese student asked, looking him over. He didn't seem like it. "No, I'm a filmmaker. My name is Ronald, just call me Chen." The Chinese student extended his hand and shook his. Few laymen can tell that Mondrian paints rhythm. They all think Mondrian painted living room decorative paintings. Chen pointed to Mondrian's paintings for Ronald. "Actually, they don't understand the master's skill. Look at these brush strokes. His lines are all drawn freehand. Different shades of black create different tones, giving the lines a three-dimensional feel." Ronald looked in the direction Chen was pointing and indeed saw the same black lines, one seemingly floating above another. Although the painting was simple, it had a strong impact. This simplicity was achieved through overall design and meticulous attention to detail. "It seems that simplicity is not so easy to achieve," Ronald sighed. "Art is interconnected. Many people say that Hitchcock's films have simple narratives, but achieving that kind of simplicity is not easy. Many people who try to imitate his style fail. It seems you have a good sense of art." The shop at the entrance sells printed reproductions. "You can buy one if you like," Chen suggested. "Thank you. Do you sell your copies?" Ronald asked, eyeing Chen's oil painting copy. "I can't sell them. Mondrian's paintings are very difficult to copy." "Mine doesn't look like it at all," Chen shook her head. Ronald shrugged and turned back to continue visiting the installation art that Helen liked with him. After the exhibition, Ronald and Helen ate hot dogs on the street. Now, even setting up a street stall in Manhattan requires a license. The hot dogs with the sauce tasted great, and Helen especially enjoyed them. "Thank you, Ronald. I had a lot of fun today. I'll listen to you and ask my mom to find me another agent. Maybe I'll audition for your next movie." After taking Helen home, Ronald, carrying the prints of Mondrian's paintings he had bought, went back to his aunt's house. Once the New Year holiday was over, Ronald returned to Los Angeles. He placed the prints of Mondrian's paintings on the editing table, reminding himself to maintain a good rhythm while editing. "This is Eric, the film's editor. These are his two editing assistants, and this is director Ronald." Producer Art Linson introduced the editing team to Ronald. The next 2 months would be up to Ronald and Eric to work together to produce the final film. "Hello, Ronald, the audio and video synchronization is complete. Shall we watch it from the beginning?" "Sure, thank you, Eric. Let's begin." Chapter 274. How did you do that? Ronald spent half a day reviewing all the shots. The sound and image synchronization was excellent, and Ronald thanked Eric and his two assistants. "Shall we start editing, Ronald?" The two producers beside him, Linson and Azoff, were getting a little impatient. When reviewing the sound and image synchronized shots, Ronald often paused and took out his notebook to jot down the number of a particular frame on the film. He would often flip through a single film reel several times, seemingly doing nothing. If it were just checking Eric's work, it wouldn't have taken this long. "Where do we begin, Ronald?" Eric had worked with many directors and knew that each director had their own methods. Ronald wasn't particularly out of line. Some old-school Hollywood directors had their own quirks. For example, Fred Zinnemann, the veteran director who directed High Noon, was particularly averse to the main shot. Besides trying to shoot as few main shots as possible on set, the first thing he did in the editing room was to throw away the film of the main shot. Perhaps Ronald had a similar quirk, excluding shots he didn't like before using scissors? You'll have to wait a bit. I need to make new negative copies of these numbered positives and take them to Kodak for developing. It'll probably take a few more hours. Once I get the photos, we can start. Ronald apologized to everyone and then went off to work with the numbered copies in his hand. Linsen and Azoff looked at each other, puzzled. Linsen asked the editor, "Eric, what kind of method is this? I've never seen a director do this before. It's the first time I've seen it either." Eric shrugged and replied to the two producers. Perhaps it's Ronald's usual practice. The team, still struggling to find a solution, went out for lunch, intending to return once Ronald was finished. Ronald, on the other side of the editing room, searched for a film stock based on shot numbers. He spent the entire lunch break selecting the most representative, decisive moment for each camera position and each shot. For some longer shots, he even selected 2 or 3 frames. Then, based on these numbers, he took a negative of only ISO 2 for each decisive moment. Using the appropriate exposure time determined by Walter Murch, Ronald printed all the shot images. Afterward, he took the negatives to Kodak 1-hour photo lab and had all the photos developed there. Looking at the finished prints, Ronald was quite satisfied. Using the parameters Murch had provided, the color balance and contrast of the photos closely resembled the effect of film. When the two producers and several editors returned to the editing room, Ronald had already pasted all the photos onto the whiteboard on the wall. This method is much more intuitive. Eric in the editing room looked at the photos on the whiteboard on the wall and couldn't help but admire them. This method is really good. I have to learn it so I can use it when I direct in the future. Linsen was also pleasantly surprised. He had directed a film before and knew that when editing, finding the shot you wanted among many shots was a particularly time-consuming task. Often, by the time you found it, the inspiration had already disappeared. This method was indeed more convenient for capturing inspiration and making editing more efficient. Azoff had no experience in filmmaking, but he also found this method very intuitive. He looked at the photo of Spicoli, who, after smoking heavily, was hitting his head with a Vans shoe. The scene he had seen that morning immediately popped into his mind. He couldn't help but think, this young man named Ronald does have some methods. Ronald was numbering each photo and transcribing the shot duration into a table in his notebook. Fast-paced Richmond High School is an ensemble piece with 6 main characters, and balancing the screen time of so many people is crucial for film editing. Therefore, trial and error are essential in arranging and combining various shots. Using a photo to represent a shot makes this arrangement and combination much easier. I finished transcribing. If you don't mind, we can begin. Ronald invited producers Linsen and Azoff to sit next to editor Eric, then stood behind them. "Hey, Ronald, you sit down. You're the director." Linsen and Azoff stood up to offer him their seats. It's good that the young man respects his seniors. However, Hollywood rules dictate that producers only offer opinions on the final cut. They cannot completely replace the director in giving editing instructions. At least not until the director's initial cut is poorly received and fails to pass the producer's approval, potentially leading to the studio stripping them of their editing rights. "Don't mention it, I'm just used to editing standing up." Ronald moved 2 steps to the side, standing next to editor Eric. He tore a piece of paper from his notebook, cut it in half, and folded it into 2 small, seated figures. Based on the length and width of the editing monitor, he calculated the screen-to-figure ratio, then proportionally scaled it down to the height of the figures. Ronald folded the figure representing the female audience member again, making her shorter, and then placed the 2 figures in front of the monitor. He said to the 2 producers, "This is our audience, looking at a standard 1.85:1 aspect ratio screen, and the approximate distance from the golden position. This way, we can get a general idea of what the audience will see on the screen, and we won't overlook the issue of shifting the audience's attention due to a small monitor." "You've prepared very well." Azoff was completely relieved. Ronald seemed to be an expert in editing as well. "I wonder how good the editing is." Linsen, seeing how professional Ronald was, became curious about his actual editing skills. The opening shot in the film storyboard was, coincidentally, the very first shot Ronald filmed on his first day. Robert Romanus entering the frame from behind the camera, dodging two cars, running across the street, and finally walking towards the department store entrance. The first take was better, the actor's performance was more natural, editor Eric commented after reviewing the several takes. I agree. The cars are driven by stuntmen, so there's a certain pattern. Romanus's reaction was more natural in the first take. In the later takes, he knew the pattern of the cars, which influenced his mindset, leading to more pre-planned movements, making the first take less concise. Ronald pointed to Romanus's movements on the monitor. Before even noticing the approaching Toyota Corolla, he had already slowed down and turned his shoulder to look to the left. What do you guys think? Ronald turned to the two producers for their opinions. Good, I also think the first take is good, let's do it your way. Seeing that the two producers agreed, Eric turned to Ronald and asked, where should we cut to? Wait a minute. Ronald turned the dial on the horizontal editing machine, rewinding the film at double speed to the beginning. Then he turned the dial back to normal speed, and Romanus crossed the street again on the monitor. Click. Ronald pressed the stop button, then picked up a pen and, in a gap deliberately left in front of the editing machine, found the exact center of the film and lightly drew a V mark. Good here, perfect for a half-second black screen, cutting into the interior of the mall, Eric agreed. I'll try again. Ronald turned the control dial again. Eric understood, directors often hesitate during editing. Especially at the end, with open shots where the actors have continuous movements, there's no definite endpoint, making different people feel that the cut should be made here. Like this shot of Mike the Scalper entering the mall, how close should actor Romanus get to the inner door before cutting? Actually, you could cut it either way and then move on to the next shot. Where's the best place to cut? There's no definitive answer. Ronald rewound the film back to the beginning and started playing it at 24 frames per second. When Romanus's character, Mike the Bull, walked around the second Volkswagen Beetle parked on the side of the road and headed towards the mall's main entrance, Ronald pressed the stop button again. Snap! Eric leaned forward, looking at the film reel in the center, trying to memorize the number. After seeing the number, he suddenly exclaimed, "Holy SHXT, what's wrong?" Producers Linsen and Ozoff looked over, worried that something had gone wrong with the final cut. Eric pointed to the notch in the center of the editing machine. On the film reel in the center, there was clearly the V mark Ronald had drawn with a pen. How did you do that? Eric became very curious. 24 frames per second, and one frame only appearing here for 1/24th of a second, the probability of stopping on the same frame twice was very small. It's a coincidence, isn't it? The three people present all had the same question in their minds. Is it the same frame? Ronald asked, then rewound the film. Looks like I've gradually grasped the rhythm of this film while watching it this morning, Ronald said, glancing at the Mondrian painting reproduction leaning against the wall on the editing table. Sometimes rhythm is hard to describe in words, but once you've grasped it, you've grasped it. Your body will replace your brain, using intuition to make decisions for you. Snap! Ronald pressed the stop button for the third time, and his intuition didn't disappoint him. The film stopped steadily on the same frame. Neither producer believed Ronald could stop it on the same frame. They both stood up and looked at the gap in the editing machine. Sure enough, under the light, a small yellow V-shaped mark was on the very center frame of the film. The two looked at each other, somewhat incredulous. At Universal Studios, they had never heard of anyone with such skill. How did you do that? They asked Ronald. Ronald opened his thermos, poured himself a cup of black tea, and slowly sipped it. Would you believe me if I said it was intuition? Producers Linsen and Ozoff looked skeptical but didn't press further. Perhaps this was Ronald's secret? I think I've heard someone mention an editor who could do this, Eric said, as if remembering something. Yes. It was Walter Murch from Western Mirror Pictures who taught me. You should have heard of him, and I'm not lying, it really is intuition. Otherwise, no one could react so quickly and stop at the same frame several times. Ronald named his mentor. Oh, it was him, the two producers and editor Eric suddenly realized. They had all heard of Walter Murch, the expert in both film editing and sound processing. He was an expert who had edited and designed the sound for Francis Ford Coppola's two Godfather films and Apocalypse Now, earning an Oscar. So they nodded, no longer asking Ronald how he did it. It was as if it were only natural for him to be able to do it. Eric called over his editing assistant to note down the number on the frame for the final cut. This would serve as the editing point for the first shot, and then they awaited Ronald's instructions. Let's continue. Ronald said softly. Soon, both producers were satisfied with the editing progress and left, indicating they would check back the next day. Ronald smiled and continued editing with Eric. He knew that the reason he was able to stop on the same frame several times was because he had spent a significant amount of time that morning repeatedly reviewing the shots and selecting the decisive frame from each. This method had gradually implanted the cinematographer Matthew's camera techniques into his subconscious. In effect, his subconscious was deciding where to stop. Combined with editing while standing, this allowed him to fully utilize the intuition honed over millions of years of human evolution to achieve this effect. As editing continued, his subconscious absorbed more of the footage, allowing his editing to become even more accurate and logical. Chapter 275 Global is sending people to inspect. Ha ha ha, editor Eric, watching the scene on the monitor, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your screenwriter is a genius. Even though I've seen this scene many times, I still laugh out loud every time. Ronald also couldn't help but laugh. The scene showed Stacy's older brother, Brad. He had been fired from All American Hamburgers because of a dispute with a customer. To pay off the installment loan on his beloved four-door luxury car, he had no choice but to work at the rival Captain Hook Fish and Chips fast food restaurant. On his way to deliver food to IBM, the manager asked him to wear a full Scottish kilt and a wide-brimmed hat with a pirate symbol. At a red light, a blonde, blue-eyed woman in a purple and pink two-tone cashmere sweater kept smiling at him from a convertible sports car. At first, Brad thought the woman was looking behind him, but the constant smiling and scrutiny made him think that the woman had fallen in love with him at first sight. He quickly flashed a smile in response and winked at her. The beautiful woman found him increasingly ridiculous, laughing so hard she covered her face. As soon as the light turned green, she accelerated and drove off. Brad then realized his misunderstanding, glanced at his pirate hat in the rearview mirror, and angrily ripped it off and threw it out the window. That's screenwriter Cameron Crowe's girlfriend, Nancy Wilson. The guitarist for the all-female rock band Hearts, Ronald said, pointing to the woman frozen in the frame on the screen. If you watch MTV, they're showing their music video right now. No wonder she looked familiar, editor Eric chuckled. Editing had been going on for 2 weeks, and Ronald and Eric had been spending all their time in the editing room, immersed in the fantasy world of the film, feeling somewhat disconnected from reality. Want a cup too? Ronald asked Eric, pouring tea from his thermos. Okay, I'll have one too. I see you drinking this every day, not coffee. Coffee is like a high-interest loan, it keeps you awake for a few hours, but then you'll be back to be doubly sleepy. Black tea is more like an installment loan, smoothing out the peaks and troughs of your attention. The two drank a cup of black tea and then plunged back into their arduous work. Fast-paced Richmond High School, the recent editing work had hit a bottleneck, progressing slowly. Ronald had finished a rough cut, each character in the complete story was vividly portrayed, and their emotions were on point. The only major problem was that the runtime exceeded 115 minutes, more than 20% longer than the 90 minutes required by the producers. After watching the entire rough cut without the soundtrack, the two producers actually considered persuading Universal executives to release it as a 115-minute film. However, after a brief trial, they realized it was simply impossible. Universal uses this type of teen comedy to fill the low season each year. After the summer season ends, it's the lowest box office period of the year, and during this time, few viewers go to the cinema specifically to watch a 2-hour feature film. Only light comedies have a market. Theaters wanted the film's length under 90 minutes to allow for more screenings during prime time each evening, increasing box office revenue. Reducing the 115-minute runtime by 20% without affecting the original story and emotions presented a significant challenge for Ronald, who is editing a feature film for the first time. We could actually cut a shot of Brad starting his car, and have shots of Brad and Nancy Wilson interspersed, which would already give the audience the feeling of their back-and-forth interaction. After Nancy drives away, there's no need to show Brad starting his car again, just cut directly to him looking in the rearview mirror and seeing his own ridiculous, clownish appearance, editor Eric suggested to Ronald. Ronald thought about it for a moment and agreed that the audience wouldn't have any difficulty understanding it. Modern Hollywood films no longer adhere to the requirement of temporal and spatial continuity. Before the 1950s, this continuity was a rigid rule. For example, in contemporary dramas, we often saw scenes of characters entering skyscrapers. Under the dogma of temporal continuity, a series of shots must be cut, elevators entering, doors closing, elevator indicator lights showing the ascending floors, the elevator stopping with a ding on the top floor, doors opening, and the character exiting the elevator, to establish the character's temporal and spatial trajectory. However, the American New Wave pioneered new editing methods, which, after spreading to Hollywood, profoundly influenced American cinema. Hollywood directors suddenly discovered that as long as the plot remained coherent, after the scene of entering the building, cutting out all elevator shots and directly showing the character opening the office door and walking in wouldn't cause any confusion for the audience. They would automatically omit the unimportant parts, a light bulb going off in their minds. Oh, this person entered the building and went to the office to talk to someone. Temporal continuity was thus abandoned by Hollywood, and in Murphy's 6 editing principles, it was ranked as the least important. I think it's worth a try, Ronald replied to Eric. Okay, Eric operated the editing machine, cutting out that shot. The editing assistant came over, noted down the time of the cut and the shot numbers, then picked up tape and quickly connected the 2 shots on the machine. Finally, she carefully collected the cut film, putting it in a plastic bag for safekeeping, in case the director changed his mind later and needed to recut the original footage. Ronald and Eric reviewed the edited footage. The story and emotions were as expected, unaffected. Great, that saves another 4 seconds. They worked forward second by second, the final cut slowly making its way towards the 90-minute mark. Hi, Ronald. How's today? After lunch, producers Linsen and Azoff accidentally strolled into the editing room again. They'd been coming more frequently lately, sometimes twice a day, once after lunch and once after dinner. Generally, directors have a deep love for their film. Cutting anything feels like operating on a beloved person, severing limbs. Recently, Warner Bros. Blade Runner has been embroiled in a major conflict between its producers, including lead actor Harrison Ford and director Ridley Scott, over editing time and plot details. The rumors have escalated to the point of physical altercations, spreading throughout Hollywood. While Ronald Ford himself isn't prejudiced against editing, the increasingly slow pace of production has worried the 2 producers. Not bad, we cut about 5 seconds this morning, the producer's hearts tightened. The editing speed hadn't increased for several days, indicating a significant delay, and the pace was likely to slow further down, potentially resulting in a runtime of less than 90 minutes. The 2 exchanged glances, and Linsen spoke up. Ronald, we all trust you, but the higher-ups at Universal don't understand the brilliance of this film. They'll definitely use the 90-minute total length stipulated in the contract to constrain you. I know. Ronald was also a bit troubled. I'm trying to cut without compromising the story and emotions, but it's difficult, and I can't pick up the pace. This isn't a comedy. Every character and story has its build-up and highlights. It's hard for me to cut entire scenes. I can only work on the timing of each shot. Azoff couldn't hold back any longer. You know what, Ronald? There are rumors from the higher-ups at Universal saying your film isn't a comedy, but a serious drama reflecting social realities, even a tragedy with crying scenes. They're also saying you're just using Universal's money to do your own thing. Tom Mount is planning to send an experienced director to check the progress, and if it's not satisfactory, he'll intervene. Ronald frowned. He wondered who had spread these out-of-context rumors. There were indeed crying scenes during filming, but in those scenes, Phoebe Cates' character, Linda, couldn't conjure up an imaginary Chicago boyfriend for her prom and tearfully explained to her friend Stacy that it was a comedic scene, not a tragedy. As for reflecting social realities, isn't it normal for a modern teen comedy to depict some social realities? For example, Stacy's unexpected pregnancy and her visit to a free clinic funded by a California women's liberation organization. Or Brad's experience of being robbed at gunpoint by teenage robbers while working at a 7-Eleven. But these plots are all told within the context of a light comedy, without the heavy atmosphere of Famous. The fast pace generally means the audience will be amused from time to time. Okay, I understand, I'll speed things up. Ronald was annoyed. Mount was always causing him trouble, and now they were even sending someone to check on him, the most taboo thing in artistic creation. Did the church send Leonardo da Vinci to check Michelangelo's artistic abilities while he was painting the Sistine Chapel frescoes? Reluctantly, Ronald had to work an extra 2 hours each day, but this exhausted editor Eric and his 2 editing assistants, causing editing efficiency to plummet. Seeing the progress slowing further, Ronald suppressed his frustration and gave Eric and his assistants a day off. This gave him a chance to reorganize his thoughts and relax his agitated mind. However, Ronald had few friends in Los Angeles. Jim Cameron, unable to bear it any longer, borrowed some money from Ronald, scraped together a plane ticket, and flew to Rome, Italy. He couldn't stand his film being edited haphazardly and went to negotiate with the producers. Gail Hurd was increasingly busy, now overseeing 4 film crews simultaneously. She seemed to have a chance of being promoted to vice president. With no friends to confide in, Ronald could only watch television at home to pass the time. Fortunately, MTV provided him with some entertainment, its various bizarre editing methods sparking his imagination. MTV didn't have enough content, and after several tens of minutes, it was the same old story again. Ronald picked up the remote and switched to news channel. A mysterious disease outbreak has been discovered in the San Francisco community, primarily affecting gay men. Local doctors say there is no evidence that it is contagious. San Francisco, Ronald was taken aback. He hadn't contacted Walter Murch in a long time. Murch was an Oscar-winning editing expert. He was facing editing difficulties, so perhaps he should ask him for advice? Since leaving Western film editing, Murch hadn't worked in film editing or sound design. Ronald didn't have his phone number. After much searching through his agency, he finally got the phone number for the house in the countryside where Murch lived with his wife and children. "Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Walter Murch. I'm his friend Ronald, Daddy. Someone's looking for you." It seemed to be Murch's youngest daughter answering the phone. "Hi, Ronald, long time no see. How are you? I'm making a low-budget teen film for Universal, and I'm having some editing problems, so I had to ask you for advice." "Oh, look, Ronald, you've already finished your directorial work, while I'm still in the script development stage. That's different. Yours is a big production, mine is an exploitation film, haha. There's no such thing as a big or small film." Murphy chatted with Ronald for a few moments, then listened to Ronald recount his predicament. "It's like making spaghetti, simmering the tomato sauce. There are no shortcuts in editing, you just have to slowly reduce the sauce, cutting a little here and a little there, until you finally have a delicious bowl of sauce." That's what I think too, but Universal isn't satisfied with my progress, and there are some rumors circulating at the top. They might send another director to check my editing progress, and I'm a little anxious. "I see. If you really have no other choice, you could try the procrusteum bed, which is also an editing method. I wouldn't do it myself, but that's how George Lucas edits his films. You could give it a try." Walter Murch, seeing Ronald facing trouble from above, offered him a suggestion. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.